Well, hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. Yes, I am the Lavender Lady, Diana Clarion. This is the open chat. How the heck are y'all? Yeah, looks like I'm. Oh, look. Kate, I tried to send you the little thing, and it seems to have not got to you. Let me correct that little situation. I hope. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, let's see where we are here. I want to make sure that I have correct address. And let me drop it in your Twitter notifications. There we go. No, not your that one. There you are. Okay. Oh my. Oh no 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 no! I didn't want that. I wanted this. Now we're talking. Okay, you should have a little link waiting for you in. Oh, look at that. Okay. Oh, look what I forgot to do. We'll fix that. Oh my, oh my. This thing always screws up my settings. Okay, we're going to go over here, and we're going to go over here, and then, okay, is that working? I hope that's working.
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I cannot hear you asking whether or not I can hear you. Okay.
Okay.
There we go, and now we've even got the camera frame done. All right. Yeah, Kate, I tried to send you a link, and I guess something went wrong on my end.
It ended it ended up in my spam folder somehow. And I think that's strange, but at the same time it looks like you sent it from some weird email address.
Oh yeah, what I did was I made up a mail address so that I could set up the mailer over here on my
Yeah,
broadcast
have you
system.
ever thought about just doing something the normal way? Every time you try to do something in some funky way, it messes everything up. I mean, between using Linux and setting up new email addresses, it's just not working for you. Go with the flow a little more on this one when it comes to technology, because honestly, you're getting in your own way.
It's probably the case that I'm stepping on my own crank, but what the heck? I'm good at that. Oh,
Oh,
how you been, honey?
oh, I'm fucking irritated right now. You know how Facebook does not have a goddamn clue when it comes to blocking people for things like going against community standards and hate speech?
Okay, okay. Yeah,
Well,
they overdo it, right?
way overdo it. You know
Yeah,
that
yeah.
picture of Chewbacca bikini that calls him dances with Karens?
I'm not sure if I know that one.
Well, you know the guy with the horns and he looks like Discount Braveheart
Yes.
who stormed the Capitol? Okay, well
Yes.
people are calling him dances with Karens, and I posted a meme that's going all the hell over the internet about that, but apparently that's supporting QAnon according to fucking Facebook.
How?
Making fun of a dipshit who stormed the Capitol, casting him as a silly villain, is apparently breaking the fucking rules. I am not a happy camper.
Jeez, for the love of Saint Gulick. Okay, this is one of the reasons that I'm kind of happy that I don't use Facebook much.
Yeah, but what can you do? I mean, I hate Twitter, and I hate the people on Twitter at this point.
Oh, well, thanks a lot.
So, darn right. No, but seriously, like I just it's not worth it anymore. I'm so sick and tired of this bullshit. But at the same time, what other alternative is there that doesn't have
Hey
a character
guys!
that are complete
Turn
shitheads?
it down,
Honestly.
Tornado. Turn it
And
down.
and Tornado,
Sorry.
I was fucking talking. Shut up. So, I mean, seriously, what the hell? There's nowhere else to go that doesn't have a character limit.
Yeah. I don't know. I'd like to build one, but what the heck? You need the server support and everything else, and I mean, I really would like to build something, but getting the platform together is the least of the worries.
Mm.
Hi guys.
Well, I don't know. I just
Ugh.
whatever. But now
That.
Tornado's too quiet.
No, that's Mom Nito.
That was me. I'm laying down.
Oh,
I have
Hi.
a sinus migraine.
Oh no.
Yeah, so
I'd offer to
I
kiss
am
it and make it feel better, but you'd probably slug me.
Oh, don't make me laugh. It hurts.
mhm.
But
Oh, comedy is such beautiful pain.
Oh
yeah,
my.
I
but
don't
I
know.
just
That
wanted to.
sounds like I'm trying to be deep or some shit. I think I stole it from somewhere.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I wasn't going to be on, but I was thinking of you, so I'd say hi.
Well,
Hi.
you're not on, but
Hi.
you're on. It's weird.
What? What'd she say?
She said,
I said you're not on, but you're on. It's weird.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm going. Bye bye.
Laters.
Laters. Oh, I see a recommendation from JG. You could try
Hmm?
Parlor.
Actually, I don't think I could. Isn't it still down?
My understanding is that a Russian network is hosting it now.
Yeah, because, Biden is Putin's puppet, not Trump.
Uh huh. Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez. Well, I don't know.
One
Yep.
thing's for sure, though. These next 24 hours are going to be rough.
Why?
Are they?
Why?
I think they're going to be exciting.
Yeah, exciting isn't exactly the word I'd use to describe the threats going on right now.
Well, if I didn't
Oh,
say
okay.
exciting, I would have to negative terms and say it will not boring.
Yeah, there are a number of reporters and journalists and stuff and things who are saying that, yeah, it's going to be a whole lot of fun for the next, I don't know, few weeks, few months.
Oh, I think we're talking about the inauguration right now.
Yes, so am I, basically.
But the inauguration is one day.
Yeah, but that's only a part of it.
No, it's not. We're talking about the people who might try to storm the inauguration just like they'd storm the Capitol.
Okay, well, yeah.
So that's why I'm pretty sure that's why Tornado said 24 hours. Am I wrong?
Nope.
There we go.
Okay,
So,
okay,
yeah,
I misheard you. Okay.
because there's like National Guard troops being deployed, like literally thousands. And there's all those people who are saying, oh, we're going to storm every capital city in the country on inauguration day and blah 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 blah. I think that'll be, well, interesting. That it'll be the kind of thing we'll talk about for generations if they do anything. If not, we'll be talking about it for like a couple of weeks, pointing and laughing, calling them wuss bags. But
The interesting thing is that those National Guard troops are being deployed with no ammunition. They're carrying.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah. I just saw another mention of it maybe an hour ago, where yeah, they are standing around with rifles and no magazines.
Then why have the rifles to use as clubs? Do they have bayonets on? I mean, what?
No, I saw the picture of them, and no, they don't. They don't have bayonets either. I don't think bayonets are standard issue anymore.
So they're just big, ungainly truncheons, is what you're saying.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It's like,
Okay.
Ay, caramba.
But the thing is, the people who might try to storm the Capitol, if they tried, or the National Mall, or wherever the fuck he gets inaugurated, the people who might try it are probably going to be armed with bullets.
yes.
And to what JD said, good luck getting through the 25,000 guards. Well, whether or not they try and whether or not they succeed are entirely separate things.
I'm wondering if the Guard is hoping that numbers will be on their side. You know, that these militia members or whatever they call themselves can't kill all of them. You know.
Well, I honestly, I wish they would redirect their efforts to something actually worthwhile. I mean, if they have to storm a government facility of some sort, Area 51, I want me some aliens, goddammit.
There you go. Now, Ox says live ammo will probably be passed out just before the thing starts. Damn, I hope so.
Really?
I hope so.
I'd rather pass out popcorn before the thing starts. I mean, I love a good John Carpenter movie, believe me, and the thing is one of the best from the 80s.
Okay, I will admit that the John Carpenter thing is pretty darn good. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I mean, I've seen I've seen them both, and
I've never seen the original.
oh, okay. The costume is
Honestly,
wonderful.
I was like 3 or 4 years ago old when I learned that it wasn't original, that the Carpenter one was based on something else. I had no idea.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, please. The original thing character, or whatever you want to call it, was James Arness in a thing suit.
I have no idea who James Arness is.
He played a character in one of the Western television series things, if I remember correctly. He's Peter Graves' brother, by the way.
Well, you know that the only Western I actually watch is Firefly, right?
Okay.
So, and it's rather on the more recent side, Firefly is.
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, I'm trying to think, how many movies do I watch and enjoy that came out before I was born?
There you go.
Probably not that many.
I did have it right. He played Marshal Matt Dillon, if you know that name.
Oh, I've heard that name, but I also always mix it up with Kevin Dillon, who's an actor.
Okay, then.
Yeah, sort of like a peripheral member of the Brat Pack, Matt Dillon.
Okay. Oh, my.
The Brat Pack.
Yes, the Brat Pack.
In the 80s, there was a bunch of like young stars, you know, teens, 20s, whatever, who were in a lot of the same movies together, especially ones that were made by, wow, am I blanking on his name? Fuck. Why am I the dude?
I know
dude
the
who
name.
made Breakfast Club and Pretty in Pink and Weird Science and all that shit.
I know the
should
name
know
and I
his
forgot it.
damn
Yeah.
name. The problem is I think it's actually John something, and I'm still thinking John Carpenter. John Hughes, that's it. Yes. So it's like Anthony Michael Hall and Ian Mitchell Smith and Robert Downey Jr. and Judge Reinhold and Molly Ringwald, all the hell over the place, you know.
Oh, wait a minute.
Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen, all those folks, they were the Brat Pack back in the 80s.
Judge Reinhold was a member of the Brat Pack.
Well, he was in Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Oh, okay. I learned something today.
Yeah.
Because I know
again,
Judge
maybe a
Reinhold
junior
from...
member like Matt Dillon, but still.
Okay, because I know Judge Reinhold from Beverly Hills Cop.
Well, who doesn't?
Yeah. I mean, that's where I
But,
found
let's
out that
see,
he existed.
Well, and it's where he's most known, honestly. I mean, there's no way to not say that. I guess Matt Dillon really wasn't much of a Brat Packer. I mean, he was in The Outsiders and Rumblefish, and most people don't think of those as Brat Pack movies. So, even though one of them had Ralph Macchio in it, but even he isn't a member of the Brat Pack, really.
Oh my.
Well, Ralph Macchio was the guy who played Daniel in Karate Kid.
Yes, but that wasn't a Brat Pack movie.
No, I guess you have to have the right director as well. Yeah.
Well, it's not just the right director. I mean, if I remember right, Pretty in Pink was not actually directed by John Hughes, although I think he wrote it. But
They call it the Rat Pack. Is that a reference to the Rat Pack, or are they both the same thing?
Kinda.
It's a kind of reference to the Rat Pack, yeah.
Yeah, I'm right. Some dude named Howard Deutsch or whatever directed Pretty in Pink, but it was written by John Hughes.
It's douche, not douche.
Excuse me.
It's douche, not douche.
Deutch is not douche, dude.
No, it's Deutsch.
Oh, here we go. John Cryer is another member of the Brat Pack. I forgot about that. Andrew McCarthy, definitely. You know, I would not have put Annie Potts in there, but she is in Pretty in Pink. Gosh, I forgot Andrew Dice Clay was in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Like here we go. Robert Downey Jr. was in Weird Science. I forget who was like. Okay, have you ever seen St. Elmo's Fire?
no, I have not.
I had actually missed it back when it was new, and back when I was working in video stores. I saw it recently, and wow, you want to talk like 80s white privilege? Oh my gosh, these people are exuding it so freaking hard in that movie. They're like I'm watching it thinking they are disgusting people. They're like greed is good 80s Reaganites, the lot of them. It's horrible.
Oh, jeez. Okay, then.
I just like the song.
Well, it is a good song. Yeah, I agree. But the characters, oh, they're terrible people.
Beach 8. I have not seen a list of pardon recipients. I don't know. Has anybody?
No, but what's being referenced there is that a lot of people are trying to buy pardons from Trump, literally with money.
Yes,
like
I
Rudy
saw that.
Giuliani is apparently trying to buy a pardon. Now, one thing I saw yesterday that's kind of interesting, and I'm hoping he does it. What is it? Pamela Anderson has apparently been friends with Trump for a while and is asking him to pardon Julian Assange. And Trump will often do favors for his friends, especially ones with whom he's had sex, which apparently he may have with Pamela Anderson. And so he might actually do the one good thing he's ever done and pardon Julian Assange. I really hope he does.
Okay, that would be interesting. The only
I
thing
know.
Assange with wings.
the only thing I could say to that though is, I mean, from the
Mhm.
perspective of Pamela Anderson, and if she had sex with Donald Trump, why?
Well, who
I mean,
cares?
really?
I mean, if her fucking Trump gets Julian Assange a pass, I'm okay with it. I call that a win. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, alrighty. Oh my, for the love of Saint Gulick. But there you have it. You know, what can I say, Beach? And it appears that my floor manager has run off with the cap from my grape soda. I don't know. And in case anybody wonders, my floor manager is let's see, right over here.
Okay. So you then.
No, the floor manager is sitting on top of the audio equipment.
Sylvia.
So definitely not the floor then.
Right.
That would be your, what is that, a stereo? That's your stereo manager.
That's my stereo. Yeah.
Well, you know, I hate to say that we're now feeding into a couple of feline stereotypes.
Yes, we are indeed.
The biggest of which being, if it fits, I sit.
Oh man, I cannot believe the debate people are having on Steam right now about Cyberpunk 2077, where like apparently a lot of guys have the hots for this one punk chick character and they're very frustrated that she's a lesbian. And so we're now like debating whether or not she's too masculine or feminine for some people. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? This is the weirdest argument right now.
Okay. I mean, people argue about the weirdest things, but you know what the
They
hell?
do.
I guess.
I don't know. To me, she looks sort of like soft butch baby punk or something.
Okay. Okay.
Let me pull up a picture. There we go. That's a good one. Copy image. Oh, good. I already have my image viewer up.
Oh, yay.
Present now. A window. Use. Okay. Someone tell me this shit's masculine. I dare you.
Oh, I remember this. Yeah, no, definitely not masculine. You've shown this picture before. I remember you showing this picture. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the character's kind of cute.
Oh yeah. Oh, Hamina, lickable. But the thing is, like, there's this one mission where you and her, you take this like scuba gear and go exploring her old home that's now underwater. She shows the most vulnerable little girl side of herself. And it made me think, there's more to her than she presents, and she's actually pretty cool. It made me come around because she reminds me way the hell too much of Flea. And you know how she fucked me up. But then when
Oh,
you see that other side of her, you're like, oh, wow, she's pretty cool, actually. And she's nice, and she has a tender side. And it really turned me around on her.
is she the
So,
one? Is she the one whose side quests you did not fulfill?
no, that was Pan Am.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not sure like exactly what name is supposed to mean because I don't think it's reference to the airline. It's spelled like Panama without the final A.
Okay.
But I think that name is a reference to something. I just don't know. But no, completely different character.
Gotcha.
At first I liked her a lot, but then I realized her personality is the same as Flea's, so fuck off.
Uh-huh.
But that's Pan Am right there.
Okay, I could see why you would have the appreciation of that character.
Well, I had the hots for her looks. When I found out who she
Yeah.
was, I said, "Oh, screw that."
Yeah, that's where I was heading. Yeah, and
But
I don't know, lady. You gotta think about that stuff, and watch that you don't get into trouble with it. Because how many
well,
times
that's
has that happened?
oh, really only twice actually, but
Oh.
twice was enough.
I thought it was more
Yeah.
than that.
Well, the
Okay.
thing is, like now, I know when I'm attracted to trouble and I avoid it. In fact, what I need is an editor for someone to like, like a wingman who says, "Kate, you're falling for the same shit again. Don't go there."
Uh
You
huh.
know, I
Okay.
need someone who's willing to tell me to go soak my head.
Alrighty then. Oh
Uh,
my.
but there's all these guys, like apparently some of them have whipped up some sort of mod for the game that will let you romance Judy as a guy. And I'm like, wow, you people really need to get laid.
Oh, okay, Lisa. You take care. You be good and have fun. And as I say too many times, I know they're mutually exclusive, but do what you can. Oh my. But yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. It's gonna be a very interesting administration coming up.
Yeah.
I'd like to see what happen. Well, I'm going to see what happens, but I hope that
Well,
what happens is at least not bad. You know.
mm, well, that's the thing though, is our standards are now so low that we'll accept someone who doesn't rock the boat in favor of someone who shakes things up for the better. And I hate that.
Oh
I
yeah.
really hate that. There are so many things that need doing that won't get done just because we want this 4-year palate cleanser, and I hate it.
I know. Yeah, definitely. And the problem with that is that it's just setting the table for another disastrous administration after this one.
Mm-hmm. Well, I like in a way, I hope I'm proved wrong about Biden. And I mean, some of the things he wants to do in his first 100 days don't sound bad, but I mean, they don't go far enough, but they're not bad exactly. I just, I don't know. I mean, I doubt I'll be surprised, but if I am, it'll be pleasantly so.
Okay.
I don't look forward to the ribbing I'll get from people saying, see, Biden wasn't that bad. But even so, if he does some good for us, I'll take it.
Okay, fine. Oh, yeah. But I'm kind of with you in the sense that I don't see the timeline being good enough
Hmm.
because there's so much that has to be done, and um, even 8 years isn't enough to do all of it. But, you've got to step up the pace to get at least a good portion of it done, and I don't see that happening. And it,
Well, one of the things I'd love to see is for us to stop coddling the right wing, stop pandering to them, stop doing things for them, or like trying not to offend their sensibilities and all that. Because you know what? If we can bull in a china shop our way through to improving people's lives materially, we might actually get some of those swing voters that they keep trying to court. But we keep trying to court them before we do stuff for them. And it's never going to work.
yeah, and we've got the chance because you do have the White House that's going to be corporatist. The Senate is barely, but still corporatist. The House has something of a corporatist majority. They can do essentially what they want to do. So the whole point is to not fuck up the way they did under the first 2 years of Obama.
Well, the problem with that is Biden thinks that Obama shits rainbows. So
Uh,
I mean that's part of the problem. Biden is like a Reaganite Republican from the 80s.
yeah,
And again, we've accepted so much rightward movement in this country that there's just no way like for us to have a leftward vision anymore. We look at Biden as a freaking left-wing savior when he's nothing of the kind.
mm-hmm.
Oh, so frustrated.
And Jay says it's going to take at least 4 years just to undo all of Trump's scrap. You are quite correct when you say at least. I mean, 4 years is going to be nowhere near enough. I might
See,
say
I
four
don't buy that.
decades.
I don't buy that. I mean, number one, it's decades, but number two, even if it wasn't, like people keep talking about undoing what Trump did as if that's the only thing we can do. Why not, while we're undoing it, replace it with something at the same time? I mean, why not say, like, we're rolling it back and replacing it with this? Why does it have to only be that we get rid of it? And
Oh,
and
right,
there is
right.
nothing to say that we can't do it fast. Of course we can do it fast. We just have to have the will.
Well, that's the problem. Is the will is not there. Yeah. Um, that's the main reason, at least as far as I'm seeing it. I mean, yes, Trump was a train wreck. The entire administration was a train wreck. But
You mean a Trumpster fire?
yeah, it's pretty much. Yeah, but it can be sorted through. And perhaps it could even, well, no, not perhaps, definitely it could be sorted through in my lifetime. But perhaps in yours, or that of anybody in the side chat over there, it's just a matter of being willing to do something about it.
Well, the problem is that no one has the long range vision to see the trouble we're in. That is absolutely time critical. Like the number of people who tell me to shut up about global warming,
Uh,
about climate change, and it's like, look, if we don't do something right the fuck now, nothing else we do matters in the least. We may already be past that point of no return. And you guys want to dilly dally till 2050? Way to cut everyone's throat, you fuckers.
Jesus, no, the way I understand it, 2050, the entirety of the coasts will be underwater. I mean, there will be no Florida. The eastern seaboard will be, swimming, and so will the west coast. And I think they know it. But oh
Well,
well.
wait, rewind. Define they.
The people who are casting the 2050 date.
So Biden then.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Green New Deal may even not be enough, but at least it was 2030.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Ugh, it's so sickening that these people can't see past their own nose.
Mm. They're not even looking. This is the problem. I mean, they're just
Well, and they can't even be directed to look either. They tell you to shut the fuck up, like I said.
right. Yeah, it's nothing past the tips of their own snotty noses can be. They can.
Mhm.
Oh my. Wait a minute. What do we have here? Woohoo! No FL. Oh no, Florida. Okay, yeah. It took me a half a second there.
Oh, screw you too, whoever said that.
Hey, we said there'd be no West Coast either, and I live here and I didn't mind, so hush you.
I like this state. It's a nice state. It's quiet here.
Yeah, and it's like humid and full of mosquitoes and like Florida men. As far as I can tell, the only thing that Florida has going for it is theme parks and spring break.
Yeah, and my understanding is that the theme parks aren't all that great anyway. They've become too much of the stereotypical Florida theme park.
What do you mean by that?
You don't get your money's worth because wait times are too long for things, and
Uh,
extremely expensive. And what's it
well, I
cost to
haven't.
go to Disney World for a day? I mean, $50 per person or something like that. No,
It might be more,
it's got to be a lot
I
more than
haven't
that.
I
Yeah,
haven't been there since like the late '80s, so I don't know. But
yeah. Somebody's
let's
looking
see
it up.
here.
That's a good thing.
Well, that would be me. And they're making it difficult.
Oh, of course. Ox grew up.
Holy shitballs!
Okay, 200.
No, 109. But but
But
that's for Magic Kingdom, Epcot, Hollywood Studios, and Animal Kingdom. So it's not just one of the parks.
okay, so you get the whole thing.
Yeah. Mind you, that's per day.
Oh,
So,
right, right.
well, let's see. 1 to 10 day ticket. The longer you play, the less you pay per day. Visit one theme park per day. This doesn't make any sense, but okay. It's still freaking expensive. Maybe they have. Oh, here we go. You can break it down. Magic Kingdom, but I don't see the price. Where the hell's the price? Ah, buy tickets. Please don't take me back to the same page.
Of
Oh,
course
for
it
fuck's sake,
will.
they did. It looks
Um,
like you're not allowed to choose. Also, Galaxy's Edge isn't included. How obnoxious is that?
oh, jeez. Hi, junk shop. How you doing, hon? Yay! I take it Julie is there with you as well. If so, hi, honey. Oh, jeez. And that's the amazing thing. I thought Cedar Point was bad in the 80s, but
Heck, Cedar Point.
okay, Cedar Point is the flagship park of Cedar Fair, which is a holding company that owns a
Okay,
very.
stop. What is it? What is the theme? What do you do there?
It's one of those destination amusement parks.
So it's just roller coasters and merry-go-rounds?
Pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, that's all you had to say when I asked what it was.
Oh, moo. Yeah, the problem with them is, as I say, they're the flagship station of the company that owns at least half the amusement parks in the U.S.
Hmm.
Like Six Flags, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wait,
You know,
Cedar Fair owns Six Flags now?
Well, no, it's the stuff like like Six Flags does, because they have a whole shitload of parks as well.
I went to Six Flags Discovery Kingdom with my dad once.
Discovery Kingdom? What's that? It sounds zoo-ish.
Eh.
Maybe I should have said zoo-esque, because that sounded like a slur.
It's got the usual Six Flags fare. You've got the Looney Tunes, you've got DC Comics, things. The last actual Six Flags I went to was Six Flags over St. Louis in Missouri.
You know,
And since then, I've never ever been to another theme park because they're too fucking expensive.
Oh yeah,
well, that's one of the
absolutely.
things I like when my dad comes to visit, because, well, he says, what do you want to do? And we do, like, SeaWorld and stuff, you know, the Air and Space Museum, all of those things. So it's great when parents pay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, except my parental unit always tells Mom NATO to get a job and pay for it herself.
Yeah,
na,
like
na,
that's
na,
practical.
na, get a job. Sorry. Um,
Let's see what we've got here. I want to see if I can see all of it. Yeah, okay, that's okay. This is Cedar Fair's stable. This is all the shit they own.
None of it looks like something I particularly want to do.
I know I don't anymore.
Some of this is hard to read. What's this? Oh, it just says Cedar Point Shores. I couldn't see the Cedar Point for some reason. Very, very blurry.
Okay, wait a minute here. I'm looking to see. Oh,
I mean,
Cedar Point.
do they actually? Oh, that's a hotel, but hotel what looks like jam.
Are these basically Midwest destinations?
No, they're the very first one is California, and then you go all the way up to Knott's Berry Farm, which is East Coast, and then Canada in the north. So it's all over the continent. Yeah, so they've ruined Dorney Park, I see. But yeah, that's okay. And then Cedar Point Shores. Oh, that's a water park. Let's turn that off. Wait a minute.
I do know one of them is Baggy or
Okay,
Bag
it looks
or Bot, whatever
it
the
looks
fuck.
like Google dropped me for a minute there.
Weird.
Yeah.
Dropped you like a hot rock.
Yeah, pretty
It's weird because
much.
like Meat here said that you were presenting, but I didn't see any engorged hindquarters at all.
Okay, there we go. Sorry
Well,
about that, kids.
Anyway, what is that strange sound coming from you, Tornado?
My guitar.
Oh. You know, I don't even like. I learned exactly one song on my guitar before I said, wow, my fingers hurt. I don't even know if I could still play it today.
It's an entirely electric guitar.
Wait a minute.
so is
Wait
mine,
a
but-
minute. Walt Disney World ticket prices. 109 to 159. Jesus fucking. Yeah, katoperostie.
Remember when
Yeah.
those things used to be like $5 per person?
What, at Disney? No, I don't.
No, I don't remember that. I remember that at Cedar Point. Yeah, there was a time where you could get in for next to nothing, and you could pay by the ride, by the way. If you weren't going to ride very much, you didn't have to pay an exorbitant amount of money to be there with the kid or the grandkid.
But, you know, one thing I've never done is ride a roller coaster.
Oh, really?
Really. I don't even really want to that much. I mean, it looks like making yourself sick for no good reason. It doesn't look like fun. It looks just like it would be nauseating.
Okay.
I love roller coasters.
Okay.
I mean, it took.
I've
You're-
actually made it my life's mission to ride every roller coaster at the next theme park that I get to, or at least within reason, of course.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't
I mean,
know.
I happen to like roller coasters. My favorite roller coaster type is the wooden roller coasters.
Of course it is. Anything old for you, isn't it?
Well, no, not really. I mean, there are some new wooden roller coasters, but the shaking around that you get on a wooden roller coaster, I like that sensation compared to the very, very smooth ride you get on a steel coaster. I mean, that
Why?
I don't know why. I
It
just happen
just
to
it
like
seems
it.
like it would it seems like it would be scarier simply because is this thing gonna fall apart?
I don't know. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe it is that feeling is okay. Is this going to stay on the damn tracks?
Well, I mean, Carlin is right that there's dangerous fun, but I'd rather it be something where if it gets dangerous, I can do something about it. You know, like maybe I'll fail at keeping the consequences from being harmful or deadly or whatever. But you know, if I don't, well, I mean, at least I had the chance to try. But with a roller coaster, if something fucks up, whew, nothing I can do.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I do not like that.
Yeah, you speak of the old stuff and everything, though. It's my ex and I got on a wooden coaster at Waldemere Park up by Erie, Pennsylvania, and that was just after it was built. So that was, maybe 10 years ago. So there are newer wooden roller coasters. Of course, they're expensive as hell to build.
Yeah, well, I'm not interested.
Okay,
I don't know.
Ox says, last time I went to Disney was before Epcot was built. I believe it was $25 back then, but they gave you more with that fee. Oh, hi, Godless Sewing. Yay! Who probably spent $100 on food the last time you visited. What?
When the right stars hold up the bolt and say, "Wait, where did this come from?"
Okay.
I
Yeah, that
gotta
is
try
the single solitary reason I would go on a roller coaster is to pull that.
Just bring a large bolt with me and then just hold it up and say, "Wait, where did this come from?"
I never thought to do that.
I gotta
there was
try
a
that
nice
next.
roller coaster at a park called Idlewild, Ligonier, Pennsylvania.
At an airport?
There you
Oh,
go. Somebody who knows what Idlewild was.
It was. It doesn't exist anymore?
Idlewild is now JFK.
Oh, okay. Hey, speaking of people with like 3-letter initials that end in K, I'm actually kind of irritated right now with Martin Luther King because his stupid holiday delayed a package that was supposed to arrive yesterday. But
Oh.
other than that, I still think he's cool. But that holiday, oh, damn it.
Bolt break.
Calm
a
down,
bolt break.
Tornado.
Someone actually did do the roller coaster bolt prank.
Did they?
Yes.
I imagine you could get in trouble for it much the same way you could get in trouble for, yelling fire in a crowded theater kind of thing.
Or deciding to flash the camera on the log flume ride at Disney World.
Oh, well, that doesn't shock me. Apparently, there are people, I forget which ride it is. It might be It's a Small World After All. I'm not sure. They take your picture at the end of it. And like someone says, okay, you got to remember to stop necking and put your clothes back on before you get to this part of the ride, or they'll be taking a rather unfortunate photo.
Okay, then it's one of those
Oh.
tunnel of love rides, then,
Well, speaking of unfortunate photos, my new license arrived.
huh? Oh my, oh
And I mean,
my.
I've had worse license photos, but I really wish they'd let you give you the luxury of seeing what it looks like and maybe one or two retakes before they shoo you out the door. It'd be nice.
That would be nice. I remember this happening to me just once, where I was asked, "What do you think of this picture? Do you want to take another one?" That
I wasn't
was
even given more than 5 seconds. I had no chance to say, "Hey, can I see it first?" before they said next. So
okay. Oh my, oh my. Okay, Godless Sewing's got a good point. He says theme parks are great for local economies. Magic Mountain still gives some kids their first job. Yeah,
I'm not.
Kennywood does that here. Yeah, a lot of kids have their first jobs there.
I want to get a job at Disney World, just as something.
They could put you in one of those costumes.
No,
Um,
You get to be a Mickey Mouse furry for a day.
a
solve a
a
Rubik's
college
Cube in front of
classmate of
everybody.
mine actually did have one of those costumed jobs. He played the chimney sweep out of Mary Poppins
Oh,
and
okay.
told stories. Oh, did he ever tell stories about that?
One thing that's kind of funny to me, like for a very long time, I just watched action movies and watched all the action and never really thought about how much heat comes off of an explosion until I went to the Indiana Jones experience or whatever they called it. And there were some explosions in that and just the heat wave coming off of the big fire burst. I was like, oh, there's something I never thought of. It's kind of like that one routine Jim Jeffries does where he goes, you can't smell porn.
Okay, okay.
It's just there's a film experience, there's a sensory thing from film that you don't get that you do in real life.
You talk about that, and one thing that I had never realized until I actually experienced it was the amount of heat generated by a burning building. Um, there
Hmm.
was a building across the street from the apartment building where I lived. Um, this was what, 3 residences ago or something in Homestead. And my God, this was mid December when December was cold, and you could take off your jacket and everything and still be okay.
Hmm.
I was extremely surprised.
Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense, but it's also something I never thought of either. So, hey, can't imagine being a firefighter walking into that, you know?
Uh huh.
Okay, do you think that firefighters all fight the fire, or is the driver like just, I'm the driver, I don't go in?
My understanding is that everybody plays some part in fighting the fire, and then you
Well,
have the other specialties at the same time. So that the
well,
driver will be in the building, trying to put out the fire.
I mean, it seems like there ought to be someone back at the truck going, the hose is still plugged in, or something like that. Or someone at the radio, just in case they need to radio something somewhere. Or, the people inside the building are having way too much fun fighting the fire. So someone has to be out there just for radio communication or something. I mean, I imagine if there was someone where it's like, yeah, I'm on the firefighting team, but I'm just the telephone dispatcher. I bet they get the same kind of crap that I'm sure the kicker on a football team does, where it's like, yeah, you don't get tackled, bitch. You just kick. You're like the wuss bag of our team, kind of thing. I imagine there
Okay.
must be some position like, yeah, I just feed the Dalmatian. Okay. That's my whole job. Kind of thing.
I like it. I like it. Ox mentions here in only 3.5 minutes, the heat from a house fire can reach over 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow.
fair warning, there is a phenomenon in fires known as a backdraft.
Oh, everyone knows that. Hell, there's a movie called Backdraft.
Yep.
Starring Kurt Russell, also known as Colonel Jack O'Neill in Stargate.
Yeah, I usually think of him as Snake Plissken or, what the hell is the name from Big Trouble in Little China? I can't remember. Jack something. Have you ever noticed just how many heroes, both movies, books, any other kind of story, are named Jack? What's that about?
I don't know. Maybe it's a comfortable name. I mean, it is the familiar form of John. And, a good Jack or whatever. I don't know if there's a saying or whatever like that. If there isn't, there should be.
There's a thing here, an article. Why are so many fictional heroes named Jack? As this whole article, it's unlikely to see a villain named Jack aside from Jack the Ripper. Have you ever wondered why? It turns out there's a biological reason behind it. As it turns out, the name Jack originated in Cornwall with German roots, was imported as a nickname for John, which, yes, we know, which was England's most popular name until the 1950s. The Guardian reported that Jack became the catch-all name for a servant, later lent to mechanical assistants such as the car jack during medieval times. The outlet went on to relate some names correlated with where they lived or the careers they chose. The examples used were people called Florence chose to live in Florida, and people called George go to live in Georgia. That's weird. And while the origins of Jack are interesting enough, there's more to it. Huffington Post previously reported on how the name Jack conjures a primitive mental image that has been inherited from our earliest human ancestors. Wow, and it goes into even more detail. The archetype of Jack goes back hundreds of years and, as Huffington Post said, often describes a young adult and a bit of a trickster. He's cunning and quick, but often lazy and or an idiot, yet usually the hero and almost always victorious. Wow, okay.
So, in other words, I might not have been that far off the mark when I said that Jack might be a comfortable name.
Maybe. All right, from now on, when I write a villain, they'll be named, well, not every villain will be named Jack. If I ever write a Jack, they'll be the goddamn villain, is what I'm saying.
Okay, fine.
Just to shake things up. I wonder, actually, like if people's expectations of a character are thwarted, do you think they rebel against the character, even if only subconsciously?
It's an interesting thought.
I mean, like, if you have a character with that very iconic, heroic name like Jack, and you make them the horriblest person you ever met, would people go, I don't like this, in ways they wouldn't if it hadn't been named Jack?
That would be interesting to investigate. Yeah. Well.
I mean, a lot of people don't like being taken out of their comfort zone. Some people revel in it.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. Oh, Ox is thinking that Donald is now the name of evil.
Donald. Well, I mean, Donald Duck ain't the nicest guy in the world.
True.
So I can see it.
Don Juan, not necessarily the kindest character offhand.
Don Corleone. I know that's not his real name.
There you go.
Yeah. I feel really sorry for anyone whose name is Don or Karen right now.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not too sorry for any Melanias or Ivankas out there, just because, well, how many of you are there that are in any way near the U.S.?
Mm-hmm.
So.
I mean, we are.
Yeah.
We are definitely talking Eastern European with both of them.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Ivanka does not sound like a name I'd want. Just the Anka part sounds silly, like a cartoon character. Like you might get Trunkabonka, who's a giant ape that speaks with a lot of duh kind of stuff. I mean, it doesn't sound flattering in any fashion. Ivana was better than Ivanka. You know?
Okay, now the ka on the end of Ivanka, that's the diminutive female ending. You
That
have,
doesn't change how it sounds to an English speaking ear, is what I'm saying.
well, true, true. So, I mean, Ivanka would be Janie,
Okay.
as Ivana was Jane.
Right, but the point is the sound of it, not its origin. Vanka just has this bonka, boinka, dinka, trinka. It sounds silly to an American ear.
Okay. Oh, and Ivanka is now the name of the Golden Mail Order Brides. That's from Ox.
Do people even do mail order brides anymore? I mean, specifically here. I don't care what they do in other countries. I mean, here.
Well, a friend of mine did order a mail order groom
From,
from Greece.
okay. What was she also Greek?
No, her heritage was German, and
Oh,
she was American from birth. But George grew up in Athens.
I wonder what that's. How do you? I would have a hard time marrying a stranger, knowing that I'd probably be with them for the rest of my life. How do you even initiate the possibility of, ooh, I don't know, sex, for example, when you only just met someone like that? You don't know if you're compatible. You don't even know if you like each other. It would feel so icky,
It's
you
really
know?
yeah, it's really interesting. And with Barbara and George, when he hopped off the plane, sex was all they had. He couldn't speak a word of English.
Yeah, it's got to be weird if the first term you learn in English is hunka chunka. You know, we do horizontal mambo now. That's got to be strange.
Oh my! They got two kids out of the deal.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. I couldn't do it. Do you think they have mail order lesbians?
Probably
How do I apply to be one?
couldn't tell you. Do not know.
Ow.
Do not know.
Because it would be actually kind of neat. Yeah, I find that New Zealand dyke chick that needs a wife, and I kind of want to get the hell out of this benighted pig ignorant country. So I don't know.
Excuse me. Oh my. Wait a minute. What do we have here?
Row.
I need some reference here. I'm sort of like you now. Ox says, could be somewhat true, Titan. My real name is Guy, and I've served time, and I'm addicted to peace.
That's because Titan said there was a study done about 20 years ago that showed that people with unusual names,
Oh,
at least,
there.
were more likely to be addicts and serve jail time. Now, I hadn't heard that one, but I had heard that people with generic names, the more generic, the more successful the person, the more likely they were to see success in life. Which makes me feel sorry for the kids of a lot of my goth friends because they're giving them fucked up names. I'm sorry, if you name your kid Xerxes, I have a feeling there might be some trouble.
Okay, I'm with you on that one.
You know,
It's
I have some like they had different reasons for it, but they weren't biblical, but they named their son Gideon, and I feel so sorry for that kid.
oh my, oh my. That friend of mine, the one with whom I had a thing back in high school, named her son, one of her sons, Gideon. Yeah, and I never did find out what he thought of that. But
I have to wonder, if they go to a hotel, and I know their dad is a bit of a jokester, would he pull open the drawer and say, "Here's your Bible, son"?
okay.
He wouldn't. He probably wouldn't. But I probably would if I had a kid named Gideon.
Okay.
But then again, I would
okay.
never have a kid named Gideon unless I like somehow found a lesbian who has a son named Gideon. And we started hitting it off, you know. So,
There you go. There you go.
of course, well, I don't. So, but yeah, I have heard that people with generic ass names are more likely to be successful. And I don't necessarily mean in careers. I mean just life in general.
And I take it my name being
With
as
your
it
name,
is,
you're going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, let's put it this way: the
sent it in
places
the
I would
side chat.
imagine you'd find success, Tornado, would be at say Comic Con.
Like that's my name in the private chat right
Yeah,
there.
yeah, we know
We've
that.
heard it before. But my point is that name is likely to be if you go work at a comic book store or something, you'll be successful. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Wolf Beef.
Is that
Dare I
supposed
ask your middle name?
to Christopher?
Oh, okay. Well, Oh, that would be why she keeps calling you by those initials, wouldn't it be? TC?
Mhm.
She goes to TC. Okay, I get it now. I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
And your last name is Smith.
Yes.
No, what would have really been cool is if I had the initials TNT.
Whoa, that would be dynamite.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trying to remember what song is that. There's a song, TNT, Dynamite. I don't know. I only know the Weird Al parody version. It's in one of his
It's ACDC TNT.
all right, makes sense.
Cause I'm
AC/DC.
TNT. I'm dynamite.
Right. Yeah. Like I say, I only know the Weird Al polka medley version. So,
Ugh.
well, you'd be surprised how many times Weird Al has been my gateway to a band I'd never actually listened to.
Yeah, what I want to know, though, really and truly, is where that craze for, let's say, non standard names came from. Because I think memory serves me, it started, what, around the 80s?
I wouldn't say that. I think it's probably always been with us.
Okay, because I mean, when I was growing up, you know, when I was single digits and all that stuff, I didn't see any of that. But of course,
But
it may be the neighborhood I grew up in as well.
I was about to say, I mean, didn't you grow up in a kind of insular community of Eastern European folk?
Yeah, pretty much. Hmm.
Oh, that would do it. Move to the suburbs someday. But I mean, like, I've known a lot of people with weird names, and I was raised by hippies. I came this close to being named something like Peace, Love, Moonbeam, Dope, Love, whatever. Like, seriously, this close. I know.
Wow.
Yeah. Like when I was growing up, I had a friend named Meadow, which is not that unusual,
not-
but again, hippies.
Yeah. Well, I had a friend, daughter of hippies, by the name of Infinity, spelled with a final I.
I very briefly dated an infinity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She was. I'm glad I didn't pursue that beyond the first date.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
she went by Finny.
Okay.
But yeah, she married the owner of the deli I went to a whole bunch, which is how I got to know her.
I honestly thought you were about to say occult bookstore rather than deli, but okay.
Oh my word! The bookstore I frequented was a wonderful little place, packed floor to ceiling with all the floor space. I mean, the books are on the floor and everything. Owned and operated by a little old Korean gentleman who knew what I liked and would actually set books aside for me. It was a used bookstore, by the way. And I'd come in and, oh, I have this for you, and let's see if you like it. And, 99 out of 100 times, yeah, that would be right up my alley.
I have to admit, as much as I love my Kindle, I miss the prices at used bookstores. I used to go to half price books and Powell's all the time, and
Okay.
I kind of miss that. But at the same time, I'd rather not have to turn pages. And like my hand used to cramp up, not from that, but from trying to hold books open,
Yeah.
just because they wouldn't stay on the page I was on. And I was like, this sucks. Now with my Kindle, it's so much easier.
Mm. Um, yeah, that is
Oh.
one drawback that I find, especially now as I'm getting older, and I think as the kidney disease is progressing, I get the muscle cramps a lot more often, and unfortunately, they do come in the hands, the
Mm.
hands and the calves. And yeah, if you get unfortunate enough to have an attack of the muscle cramps while you're trying to hold the book open, wow.
Well, I mean, through my entire childhood, up to and even past graduating high school, I could spend an entire day just reading. On the couch reading. Like we had this couch where you could take the cushions off of the couch and turn them around so you can use one of them as a pillow while you're lying lengthwise. And I would have two cats using me as their bed while I'm reading. It was wonderful.
God, that sounds
So
great. It does.
I do kind of miss that too. But then again, if I decide to take my laptop or my Kindle into the bedroom, I usually end up with both kitties. So it's similar. It's not the same, but it's similar. But my point was that I would spend like maybe 12 hours just sacked out reading. And after a while, I'd have to take a break simply because my hand hurt like a motherfucker.
Okay then. Mm-hmm.
So
Titan Uranus says, "Thank God I was born in 1960." Hmm?
sorry, the name Titan
Yeah.
Uranus. I just I can't. Anyway,
It says, "Thank God I was born in 1963 before the hippie name thing even started." Yeah, I'm with you there. Um,
because I associate the '60s with hippies, but all right.
yeah, there was a bit of the 60s that occurred before the hippie stuff. 63 would be kind of on the cusp here. I mean,
Hmm.
the hippie thing was pretty well established by, let's say, 1965, 1966, something like that, when I was 8 or 9 years old.
Well, let's see. I mean, uh, like I tend to associate hippies with a couple of different things, but most of it is like Woodstock, Give Peace a Chance, protesting the draft, and really bad folk music. It's like
Mm-hmm.
so. And given that the Vietnam War started in '55,
Huh?
'63 is not out. Well, it says it right here.
Oh, so they are dating the start of it from the French involvement. Okay.
I guess so. I'm not sure when. Okay, so yeah, 65 US, but still, it wouldn't shock me if there were people out there saying give peace a chance long before the United States got involved. Um, oh, excuse me. I don't know. I mean, I associate the, well, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Ooh, this is beautiful. Titan Uranus says, I got S.J. Thomason to say my name in his stream last month. I could just imagine. Did she even get it?
What's mildly frustrating is that there is a town in Vermont called Woodstock that has nothing to do with the festival or the bird.
Okay. Recently I found out that there's a town in Ohio by the name of Woodstock. So I guess
I
there
mean,
are a few of them. Hmm?
well, for a very long time, I only knew the bird from Snoopy. So, yeah, the first time I started hearing people talking about Woodstock, I was very confused.
Yeah, and let's try this again. My recollection is that the bird was named for the festival. which was named for the
Couldn't tell
town.
you. Well, I know the festival is named for the town, but I could not tell you about the bird. Let's see here. Woodstock.
Oh, you're looking at them. Okay, we'll let
No,
you do that.
disambiguation. Characters, fiction, characters. Where the hell? Arts and leisure, arts and initiative. Fucking hell. Where is? Oh, here we go. Woodstock. Peanuts. A character in the comic strip Peanuts. Character first appeared in '67.
Oh,
Though it was not
okay.
officially named until 1960. Yes, named after the Woodstock Festival. It says it there.
okay then.
All right. Well, there's things I didn't know. Wow, look at how many people voiced Woodstock. Let's see. Bill Melendez, whoever the hell that is. Jason Victor, whoever the hell that is. But Dylan Jones, I swear I know that name from somewhere. Robert Tink. There's a lot of people who voiced this character.
Okay, Bill Melendez. Okay, he was associated with Walt Disney, Warner Brothers, UPA.
Who is this?
This is Bill Melendez.
Oh, it wasn't that important. You didn't have to look it up.
Well, I was curious because I'm trying to remember where. Oh, okay. He may have had something to do with the. Yeah, okay. He is best known for his work on the Peanuts animated specials. That's where I know the name.
And that's what we're talking about. So.
Moof beef.
Yeah.
IE's heading off now.
Okay,
Bye.
you take care, honey.
Will do.
Actually,
I've kind of run out of things to talk
I need
about.
to take a sip or two of OJ. I'm very parched.
And I'm going to go get myself a soda. Bye.
Oh boy. Oh my, oh my. Okay, so we've got Kate filling up with OJ here, and we've got Diana sitting around being weird. Oh my, oh my. Yeah.
Why did I need that? That was tasty as fuck. I love citrus. So you know what I gotta do?
Yes, dear.
I gotta train Xander out of this habit of refusing to eat his wet food. He will only eat kibble, and I'm getting kind of frustrated about it because that's not healthy.
I wonder. Put the kibble through the mortar and pestle and mix it in with the wet food, or would he just refuse
I've tried
everything?
He refuses anything other than kibble. And one thing that ends up happening is Columbia ends up eating all of his food. And unfortunately, I looked it up, and sometimes a picky cat will choose to starve rather than switch.
Oh, great.
I know, right? So I don't know what to do with him. I may have to just give in and accept that he'll have a shorter life and riddled with health problems because, otherwise he won't fucking eat.
Well,
It's very frustrating.
I don't know. The thing is that my Miranda and her sister Ariel were raised entirely on kibble. Miranda made it to 15. Ariel made it to 19.
Well, maybe I needn't worry then, but I don't know. It worries me a little because I want my kitty to be healthy, but
Oh,
what
I
can
don't
you do?
blame you. I don't blame you at all. It's absolute hell to lose a kitty.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it. Columbia's getting up there. I don't know how much longer she has left.
Yeah, and no matter how much you psych yourself, and no matter how much you prepare and all that stuff, it still rips you in half.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially if you're the lucky one, to come downstairs and find stiff kitty on the floor.
Well, I'm not really expecting that so much. I mean, most of the time, I think all of the cats I've ever had that have died did so like at the vet.
Okay,
where it's like, okay, this cat's in agony. It'd be much more merciful to do them in, for them to cash in their chips. So I imagine that's what will happen.
Yeah, my Miranda died on the floor. I
What
wanted
do
her.
you
Say again.
what do you do when you find a dead cat? I mean, you can't just throw them out, but you can't just leave them there either. What do you do?
It's basically a disposal job with a vet, and then
So
you
you call the vet, say, I got a dead kitty. Where's your crematorium?
basically, yeah, basically that's the
Hmm.
way it works. Um, yeah, I had wanted Miranda to die in my lap. I knew she was dying, and I knew that she had only hours to live. Um, and I knew, my lap was where she felt comfortable, and that little bitch absolutely refused.
Oh,
Um, I finally had to, I finally had to fall asleep, and when I woke up, she had got out of my lap, and she was, the stereotypical legs out, um, and messed up fur. It's not laying correctly anymore. Yeah, and stiff and cold. And then, unfortunately for my ex, she found Ariel that way as well. She came downstairs and Ariel was dead. So,
hmm.
yeah, you feel it like a knife through your heart, basically, and then you kind of settle down and get on with things.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to think about it too hard. Last time I thought about it too hard, it messed me up for a couple of days. Like there was this link someone posted to a little girl petting her kitty and singing "You Are My Sunshine" as the cat dies.
Oh, I think I
And
know the film you're talking about. Yeah, okay.
and then I remembered how old Columbia is, and it fucked me up for a couple of days. Sometimes I wish I didn't care that much, but I do.
Of course. I mean, how could you not? As abrasive
Bella.
as people think you are, there's a heart in there, okay?
Well, my heart pumps blood.
Uh, yeah.
Hey, when I feel something, I do it as much with my brain as when I think. I've never understood why people talk about the heart so much. I mean, sure, pumping blood keeps you alive, blah 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 blah. But you know what? I think a lot more about my head meats, frankly.
Well, the whole heart thing anymore is metaphorical. But I
I
mean,
know, but still.
oh, Mage gets worked up thinking of losing his cockatiel.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, when you're speaking of any animal that has a personality, a cockatiel, a kitty, a puppy, a people.
Well,
Um,
dog,
say again.
well, dogs are evil, though.
Yeah, well, um, yeah, it's that whole personality that kind of kicks those things in. Um, I don't know of too many cases of people getting broken up about their box turtle. I mean, maybe it does happen occasionally, but not the way it happens, or as much as it does with, with a kitty or,
But I
that.
mean, I'm sure turtles are pretty intelligent and have personalities. It's just not apparent the way it is with others.
Okay.
Because, with like a cat, you can tell when they're angry, sad, happy, affectionate, all of that stuff. Same with the dog, as much as I despise them, and a lot of other pets. But I gotta say, I was not that broken up by my pet mouse because, as funny as he was at times, he didn't really have a relationship with me. Like if I tried to pick him up or play with him, he'd try to bite me. Most of what I remember about him was that he would try to run up the outside of his hamster wheel, and sometimes he'd succeed and sit up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I never did well with mouses. I had mouses for a while, and it's that whole lack of relationship thing. Yeah.
Trying to remember how I gave Frankie his name. I know there was like this weird 6 or 7 step logical progression where it was like, what was it, like Frankfurter, Frankie, but I forget how I got to Frankfurter. It was just something weird like that where I had this big long string of how he got his name and I can't remember it anymore.
Okay. I wish I could remember how Moishe got his name. My ex named him, but where that came from, I'm not exactly sure. But he was Moishe Mouse.
I would imagine it came from your ex.
Yeah, but I mean, where she thought of it, I can't remember. Oh, okay.
Being a brat. Come
Okay.
on. Yeah.
Mice only live about 3 years. Yeah.
I don't even remember how I ended up with Frankie as a pet. I do know that when he died, I didn't go out and get anything new, so I gave the aquarium I kept him in to the people that like to my landlord or something. He turned it into a terrarium.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mate says they last about 3 years. Something went wrong with Moishe. He lasted about 3 months.
Well, did you get this pet at a store or because I mean, what if he was already like 2 years and 9 months old?
Got him at a Petco.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, every now and then, I think of a parakeet here. And then I think of Sylvia. And I said, no, I don't think we're going to do that.
Well, sometimes I think about a parakeet and how the existence of parakeets implies the existence of full-fledged keets.
Yes.
Not to mention those parachutes.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to me that a parachute and a chute do exactly the opposite of each other.
Come to think of it, yes.
Well, I don't know. I think way too hard about that kind of thing. Like how the existence of Minnesota implies the existence of a much larger soda.
Yeah, like a mega soda. Yeah.
Well, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's just, I don't know.
I will say, though, an ex-girlfriend years and years ago had 2 kitties and a gray cheek parakeet. Guess who ran the house?
Well, I'm gonna guess the parakeets because kitties is the obvious answer.
And that's, yeah, absolutely. Boy, that parakeet had a beak and knew how to use it.
Well, for a while, my parents tried to keep doves, but I never understood why.
I don't know.
Especially since we were a 2-cat family.
So I take it didn't go too well.
Well, no, I mean, nothing happened. It's just it seemed like a very brief passion they had that burned out fast.
Okay, because I can imagine you would have dove fanciers the way you have pigeon fanciers. I mean, they are closely related.
I mean, I guess. A lot of magicians keep doves for tricks.
Yes.
But I
No.
didn't see the appeal. Okay, we had noisy birds in that house because I mean, it's not like we took them for walks or let them out. I didn't understand why we had them.
I don't know. I guess what to look at them, basically, huh?
I guess I don't know. It's I basically like since they weren't my pets and I didn't care. My parents did everything, and so whatever. But I didn't understand why.
What I don't understand here is the magicians, keeping the doves for tricks. I mean, those poor exploited doves being prostituted like that and turning tricks. I
Uh,
will just
uh,
be over there.
oh my gosh, Columbia is giving me a look. I mean, it's a half hour ish till dinner, but she's giving me that now Veruca salty look.
I was gonna say, yeah, it's not dinner time yet.
Well, the cats love to bother me
Oh
as much
yes.
as 2 hours before dinner time.
I this well, this one's cool about the food because it's freely available. So I don't know. It
Oh, yeah.
works.
Well, that was one of the things they said to do to make a knock it off with the whole like kibble only thing is to not have it free fed. To don't leave kibble out.
Okay.
So that's a
Hmm.
thing.
Yeah, that's the all but the first two kitties that had me were freely fed. And the first two kitties that had me were on a diet of pretty much exclusively wet food.
Well,
But that was, oh my word, that was a while ago, wasn't it? We're talking mid 80s here. I've been had by kitties, good half of my life.
yeah, the main reason I didn't for a very long time was because I was just living somewhere where it wasn't allowed. But
Okay.
as soon as I moved into, like my condo in Seattle, and then here when I left Seattle, I've had cats pretty much ever since.
Meow.
Uh, and
Kitties is good. Yes.
they are, I mean, most of the time. I've had some kitties that were iffy. I mean, Rover was a jerk, but he was also nice to me. He was just a jerk to everybody else. He was very
Okay.
standoffish in a
Okay.
way, but not the way like Columbia can be a little standoffish. But you know that she's coming more from a place of timidity rather than being a jerk like Rover. Now, Xander is a jerk, but in that way of like more of a like he doesn't really know the havoc he's wreaking kind of way. Like
Okay.
yeah, he's the tornado in a junkyard of cats.
Okay, yeah. That's a very apt description, I would think. Yeah.
Oh,
Eh.
someone wants food, doesn't she? Oh,
Well, you're
you're
not
giving
getting any.
look.
And of
Oh,
course, that you do not give in because if she gets food at let me see 5:30, then next week.
she'll expect it at 4:30. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I try to maintain a very specific schedule with these kitties. Unless there's like something I want to do and I want to do it now and it's like 5:45, I say, all right, for tonight, fuck it. But yeah.
I guess that's, I don't know, maybe I am doing it wrong. But then again, I don't think I see any untoward results out of it. But I don't know, maybe I am doing it wrong with the free feeding of the kibble. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's just as I understand it, cats need the meat. Like kibble is not meat.
That's
And
true, that's
and
true.
you can't just feed them on kibble.
I mean, I know factually that one cannot feed the kitties on tuna exclusively. There is a missing an amino acid that will kill them eventually.
Well,
Though,
that's what you get from a mean old acid.
yep,
But
pretty much. My
I,
understanding
you
is
know,
that,
that was a Kate original. I've never heard anyone make that joke before.
and you'll probably never ever hear it again, right? I don't know.
Probably.
But yeah, with the missing taurine, I guess they'll go blind and then they'll die.
Oh, bull. Actually, I don't know if
Uh,
taurine is for Taurus, but that was what came to mind.
well, let's see. I'm just curious here now. Adjective.
Of course, you're gonna look it up.
Yeah.
You
For
can't just let one go.
no, I want for bulls, not built.
Uh,
46.
Autocomplete is so terrible, isn't it?
Say again?
Autocomplete is so terrible, isn't it?
Yeah, especially in this Google thing, you type in adjective for bulls and it gives you for built. And it's like, what?
Or you could just type in taurine and look for the etymology section.
Okay, that's the next thing I'll do here. Yeah, because this isn't getting me anywhere over here. So let's look here. Taurine. Taurine. Yeah.
Ugh.
Okay, here we go. Taurine, bull.
Uh,
They say.
wow, they don't actually list etymology on Wikipedia. Oh, wait a minute. Taurine is named after the Latin Taurus, a cognate of the Greek, and yeah, those are Greek symbols I'll never pronounce, which means bull or ox, as it was first isolated from ox bile in 1827 by German scientists Friedrich Tiedemann, sure, Leopold Gemelin. Okay, Gmelin. There's no vowel there. It was discovered in human bile in 1846 by someone whose name I can pronounce, Edmund Ronalds. So yeah, it has to do with bullses.
Okay, then. Um, let's
And
see.
we really need to teach you to touch type, darn it.
I tried hard. I really did when I was first learning to type, and somehow it never took.
It's just muscle memory, that's all.
I don't know. I must have been the unfortunate one to just not get into it because I first learned to type. Let me see now. When I was 11 years old,
Okay.
and I'm thinking that it would be easier then to get that muscle memory going than it would have been as an adult, and it still didn't make it. I don't know.
I guess for me, like, because for a long time I did the hunt and peck thing. I was pretty young at the time, but I did that. And then just after a while, my brain started going, I know where the keys are, and I can hit it with this finger while that other finger is headed for a different target. And it just got easier and easier as I memorized where the keys were and felt the need to type efficiently. I think part of it might just be your hand position, because from what little I've seen, you're usually off camera, but from what little I've seen, you're sticking out your index fingers and your index fingers only, and that's never going to work.
Yeah, that's true. Well, of course, on the left hand, my left hand is screwed up anyway. So, I don't know how. Say again?
Is it?
Yeah.
In fashion?
Say again?
In what fashion?
Well, when I talk about the brain surgery I had,
Sure.
the reason I ended up having that is connected with lack of coordination or ability to move things on my left side. The right motor area is messed up.
Oh.
So, for example, I cannot move individual fingers. I mean, I can with the index finger, but that's about it. It did horrible things to me trying to play clarinet. I'm like 90% a right-handed typist anyway.
I've never noticed handedness having anything whatsoever to do with typing, but okay.
Well, in other words, right hand only.
Really? It looked to me like you were using both hands when you was typing.
Well, I can do it with the index finger, but the other fingers, forget it.
That's awfully strange to me, but okay.
Yeah, it's as I said, the motor cortex in that particular area is there was extra material there, and somehow it screwed things up.
Hmm.
And then I fell out of bed. I rolled over and I kept rolling and the bed didn't, so I found myself on the floor after whacking my head on an oak floor, and that caused swelling with the extra material in there, and that caused a short circuit, basically, is the best way to put it. I ended up having seizures.
And you've talked a fair bit about how, like, you thrash about in bed, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's part of it.
That can't help.
Yeah, that's definitely part of what was going on. But it was interesting the way that happened. Is I was barely awake, in that halfway state, and I remember
Sure.
rolling and then out of the bed, whacked the head on the floor, and so okay, you really screwed that one up. Sat there for a little bit. There was a bright white flash when my head contacted the floor. So, you knew that something was going to happen eventually. And sure enough, about 3 months later, I started having the symptoms. And yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I still don't know what caused the bleed in my brain that started the seizures. No idea. My worry is I was just consuming too much caffeine.
Okay, now if consuming too much caffeine causes holes in the brain, God, what does my brain look like?
Well, I mean, it may have just revved my brain too hard at some point or something, and something jumped when it shouldn't have, and bada bing, bada bang. Ah, sudden Xander attack. Hello, buddy boy.
Yay.
He decided he wanted the lap and he would brook no dissent. And here he is. Ah, and now he's nuzzling the microphone. Can you hear that?
Yes, I can.
Okay, stop that, Xander. That is
It's-
not for you, you silly muppet.
It's barely audible, but it is there. Yeah.
There you are. There you are. Oop, and away he goes.
Well, this is interesting, though, going back a little bit. Taurine has many biological roles, such as conjugation of bile acids, antioxidation, osmoregulation, membrane stabilization, and modulation of calcium signaling. It is essential.
Calcium what now?
Calcium signaling. Um,
Oh,
ba-
signaling. Okay, sorry. I thought you said something like Sigma roll, and I was like, what the fuck's Sigma roll?
ah,
Okay.
essential for cardiovascular function and development and function of skeletal muscle, the retina, and central nervous system. So, no the fuck wonder that kitties suffer when they don't get any of it.
Meow.
They cannot manufacture it. Yeah, okay.
Hmm.
Oh wow. Says it's a major constituent of bile, can be found in the large intestine and accounts for up to 0.1% of total human body weight. It's a hell of a
Why is
lot.
that?
Hmm?
I wasn't sure why that was a wow, but all right.
Usually, things like that, amino acids, that sort of thing, individual amino acids, account for much less than a tenth of a percent.
You know, it's fun. My brain just went somewhere silly. Maybe it's because I've been living in Southern California for so long, but my brain started thinking that, like, Amino would be a great name for a Southern California town or district or county or something. You know, it's like, hey, come down to Santa Amino kind of thing. You know, it's a horrible thought because it might be mildly racist. I'm not sure, but it's still what popped in there. I
um,
mean, hell, I live close to what San Bernardino and all of those. It has
okay.
that vaguely Hispanic sound to it if you think about it certain ways.
Well, amino relates to ammonia. It's ammonia-like compounds.
So stinky then.
Yes. Oh boy, yes. Um, things like let's see, the oils of fish and that sort of thing. Anything like that. That's you'll usually be amino compounds.
Is it possibly why asparagus makes your pee stinky?
Possibly.
I don't know. I haven't eaten asparagus in so freaking long.
I haven't had it in a heck of a long time either, and I love asparagus.
Hmm. I don't know. One of my exes always called it aspergrass.
Here we go. Why doesn't asparagus make your pee? I guess a lot of people ask that.
Of course they do.
Oh. In the case of asparagus, it's sulfur.
Oh, all right, fair enough then.
Yeah, asparagusic acid, a compound high in sulfur and abundant in asparagus. Okay.
Fair enough then. I don't know. I feel like I don't have a lot to say right now. I don't know why.
I don't know. That's not usual you. I'll tell you.
True. It's
I mean,
seems
there
like
are
not a lot has happened since our last show, I guess.
not a lot of. Oh,
It seems like not a lot has happened since our last show.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Yeah, it's been basically a countdown. I know that there are a couple of people on Twitter that are counting down the hours, and that's
Yeah.
about all you hear out of them these last couple of days.
I have to wonder though, like what happens next. But I have a feeling tomorrow I'm going to be live streaming the the news a fair bit, just to see like what Trump does in
Yeah,
the moment, like, when it happens. It's kind of like as much as I should have been getting stuff done during the impeachment, I could not stop watching the live feed of the vote just because I wanted to know what happened when it happened.
yes. Um,
And so if some sort of wacky shenanigans goes down at the inauguration, I want to see it in real time.
Yeah, I'm planning on viewing, and I don't know if I'm going to tune into Luciano Gonzalez's stream if he does one. He wants to. I think I read it as he wants to stream the inauguration. I guess the coverage that he watches, he wants to restream. I don't know if he can get
I
away
don't
with
know
it.
that name, by the way.
Say again. Oh, you
I
don't
don't
know
know
the
that.
name. He is a YouTube personality
Hmm.
into political science. Um, the YouTube channel of his is called Luciano Writes.
Hmm.
Interesting thing is that he has a perspective that not all of us get. I mean, he was born in, I think, Costa Rica,
Hmm.
but in such a manner as to have American citizenship. So he gets the interior and exterior perspectives. I think he spent a good bit of time in Puerto Rico as well. Um, but
That's somewhere I've never been.
okay, I've never been there. No.
Now, this may be an extraordinarily stupid question,
Okay.
but like I'm thinking the answer is no, but do you need a passport to go to Puerto Rico?
No, because it is part of the U.S.
That's why I thought the answer was no, but it's not a state
Right.
and and I don't know, like I'm never really sure what its status is. In much the same way where I'm not really sure what Canada's status is with regard to the UK.
I believe that they are somewhat similar. In regard to the U.S., memory serves, Puerto Rico is a commonwealth,
Hmm.
but it's a commonwealth that is not a state, unlike the other four no, six commonwealths of the U.S.
Sure.
Four of them are
But
states, and
but like but I mean Puerto Rico's relationship to the US is a little more clear than Canada's is to the UK, frankly. Like
yeah,
I've asked Canadians to explain it and they can't.
yeah, yeah.
Colombia, 10 more minutes, you little brat.
It is weird. Um, Especially since 1967, when I think they had closer ties to the UK until something, I'm not exactly sure what it was called, happened in 67 and they became more autonomous.
Hmm. But they haven't cut all ties. Like
Right.
somehow Britain still owns them or something. I mean, they have the Queen on their money for fuck's sake.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Unlike the US, which severed all ties.
Yeah, well, rather violently so, in fact.
Yes.
Now, one thing that, like, I know there's a lot of arguments for and against granting statehood to places like Puerto Rico and DC and all of that. My question is how do you make 52 stars come out even on the flag? So it's still a square.
Oh, well, no, I don't think you can.
So what do you do? I mean, like, do we just keep the flag the way it's been since as well? I mean, it's not always been 50 stars, but I mean, I mean, when were like Alaska and Hawaii added to the flag? I mean, not to the country.
To the flag, I think it was 1959.
So you know, quite a while. But I have to wonder, like, if we do add new states to this country, do we change the flag?
Oh, of course. You have to. If I remember correctly, you pretty much have to.
What, like it's in the rules?
Somewhere in the rules. Yeah, it's not in the Constitution or anything, but
Oh, okay. Well, I'll never understand some of the traditions regarding flags. You know, like, oh, if it touched the ground, you have to burn it and all this nonsense. I'm like,
that's a
you
bunch of
don't have
crap.
to.
I
Turns
mean,
out you don't have to. There's
right.
nothing that the flag is not tainted, if I put up a lineup of flags, like a police lineup, and asked you to pick out the one that was tainted by touching the ground, you couldn't fucking do it unless there was a stain somewhere.
Right.
So what is this weird spiritual nonsense? I don't get it.
Okay.
Oh, I see that one over there, the weird, wacky, circular looking thing. That would be weird. It looks like someone. It looks like the Japanese flag on acid.
There you go.
Actually, though, okay, just to the right of the weird circular one, there's one I actually kind of like where it's like, what, hexagonal or something.
Oh, this guy.
Yeah,
Okay.
I like that. It almost has a sci-fi flavor.
Almost, yeah.
Also, I can only imagine if we add 2 new states and do the 52 like that, how many people who have like American flag bumper stickers are going to rebel? How many people are going to absolutely lose it that we changed the flag they know?
Oh man, I can imagine there'd be quite a few of them. Now I know my crazy aunt had a 48 star flag and actually flew the damn thing
Hmm.
during the 50-star era. Um,
What, in protest or something?
no, I guess she just liked it.
Oh. I do not have a flagpole, but if I did, I would run up the rebel flag that is Rebel Alliance from Star Wars, not not the other rebels,
Okay.
and the Sealand flag.
Yeah, that would be fun. That would definitely be
Yeah.
fun. No,
If I ever say anything in support of rebels, by the way, chances are very good, unless I tell you otherwise. I'm talking Star Wars, okay?
okay. No,
Just saying.
the cottage had a. I'm trying to think of how tall that. It had a flagpole. Trying to think of how tall that was. Might have been a 40-foot flagpole or something like that. So whenever we were out there, we'd run a flag up, and that's where the 48 star flag flew.
Well, you know what I'm curious about is like there are probably standard flagpole sizes. Like you can't just go out and buy a flagpole. You have to buy one of a very specific caliber. Like here's the flagpole that goes out in front of federal buildings. Here's the flagpole that goes out in front of schools. Here's the flagpole, blah 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 blah. Like you couldn't just go and say, "Hey, can I have a 33 footer?" And they go, "No, you can have it in 25 or 40. Fuck off." I don't know.
Okay, residential flagpole sizes. Okay, I see 50 foot, I see 25 foot, 21 foot, 20 foot, 35 foot. God, the prices on these damn things.
Let's see.
A 50-foot aluminum flagpole you can have for $63.45. Not $63.
So I'm at UnitedStatesFlag.com with dashes between the words, by the way, and they don't seem to say anything about the size of a flagpole other than this is how visible it might be.
Okay,
Or
okay.
maybe that one does not have some sort of ludicrous tradition behind it.
Yeah, by what I'm seeing here, there seems to be as tall as somebody wants to make it is as tall as you could buy one.
It just seems like there are so many weird little traditions that we add on top of things that don't need them.
Mm.
I don't know.
Oh my, it's interesting how the prices go though. You can have a 25-foot commercial flagpole for $396, but the 50-foot flagpole is $6,345. So it's
Jeepers.
you don't scale the price the way you scale the height.
You know, I gotta tell you, if I wanted to run up a flag like that and I didn't want to buy one of those overpriced flagpoles, I'd just go to a hardware store and buy a really long dowel. Maybe a
I
couple of like pulleys or something.
and I wouldn't be surprised that it can be done fairly easily. Um, let's see, make your own flagpole, and let's see what we get.
Yeah, see, I started when you were 2/3 done and I already typed it in. Oh, wow, it's all videos.
I hate that.
Uh-huh. Wow, apparently there's something here called instructables.com. Build your own flagpole, 4 steps. Buy hardware. What the hell is that? It looks like a cross between a microphone and a sex toy. Oh, it's
Oh,
a mini solar crackle sphere, apparently.
okay.
Whatever the frell that is. Yeah, this looks pretty easy. I don't know if it's cheap, but it looks easy. It says here, ooh, $40, it says.
Oh my.
Now, I gotta stop saying I. That's so not me.
Ay, 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 ay. I
No,
am
not I, I,
different to
I, I,
Mandy
I, I. Sure, let's do that. I, fine. Yeah, I gotta stop that.
Okay.
It's not me. I don't know.
Titan Uranus, I believe you are correct. All referring to the Commonwealths, all of them are islands, except, of course, DC. DC isn't a Commonwealth, though, is it?
It's a district in it.
That's what I thought.
Kind of what the D stands for, even. But why they would give an entire district to my cat is bizarre.
Uh huh.
Hey, come on. Hmm. Yeah, it's when Xander yawns, he yawns. When Columbia yawns, she pulls her ears back so far that she looks like some terrifying monster. It's weird. Like her eyes get stretched, and she just looks terrifying when she yawns.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to justify a flagpole taller than 20 foot.
Well, it depends on, like, are you surrounded by trees?
Yeah, okay.
You know, that kind of thing. Is it on a roof? Really, Columbia? See, I
Columbia
didn't,
says,
think that was
no!
possible. But all right. Oh well, there is one more minute until feeding time. You know what?
30
I'll
seconds
treat
by
them
my
and
clock.
shave off a couple of seconds. All right, food time.
Yum, 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 yum.
I love watching them scramble.
God, you remind me of Miranda and Ariel when, when I inadvertently trained them to come when called.
Oh, if I want to get Xander to come anywhere near, like really fast, I shake the lid of the cookie jar where I keep the kibble. He will bolt, leaving a Doppler effect trail behind him.
Okay. Yeah, it was at the point with the two. All I had to do was say me, and then boom, there they were. Yeah, good point, Beach. Um, Beach says that it, meaning a flagpole, can't be so tall that if it fell, it would land on your neighbor's property. Mm-hmm. Which, as far as the house in Parma went with the slimy bastard, said they had a flagpole that would have limited it to about 20 feet. I think the width of your property was, I think it was 50 foot. So, leave a little wiggle room, and yeah, you could go a maximum of 25 foot either way. So, Daprajnie. Oh my.
Started eating. I don't know how long it'll last, but at least he's eating his wet food.
Yum, 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 yum.
So you were talking about how all you had to do is make that little sound and your cats would come running.
Mm-hmm.
That double clap I did when I said food time, that sends them straight to the bowl.
Oh my.
And you know what's funny is I think I realize where I got that. Like I just remembered now where that came from. Did you ever see Coming to America with Eddie Murphy?
No, I have
movie?
not.
Well, do you know the premise?
Not. I don't remember it really.
He plays a prince of some African country. I want to say it was called like Zamunda or something.
Oh no!
And-
Yeah.
He goes to America because he wants to like try and find a bride who can learn to love him for him instead of because he's a prince and all that.
Yeah.
Beginning, there's this servant who, like, whenever he wants the other servants to do something, he will clap his hands like that. And I think that might be where I got that. The best part, of course, and anyone who's seen the movie loves this part where, Eddie Murphy walks up and he goes, "Today is my 21st birthday. Do you think for once I might use the toilet by myself?" And the guy goes, "Very amusing, Your Highness. Wipers!" It's just like, ew.
Oh Lord.
And then, of course, you have the scene where he's in the tub and there's all these naked women around him, and one of them emerges from the water and she goes, "The royal penis is clean, my lord, or your majesty," or whatever. It's like, oh,
jeez.
dear. Yeah, it's a really fun movie. Although the funny thing is, I'm willing to bet a lot of people who, if they watched it now, would probably go, "Oh my gosh, this is so offensive. Look at all the stereotypes." And I'm like, dude, it's Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall playing these characters. If they thought it was offensive, they wouldn't fucking do it.
Mm-hmm.
And let me look. I wonder who wrote Coming to America. It wouldn't shock me if it was Eddie Murphy himself.
Might have been. You're looking it up, or?
Okay. Oh yeah, here we go. Writers: Eddie Murphy. Story: David Sheffield, who I don't know. Screenplay. It's also directed by John Landis, who does pretty good work most of the time.
Okay then.
Yeah. Wow, he has worked with Eddie Murphy a lot. Holy crap. Boomerang, The Nutty Professor, Coming to America, Nutty Professor 2. Where did that one go? The Clemps? Where did it go? Thought I saw something. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. But, the Clumps. There it is. Nutty Professor 2, The Clumps. That's it. And apparently there's a Coming to America 2 coming out.
Okay. I thought I heard you say Coming to America too, or no?
But yeah, this dude has worked with Eddie Murphy a lot. Wow.
Moo. Sort of
Well, that's
like.
right. John Landis did direct the Blues Brothers.
Say again.
I said John Landis did direct the Blues Brothers.
Oh, okay then.
I thought. Oh wow. Okay. Apparently they're making a new American Werewolf in London.
Okay. Moo.
Wow, look at all these credits. Man, John Landis has worked with Eddie Murphy a lot too. I mean, Trading Places, Coming to America. Well, he's worked with a lot of SNL people too, like Spies Like Us. That was Aykroyd and Chase.
Okay.
And of course, the Blues Brothers. I mean, hell. Wait a minute. No. Okay, he only directed Beverly Hills Cop 3, not the first one. I was sure that was someone else.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember. It was like really obscure director who had never done anything similar before, I think. Beverly Hills Cop was Martin Brest. That's right, and that's without an A on the name there. This guy, Midnight Run, Meet Joe Black, Scent of a Woman, a couple of episodes of Saturday Night Live. Whatever.
Moo.
I mean, Midnight Run and Beverly Hills Cop were pretty good, both of them. The others, I don't give a rat's hindquarters. Three Amigos. Wow. Been a while. I should get that out and watch it again. Another John Landis flick.
Three Amigos. I vaguely remember the title.
Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, and I want to say...
Moranis?
No,
No.
I want to say it was Aykroyd, but I'm blanking here. Three Amigos, but they're like actors. Oh, it's Martin Short, Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, and Martin Short. Like they're actors who have been in westerns back in like the golden age, and this like Mexican village thinks it's real and hires them to come fight. And basically, it's the plot of Galaxy Quest, but a western.
Alrighty.
Yeah, three actors accept an invitation to a Mexican village to perform their on-screen bandit fighter roles, unaware that it's the real thing.
Okay then.
Yeah, it's fun. I like it. Also, it has John Lovitz in it.
Okay then.
It's worth it. I like it. Fun movie. And I gotta say, like, any movie where the cast is largely SNL alums is probably worth a try.
Yeah, I can go with that.
Oh, this is funny. I just looked at the trivia section. Steven Spielberg considered directing the film, but chose to do E.T. the Extraterrestrial instead.
Okay.
I think that was a good decision.
Yeah.
But he's saying here he wanted actually for the cast Steve Martin, which is good, Bill Murray, and Robin Williams. That would have been a very interestingly different movie.
Oh my.
Oh, it was Martin Short's first starring role. Huh. Well, yeah, the way you soak up science trivia, I soak up movie trivia. What do you want?
There you go. Everybody's got to have a what's the word I'm looking for? A forte. Is that forte or is it fort?
It's forte, but I would have said passion.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, like Spies Like Us is another John Landis movie. Got Chevy Chase and Dan Aykroyd in it. Another SNL alum flick. You know, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that where it's just all those 80s comedies, man, like the National Lampoon's Vacation stuff with Chevy Chase and Ghostbusters and all of those. Those were so much fun. I love those. There's so many good John Candy movies, too. You know, like The Great Outdoors and Uncle Buck and all of those.
Okay then.
Yeah. And there was just something great about the comedy of that time.
Well, you could get away with a lot more.
Could you?
Well, I'm guessing that you could not make those films now.
Well, why though?
Mainly because somebody would consider them offensive in some way.
Well, but I mean, okay. To be fair, the retconning of certain things in movies where now it's absolutely terrible kind of bothers me a little.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, okay, you could legitimately make an argument that that one scene in Revenge of the Nerds is a little bit rapey, but well, here's a question. If you conceal your identity and someone thinks you're someone else, they consent to sex with you, and then they find out you're not who they thought you were, and yet they're totally okay with it anyway, would you call that rape?
Well, no, because there's consent to the act. No matter who
But
it's
I mean,
with, it's.
I mean, I guess it's definitely deception, if nothing else. But if when it's over and the mask comes off and it's like, oh my god, it's you, but oh, whatever. I mean that's kind of a weirdly gray area, I think.
Okay. Okay, I can see where you're coming from with that.
But a lot of people are just saying flat out, no, it's completely wrong. And I'm like, these are the same people who insist that Daniel is the bad guy in The Karate Kid.
I don't know where they get that.
Well, I know where they get it. They're looking at the letter and not the spirit, basically. It's like they say, "Oh, Daniel tried to steal Johnny's girlfriend. Actually, when he met Allie, he had no idea that she had a boyfriend, and that was like she had dumped him." And then he comes down getting all aggro, and Daniel wants to try to, but and it's like you look at a guy acting like a complete and total dick, and another guy just sort of standing up for himself and for someone who's being bullied, and they go, "Yeah, he's the bad guy." I'm like, "What the fuck's wrong with you?" So just that weird revisionist history. Ooh, Fletch. Fletch was another good one. I love Fletch.
Oh,
Chevy
okay,
Chase,
yeah.
Davis, and a bunch of other folks that most of you haven't heard of. What's his face? George Wendt from Cheers is in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Tim Matheson, and Emmett Walsh. I always liked him. He played the like slimiest bad guys. Kenneth Mars, bunch of others. Oh, hey, Emmett Walsh is still alive. Cool. He's one of those guys who never looked young, but wow, does he look extra old now? Wasn't that weird how there are some people, they just never look like they had a youth?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's weird to me. I have to wonder, is that just a sign of the times? Like people lived harder back then? Or is it just like their nationality or something, their genetic mix? Or is it something else? Maybe they're just way too chubby. I don't know.
I don't know.
But like is it Hedaya, Dan Hedaya? I don't know how to pronounce it, but he is one of those ones who's always looked quite elderly too.
Moo.
Yeah, you have no idea who I'm talking about, do you?
No.
Well, he's one of those guys who's been in goddamn everything, but most people don't know who he is. But you've seen him. I guarantee you've seen him in something. Like, there's a good picture of him. That'll. Okay, so present now, window this, and go.
Moo.
All right. You've seen this guy somewhere, haven't you?
I have to have seen him. Yeah.
And there's another good picture of him, and that's the same picture of him. He was in Cheers for a bunch of episodes, and there was a brief Cheers spinoff called The Tortellis that he was in. But yeah, I mean, this guy, he's one of those ones, but this is how he's always looked. I've never seen him look young, ever.
Okay then.
Like I'm looking here. This might be the youngest image I can find.
Okay.
Oh, here's a question. What if I type in the word young and see what comes up? No. No, I'm not finding anything here that makes him look young. It's just not happening. Anyway, unless you're a weapons grade film buff, you've probably never heard his name, but like I say, you've seen him in something.
Okay then, yay. I think it's yay. I hope it's yay.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I suppose if you're into that kind of thing, it's yay. But I mean, like, okay, there's his filmography goes back to 1975, and there's a good chance you've probably seen some of these. Well, he was in an episode of Chips, but whatever. A couple episodes of St. Elsewhere. He was in Buckaroo Banzai. Bunch of episodes of Hill Street Blues. The movie Commando with Schwarzenegger. A couple episodes of Miami Vice. Running Scared. You ever see Running Scared?
Nope.
It's Gregory Hines and Billy Crystal play detectives.
Oh.
Yeah. Wow, a lot of television, man. Joe versus the Volcano. I barely remember that. Right, The Addams Family. He was in The Addams Family. Wow, Benny and June. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that. Rookie of the Year. Clueless. That's right. He played the dad in Clueless. That's right. This is just a lot of movies to go through. Wow, he was a voice in Robots? I didn't like Robots, but he was a voice in Robots? Yeah, 141 acting credits.
Alrighty then.
Well, it's kind of like Dick Miller was in every goddamn thing and no one knows who he is. He was in The Terminator, no one knows who he is.
Okay, no, I haven't seen The Terminator, so...
Well, he was in Gremlins and The Burbs and The Howling. No?
Well, okay, we both know, if you can name a film, I probably have not seen it.
I suppose. Of course, I'm looking at movies that were out before I was born. That might help. Did you ever watch? Well, here's a TV show. You ever watch Gunsmoke?
Oh, yeah.
How about Wagon Train?
Not as much. No,
Well, he was in episodes of both of the. Ooh, and he was in an episode of Bonanza. A lot of westerns, apparently.
yeah, the FSB's stepfather loved Gunsmoke, and that's how I saw most of the Gunsmoke that I saw.
I'm gonna assume that the movie called "I Want to Hold Your Hand" had the Beatles in it.
I don't know.
6 teenagers from New Jersey run off to see the Beatles perform on the Ed Sullivan Show in the hope of meeting their idols. However, they don't have tickets. Wow, that movie has been made with so many different bands over the years. Oh, it really has. I mean, like, oh, we want to go see a band and our parents won't let us, or we can't get in, or this, that, or the other. That's been like the plot of so many. Like, what was the one that came out in the 90s with Edward Furlong in it? The Detroit Rock City, where they wanted to see Kiss. Like, same basic plot. Seriously.
Okay.
They made that movie so many times. Just with, plug in a different band somewhere. Oh, wow. He was Dick Miller was in an episode of Police Squad.
Oh, jeez.
2 episodes of Taxi. Okay, a couple episodes of V, Gremlins, The Terminator, Explorers, of course. Well, there's going to be a lot of Joe Dante movies in here because Joe Dante loved that director. He would always put Dick Miller and Robert Picardo in his movies if he could, like Inner Space. Oh, hey, an episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation. The Burbs. I guarantee you've never seen Angel 3. Neither have I. Wow. I don't see anything you ever would have watched. Like,
Okay.
not after 1980 anyway.
Yeah, probably. Probably.
But, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. It stinks. Like when Dick Miller died last year, I was so unhappy about it. No, like I didn't break into tears like I did with Marie Fredrickson, but I was still so unhappy. Wow, he was married to the same woman since 1967 till he died. It's hard to picture.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mayor?
Yeah. Let's see. You at least know who Robert Picardo is, right? Please tell me you know who Robert Picardo is.
Robert Brick. I'm not sure if I do or not.
Okay, he played the hologram doctor on Star Trek Voyager.
I think I know who you're referring to.
Okay, so on the left, Robert Picardo. On the right, Dick Miller. And that is from Inner Space. Now, let's see if I can find something not from Inner Space. Ah, yeah, here we go. Okay, here's Dick Miller in Gremlins. And is it sad that I can tell that just by looking at the picture without looking at any caption whatsoever? Okay, here is Robert Picardo as the hologrammatic doctor,
Uh-huh. Okay.
right? And wait a minute, that's oh, I know what this is. This is Small Soldiers. But again, Dick Miller, right? And I'm trying to find other imagery. I'm trying to find some with both of them together, but I guess they weren't always in the same scenes, were they? Ah, here is Dick Miller from The Terminator.
Okay. And hello, repentant conservative. Welcome to this den of iniquity.
I know. I'm just fan geeking here. I'm such a fan of Joe Dante. I love his movies. He's made like only one or two shitty ones. Ah,
Okay,
well.
I'm more familiar with Dante Alighieri, but that's another story entirely.
Well, Joe Dante, I mean, he directed Gremlins, which is, obviously a bit of a cult flick from the 80s. He also directed Inner Space, Explorers, Matinee. Oh, gosh, I'm blanking now. I know he's directed other stuff I really like, but you know what my memory does. Yeah, I believe he directed at least one of the segments in Twilight Zone, the movie.
Okay.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
pretty, like Twilight Zone, the movie. It was like divided up into 4 parts, and they each had different directors, and I think only one of them was Spielberg, if I remember right.
Well, you could remain as repentant conservative, and I could give that account a spanner. Yeah, why don't we? Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Joe Dante, John Landis, George Miller, and Steven Spielberg all did the. Yeah, because the George Miller segment was the one where they put. Oh, why am I blanking? Oh, God damn it! Why do I keep doing this? Dr. Emilio Lizardo, actor, like there's something on the wing, right, that Shatner did in that black and white episode. Well, he did the movie version of it. What the fuck's that guy's name? Why am I blanking so hard? This sucks. I should know his name. He's like really famous. John Lithgow. That's it. John Lithgow.
Moo. Many much moo.
So yeah, George Miller directed that segment of Twilight Zone the movie. Let me see here. George Miller, isn't he the one who did Mad? Yeah, it is. He's the one who did Mad Max.
Well, Catherine, hey! Yay!
Mm.
Boy, the neighborhood's gone really downhill now.
I think it's interesting when people sort of step outside their wheelhouse. I mean, here we got the guy who directed The Road Warrior, and then he directs Happy Feet and Babe Pig in the City.
Oh, jeez.
I know, right? Oh, I saw a trailer for this movie. I don't know if it's out yet, but it looks absolutely hilarious. And I'm trying to remember what it's called. There was this like these kids find a demon or something, and also find the thing that controls it. Here it is, Psycho Gorman. It looks hilariously funny. After unearthing a gem that controls an evil monster looking to destroy the universe, a young girl and her brother use it to make him do their bidding. The trailer looked so off the wall. I want to see this. Yeah, it comes out in a couple of days.
Oh, well then.
Yeah.
Oh, Mage, I love it. Mage Grey Wolf says, to moo or not to moo, that is the question. It is nobler in the mind to muff beef.
Is that how you spell it in your head? Because I always spell it in my head, Movebeef, like moving some beef around is move beef.
I've run into a lot of people who spell it in their heads that way. I spell it M-O umlaut W-B-I-V.
Lame. All right.
Let's see. Yeah, we can just throw it in here. There we go, like that. Of course, I had to remap my keyboard to German in order to do it.
Yeah. Now I'm curious if I can do. Where's the thing that lets me switch this to Japanish?
Oh, yay.
Oh wait, no, I can't do it. Japanese doesn't have a V. Never mind. I won't even try.
Okay, so you can remap Windows keyboards on the fly now?
Well, no, I had to download an app, and then I have to like click something on the toolbar, and then I have to do like, what is it, Alt tilde to switch it from English to Japanish and back again.
Oh, okay.
So
Vonreg, hi dear.
Oh, why, it's the Vonreg. How you doing then?
Yeah, the nice thing is I get an indeterminate number of maps. I'm not sure how many is the maximum number, because I've not hit it yet.
What, of keyboard remappings?
Yeah.
Why would there be a limit? I mean, except for hard drive space.
Well, I don't know if the maps are stored as a list or as a linked list. You know, so if you have an array with some given number of slots in it, or if you have one and then you link the next one to it and then the next one to that and the next one to that. With the ladder, you could technically have an infinite number.
I don't think keyboards are configured like that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, because with the Japanese one, it just remaps what the keys do. That's all. You turn it on, you turn it off. You feed it into the keyboard, you tell it do this, and then you turn it off again. It does the thing it was doing. I mean, it's not that complicated. It'd be like being inside of a video game and telling it, no, I want the fire key to be this and the jump key to be that instead. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, I have had 4 of those sets at one time on this system, and I could choose any of the 4. And then it's the sets that I'm speaking of that are linked out.
Yeah, but why would you need more than just a set of when you hit this key, that thing happens?
Okay, if for some reason you do a lot of typing in Russian as well as German as well as English as well as Japanish, you can do this by simply selecting from the top bar.
And I mean, I'm not understanding where you're getting this size restriction from.
Well, what I don't know if there is whether there is a maximum number of those keyboard maps that you can have, or if it's a linked list and you could technically have an infinite number.
Well, if you're just choosing from a drop-down menu, it's probably no more complicated than a text file and possibly an extra font.
I know we're talking past each other because you're speaking in the singular and I'm working
Well,
on.
okay, each map, each individual map is probably really, really, really small. So if you're choosing a different keyboard mapping, you're probably just choosing between a whole bunch of really small things.
Yeah, I mean, on this, you probably have 100 or so keys to map.
Yeah. Well, but I mean, like press L and you get this character. Press Shift L, you get that character. It's probably just a text file of references to, if it's not using, Roman letters, to some other font. Like, say, for example, hiragana or katakana. It's probably simplicity in itself to map a keyboard. And so if you have like 80 gajillion different like font sets and keyboard sets and language sets, it probably won't take up more than a meg or 5. Well, okay, probably more than a meg or 5, but still, you know what I'm saying, is pretty dinky.
Oh, darn it, I'm not able to do what I was wanting to do. Okay, I was trying to take a screenshot of my screen with a drop down menu on it, but that's okay, no problem.
Well, but see, I'm not talking even about the drop down menu. I'm talking about when you select a language or a character set or something like that, the amount of space that individual keyboard configuration takes up is probably extraordinarily small. So when you add a whole bunch of different languages together like that, it's probably still pretty darn small.
Okay.
I'm not sure why we're not communicating here.
Neither am I, actually, but oh well.
Well, I mean, suppose it was instead of keyboard configurations, it was colors, right? And you choose from a drop down menu and you just choose the color, and the computer remembers what the RGB settings were, and you typity. Well, same sort of thing, except this time it's a little more complicated because it's a keyboard map.
Okay, I guess what I'm speaking of is the number of colors that you can have on your drop down list.
Right, and what I'm saying is that the only limit would probably be hard drive space, and since each of those maps is probably pretty small unto itself, you could probably have like every language on Earth and your computer wouldn't even notice.
Um, okay.
You see what I'm getting at?
Because I'm referring to two ways to store the number of colors.
Yeah. But how could it possibly take up a lot of space?
In one of the ways, you have a piece of paper that's only so large and has only so many lines on it. In the other way, your paper is infinitely large and has an infinite number of lines.
Okay. That's probably. I'm talking about disk space here. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the number of entries that you can have in your list.
And how is that not limited solely by hard drive space?
It's limited by the format of the storage.
Wait, it. What?
Okay,
Well,
you remember when you used to program what was it, Pascal or whatever? Was it Pascal?
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah.
have the concept of arrays?
Of course.
Do you remember a fixed size array?
No. Well, I mean, okay, yes, but only because I defined how big it was.
Okay, now in a system like that, if you used that to store your keyboard maps, there's only a certain number of keyboard maps you can have before you
so
ran
that's the
out of array slots.
I see the problem. Okay, when you switch to another language, the computer says, okay, we're tossing out the keyboard map we had out of memory and putting in the new one. So when you have a large number of languages, it basically like the drop down menu is just pointing to the file. And when you load the file, it remaps your keyboard from scratch. So you're not storing every language at once.
You do, okay, where I'm getting at here is you do need the pointers in order to know where to go to get the next map.
Okay, but like, how many languages are there in the world? It says 7,000 when I look it up. 7,000 languages will not take up that much hard drive space. And so then you'll just have like the computer will look in the menu or in the folder, decide how many or look at how many languages there are and just add them to a list. A list of 7,000 is perfectly reasonable in a computer.
Indeed.
You know, I mean, I don't know. It just, like I say, you're not loading all 7,000 maps at once. And I think you can have 7,000, an array of 7,000 is not beyond the pale in this day and age. Wouldn't you say?
It would make for a hell of a long drop down menu.
Right, but I think we're talking about the capability of the computer right now, aren't we?
Yeah, the capability of the computer, the operating system, whatever it is that's storing these maps.
Well, right now it's not even about storage necessarily. It's about, can the program that decides or that lets you decide what language you're typing in, does it have the ability to look at all 7,000 languages and put them in a drop-down menu? Answer, of course it can. That's simplicity itself. And then when you switch which language you're using, it unloads one map and loads the other and forgets about the map before, so that it doesn't use up space trying to store all 7,000 in memory at once. I'm not sure why this is not landing here.
Okay,
And you're
let's
not
see.
talking.
Now I was trying to find. I can't. I cannot take a screenshot of the drop-down menu, unfortunately. So I was trying to see if somebody else had a picture of it.
What you well, okay, granted you're using Linux, so I don't know how it handles screenshots, but why can't you take a screenshot?
Um, for whatever reason, the drop down menus go away when I hit the key that takes a screenshot.
Hmm.
So I guess it's just the way it's written.
Well, here's a question. Can you just plain share your screen? Like without taking a screenshot?
I will give it a try. I may end up with
Here, like this. I'm right
I
now
may
sharing.
end up with infinite copies.
Well, do I have infinite copies right now? Because I'm sharing the screen that has us on it. What do you see?
Okay, I see the two of them.
Okay, well, do that.
Okay, let's see if we can have the present now. Okay, let's try the entire screen. Okay, let's see if this is going to work. I hope it works.
I see the open chat. I see your browser, it looks like. I don't know if there's more.
Okay, so far so now, let's see if this is going to work.
That is some serious hardcore lag right there, but okay. Oh no, that's way too small. No way to see it.
Okay, it's not it's not doing.
When you tell it to present, it should give you the opportunity to present a window rather than your screen. That's what you're going to want to do.
Okay, so let's present a window.
I'll let you choose whatever
Um,
program it is that's doing the languagey thing.
Oh, I see why that was doing that thing over and over.
Oh, Jenny Morgan's here. Haven't seen you in a
Oh,
while.
hi there. Yay.
And apparently she's offering to.
No,
For someone else.
that's
Oh,
not gonna
wow.
work. That's what I didn't want happening. I guess I'm just not gonna be able to do it. We're gonna have to drop it.
Do you know the name of this program?
Let's see. It's built into. So let me find the name of it. It's in. Okay, it's under System Settings, and let me. Where are you? It's okay. It's under System Settings, text entry.
So it's not an individual program, it's part of your OS?
Yes.
That doesn't help. What version of Linux are you using?
Ubuntu 16.04.
04, and you said it was text input. What was it?
Text entry.
Text entry settings. Ooh, football. Let's see. Images. Oh. I may have found it. Let's see. Copy. Present now. A window. And you will have to tell me if this is it.
Okay, that is the window for adding a language to the list. Yes.
Okay. What about this would be difficult? I'm not sure the problem we're having here.
Okay, I'm gonna try to find the top bar with the indicator for selecting the language.
I may have found it. Give me a sec here. Is the hello, pastaroo? Is that it?
No, what I'm looking for is on the top bar. I mean, this is part of the
Hey.
entering into the list.
Okay, hold on. That
No.
I I may have to give up. Wait a minute. Oh, well, no, that's adding again. Why do I keep finding the ones for adding a source?
I mean,
no,
the
that's
one
not
you're
add-
showing right now is probably the closest you can. Probably the closest you can get, and you would have two ways of working with this one as well. You would
about
either
this?
have you would either have a fixed sized list where you could only have 100 languages, or you would have a list that would allow you to have an infinite number of languages. They're set up differently.
Well, okay, the way I understand this sort of thing working is that it would have like a folder, directory, whatever you want to call it these days, that is just sort of sitting there with just full of all your languages. And then you just choose which language it is based on what's in the folder. Am I wrong?
Okay, array versus linked list.
Is that this is not, I'm just trying to, I think the program works differently than you do, is the thing.
All right, this
Like,
is
like,
this is
let's
the
put it this way. You have, say, an image viewer, and you tell it to browse the files. It doesn't go, there's too many files in this folder, I can't show you all of them. It just shows you all of the files. Well, I imagine it's the same thing with selecting a language. It just looks at all the languages in the folder and says, pick one of these. Does that make sense?
and okay, let's see here. The way
Sense?
well, I'm gonna have to wait because there's a page here that's showing in a picture a representation of the. Okay, we have present arms, and we have. Okay, and now
This isn't about arrays.
these are the two
Listen,
things I'm talking about. Number one is
I think it has nothing to do with it.
a
I
language
think
goes here, a
you're looking at this
language
from the
goes here, a language goes here, and you hit the end over here. Whereas
wrong-
here's
I really think you're looking at this from the wrong end here. I think it's working like a file browser rather than a list of variables. Do you see what I'm getting at?
okay.
Do you see what I'm getting at?
Yeah, I'm trying anyway.
Well, I mean, again, with the example I gave of like a picture browser, it's just going to show you what's in the folder. And it doesn't matter how many are there. It's not storing them in memory so much as just looking at what's in the folder. I mean, it's like choosing a font. The same as choosing a font. There's a big old folder just full of fonts. And you choose them.
Okay.
Like, these are all the fonts I got. Now, that is a heck of a list. There's a lot of them in there. And when I choose a font in, say, Photoshop, it gives me a drop-down list of all of these. And I imagine that you have very similar files that are your keyboard configurations. And it just puts all of these into a drop-down menu and asks you to choose one.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. We just spent way too much time.
Yeah, we have. actually. Oh my. Oh, Catherine said, by the way, her boyfriend just burst into laughter over Japanish.
Ah, I've been saying that since forever. I don't know. I like I know I've mentioned it before. I really want to know like what inspired the people who came up with it to say ish, ease, an, all of those suffixes that indicate nationality. Who decided which one went where?
I don't know. That would be the interesting thing if is there some library that has the history book and you look in the book and it says, oh, look, Johann Schmaschmasch did it in 1642. You know,
Yeah, but even so, something had to inspire them. I mean, I would love to describe people from Germany as Germanian. I think that's funny. I'm sure someone finds it offensive, but I just think it's funny.
I don't know. I have to wonder if that was actually done at one time, um, because the element germanium is named for Germany. So if you're going to do that, I suppose you could do that with Germanian for the language.
Yeah.
But of course, it was called Deutsch long before that.
Which again, we've had that conversation before, but I still want to know how it is that the Deutsch became Germans while the Dutch, not so much.
Yeah. Oh, the Deutsch has a reference in some way, if I remember correctly, to people.
Hmm.
So Deutschland, which is what the Germans call their own country, is
Is people's land?
the people's land. Yeah, almost like
Um,
Volksland.
trying to remember what was I think it might have been Finland or something where the or no, it was like Scotland or Ireland or something where it turned out that the name when translated was just land.
Oh, okay.
Like it was something land and the something translated to land, so it was land.
That sounds like something the Finns would do.
Let's see. Well, yeah, I don't see it, but I hmm. No, I'm not seeing it. Oh well. I saw it once. I found it once. It might have been like I said, like Ireland or something, but the yeah, land. I don't know.
Yeah, let's see if I have this.
Of course, when I think of the Netherlands, my brain goes, okay, so people from the Netherlands are asses? They're nethers? You know?
Yeah, you have to wonder. Oh, yeah, I did get it right. So, yay.
Hmm?
Um,
What?
the Deutsch refers to popular or of the people. Yeah, okay. Wanted to make sure I got that one right.
Well, I still think it's weird. Here we go. List of country name etymologies. There's like this big long ass Wikipedia page, but it would take a long time to browse through it to find, the place called Land. Oh well.
Yeah,
You
but you.
can't just type in land, that's for sure.
Mm, but it's interesting, yeah, when you're speaking of like the Netherlands, you also have the hinterlands,
Hmm.
which means essentially the same thing.
Hmm.
Although I don't think that that is an official country name. Yeah, I
Well,
don't.
I mean,
You know, who got the idea to call Holland the ass of Europe? I mean, really?
Don't I really don't know. Like, okay, I could make a very reasonable argument, I think, for like instead of Cuban, you could say like Cubani or something. You could say Cubanian. I don't know. Croatia, Croatian, Croatiese. I don't know. I feel sorry for people in Czechoslovakia having to spell that out all the time. It's just really long. Then again, the United States of America is hardly short. It's probably why we call it the US
Yeah.
or America, which I still think is kind of stupid. Every time I wish there was a term to say I'm from the United States instead of just saying I'm an American. It's
Yeah,
kind of
because
arrogant to think of ourselves as just the Americans and that's it.
because as common as that is, as popular as it is throughout the world, you'll still get yelled at for answering American to national. I've been yelled at. Well, what's your nationality? American. But what country? You know, one of these deals.
I've never had that happen to me, but I usually, like these days at least, reply, I'm from the US. And people seem to take that the way I mean it.
Yeah, I got crossing into Canada the first time I did that. I got yelled at
Hmm.
by a crossing guard or whatever you want to call it.
Right.
So yeah, but there's no word like there's a if you are from Canada, you are Canadian. But
Hmm.
there's nothing like being from the US and being called USian.
Or USer. I'm a USer.
Yeah, one of these deals. It's
That's why I usually just say I'm from the United States. It simplifies everything.
mm, oh, why was I trying to look at Google Translate? I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Oh, Deo Corasto. Yes. Okay.
Oh dear, oh
So,
dear.
Moo?
So as I was looking at Sudan, and apparently it's from the Arabic and it means land of the black people. Eee, that's a little fraught. I mean, it's
Alrighty.
like, well, I could see some people saying, hey, that's offensive, but apparently it's what they call themselves. So
Alright, let's see.
I'm still kind of like it's weird to me when we call a country something that the people who live there don't. Like Sweden is something like Sverige or something like that in Swedish. How did we get Sweden out of Sverige? And it's spelled like it should be pronounced Sverige, but still, it's like Swarge or some shit. I don't know. I've only ever heard it sung. Is that weird?
Not necessarily, I guess. Hmm.
Eh. Well, I mean, my favorite band is from Sweden, and Roxette. No, not ABBA. And I've heard the Swedish national anthem a bunch of times, and yeah, usually metal covers of it, but still, I've heard it.
Moo.
It's weird how many national anthems sound kind of dirgy rather than like majestic. A lot of them sound like ballads.
Okay.
But I actually found this amazing, like, marching band cover of the Australian national anthem, and it sounded like something out of like a George Lucas movie. But like, I could have seen Luke, Han, and Chewie walking towards Princess Leia and the droids to get their medals at the end of Star Wars to that version of the Australian national anthem.
Okay then.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if the Russian national anthem is one of those majestic Anthems.
No.
No.
It's like in a minor key. It sounds really depressing.
Moo.
Yeah. Although I'm pretty sure I showed you this once. There's this one dude does ragtime covers of things, and the ragtime version of the Russian national anthem was pretty awesome.
Alrighty then.
I'm sure I've played that for you.
Can't remember.
Let's see. Yes, here we go. Actually, wait a minute. Let me not do it this way. I know I can present with sound now. So let me do that instead of pointing my microphone at it. Yes, there it is. Share. Well, you see how dirgy it sounds, right? And then he gets going. And he always does that little flourish at the end of it where he's just like, with his arms. It's awesome. So, yeah, like I said, the Russian national anthem in ragtime is actually kind of fun.
Oh my, oh my.
So, yeah.
Yay. Vet minutes. What is for today's to saying to making? Mage says Mage says Ghost is from Sweden. I don't. Oh,
I'm
is that
assuming
a
Ghost
band?
is a band.
Oh,
Because I said my favorite band's from Sweden and it's not fucking ABBA. So, I'm assuming Ghost. Actually, you know what? I know that the music for Cyberpunk 2077 was done by a Swedish band. I'm wondering if that's Ghost. Let's see. Okay, those are the characters in game who do it. Where the hell is the list of artists? No, I guess not. Although Elon Musk's wife is in the game of all things, and
okay.
and she has one of the songs. Yeah, she plays a character named Lizzie Wizzy, and she has like a long lore in the Cyberpunk universe, but they barely introduce you to her at all in the game, so it can be really confusing if you haven't ever actually looked at the original source material that the video game's based on. But yeah, she's in it. It's weird, like, thinking about it, how little I actually know about Elon Musk. Like, I know the space programming thing, I know the cars, and I know his guest appearance on The Big Bang Theory, and I know he gave his kid a really fucked up name, and that's it.
Okay. Josiah, hello, 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 hello. Or as they say in the old country, they say, hi, how the hell are ya?
Hey, how you doing over here, huh?
Da Prajnie.
Aye.
Oh my, oh my. Okay, so Mage says, yeah, they are a band.
Yeah. I don't know. Based on the name, well, actually, it's hard to guess what genre they play based solely on the name, so I'm not even going to try. But I vaguely want to say metal, but that's just me. I don't know. I have to wonder, like, if you've never heard of a band before and someone tells you their name, can you accurately guess the kind of music they're going to play, what genre it is?
I don't know. Really, I do not knowing.
I mean,
Well, okay, I suppose that if a band is named Sodium, they play alkali metal. Um, and if the band is called Arsenic, well, they play Metalloid. And
actually, I think if their name is Arsenic, they play Old Lace.
okay, okay.
Mm, I actually know nothing about that except the title.
That's a fun play.
But you know I don't like plays.
What it was done as a motion picture.
Mm,
I'm not sure how
well,
many
I'm not
times.
gonna I'm not gonna bother asking my 5 questions because I know what the answers are.
Okay.
You know my usual 5 questions.
I'm not sure.
Hi, okay. Are there any spaceships? Are there any robots? Are there any laser guns? Are there any aliens? Then why the hell would I like this?
Okay, those questions. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
No, this it's there is Cary Grant, and it was directed by Frank Capra. No,
It's a Wonderful Life guy. That's
um,
Capra, right?
I'm trying to think. I'm not sure. I don't know who directed Wonderful Life.
I'm pretty sure it's Capra. Go Me, directed by Frank Capra. I've never even seen It's a Wonderful Life, and I know that one. Oh my gosh, Donna Reed, really? I mean, I knew James Stewart, but Donna Reed? Huh. Oh no. And nobody else I've heard of. Just those two. And they're probably all dead. I know there are some people, rather morbid people, who like to watch old movies and go, that one's dead. That one, oh, they're all dead.
Oh, I remember a Carlin skit on that line. Yeah, okay. Oh my word. Isa my this thing for to the Waikai Petier over here.
What?
Uh,
On earth are you...
no,
What?
on the old Wikipedia thing here for Arsenic and Old Lace.
Oh.
The box office 4.7 million. I don't think anybody even considers making a film that would project a box office of that, would they, anymore?
Depends on the budget, actually. You know, it's like, okay, you got 300 smackers. You're gonna make something that makes us $4,000? Yeah, that'll do.
Okay, does that still happen outside of independent
Indie
film?
flicks, no.
Yeah.
I don't actually see the... Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's... No, that's credits. Never mind. I'm trying to find, like, usually IMDb has these kinds of things, like, here's how much it costs to make a movie. Here's how much it... Usually, I don't see it now. Huh. Let's see. Release dates, official sites, tagline, da. I really, honestly don't see anything about the budget. Usually they have it. Wow, 156 trivia items. I'm not going to go looking through that.
Moo.
It's a Wonderful Life. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say. Awards and honors release. I'm hoping there's just a quick link to this. Nope, guess I'll have to go to production.
Oh man.
Okay, so apparently they bought the right, like RKO bought the rights for 10 grand, hoping to turn it into a vehicle for Grant.
Okay,
Uh,
which one are you speaking of here?
what do you mean?
Bought the rights to what?
The script or the story?
Of Arsenic and Old Lace?
Oh, I thought we were still on It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh, okay, okay. That's what I was trying to pin down. Okay, we're on It's a Wonderful Life. Okay, now I understand. We can continue.
Uh, oh, let's see. Okay. No, that's a sequel. I'm looking for the original budget, darn it. Ah, here we go. Wow. Oh, that's shitty. $3.18 million budget, 3.3 million box office. That is some shitty profit. But I
Wow.
mean, it obviously has made it back since then, but still.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I was wondering about. You know, for example, the Arsenic and Old Lace, the box office was 4.7 million. The budget was 1.1 million. Who can make a film for 1.1 million anymore?
I don't know, Kevin Smith, maybe? Let's see here. Yeah, I'm seeing it that, wow, they break it down not to the dollar, but to the thousand here on IMDb, or sorry, Wikipedia. So yeah. I mean, I suppose that's not a bad return on investment. Hmm. Wow, so few of these actors in Arsenic and Old Lace are names I know. I mean, like, okay, Cary Grant and Peter Lorre are the only ones that I recognize at all.
Okay, then.
I mean,
I definitely know Raymond Massey, but as far as Jack Carson or Priscilla Lane, I'm not so sure. Um,
Raymond Massey. I don't know that guy at all.
he had the lead role in Abe Lincoln in Illinois, for example. And
Okay.
you're going to look and you're going to say he had the role in what?
Hmm. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The last movie he made was in 73, and I don't think I've seen anything out. Oh, wait a minute. No, that looks like TV. I don't see a movie filmography unless they're mixed in. Oh, of course, I'm pretty sure. Oh, it lists them. All right, all right. Uh, yeah, the only thing that he did that I might possibly have ever seen, I could have sworn I saw the Twilight Zone in here somewhere. I don't know. Apparently, he was on an episode of Alfred Hitchcock Presents, or
Well,
whatever that's worth. Man,
50,
I don't.
50 cents
Oh,
maybe.
oh, I found something recently. Like I've been digging for this for years. You know how people in old movies kind of talked funny?
Oh, yeah. Hmm.
It's called the transcontinental accent.
Oh, okay, fine.
And it really is a thing. The next time I cast something where I want it to be all retro-ish, I'm going to ask people to do that for me.
Okay, then. Yay!
Well, because it's what I really wanted for Quinn Redshift and didn't get because I didn't know how to tell people to do it. If I'd had those words, transcontinental accent, I totally could have made it happen. Oh well, next time.
Hmm.
Bill and Ted Face the Music. I still haven't seen that. Bill and Ted Face the Music. I really should, but I just haven't got round to it. And if anybody makes a joke about round tuits, I'm sorry, you're decades out of date. That joke is so old. But oof. Like it's weird. I'm too awake to go to sleep, but but I really want some caffeine, and I don't know if it's a good idea. Like if I have caffeine right now at about 7:15, will it keep me up? Probably not, actually.
Well, yeah, I'm not totally familiar with your caffeine metabolism here. Uh,
Well, I mean, there have been times when I've done some caffeine around what 8:30, and the next thing I know, I don't fall asleep till 3. So it's something about which I must be careful.
moo, definite moo. And let me get this Widno out of the way here.
Without looking at any spoilers, uh, Bill and Ted Face the Music at a lower budget. I'm looking here, and it had a $25 million budget. So, I mean, maybe if you just for inflation, that one I didn't look at.
Okay.
Well,
Just curious.
actually, there is a very real chance that I have had more than my fair share of Keanu because I've been playing Cyberpunk so much. So, you know, I mean, don't get me wrong, I think Keanu's great, but
Okay, here we go.
let's see. Huh. Bill and Ted Face the Music was directed by the same guy who directed Galaxy Quest. You know, they're thinking about making a sequel to Galaxy Quest.
No, I did not know that. No.
I don't know how it can work, though, without Alan Rickman.
Hmm.
You know who Alan Rickman is.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. Sorry, sometimes I'm never sure whether I've made a reference you don't grok
Yeah,
or
this
if you're
is-
just thinking.
This is an unusual one. Because Rickman did Severus Snape, did he not?
He did. I mean, he was also Hans Gruber in Die Hard. He was the Sheriff of Nottingham in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. He's been a lot of people. And it's just, I mean, he really was a great actor, and I don't think Galaxy Quest could work without him.
Okay then.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like the third Ghostbusters movie, and who knows if is that out? I don't know. Like will it work without Harold Ramis?
Wow. Yeah, I don't know. Do not know.
And you know the funny thing is, like, you know, my whole objection to like regendering or re-racing characters and making a whole new movie based on a beloved property. The funny thing is how easy it is to avoid that problem. Like if they wanted an all-female Ghostbusters, just make them one of those franchises. Like, because that's one of the things they mentioned in the first Ghostbusters. They're like, the franchise rights alone will make us rich beyond our wildest dreams, or some line like that coming out of Dan Aykroyd, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can have the all-female Ghostbusters as a franchise branched off from the original Ghostbusters, and now I'm not pissed off because the beloved characters are untouched, and you have the new cast. It's kind of like what they're doing with the third Ghostbusters movie, because like one of the kids, I think they're supposed to be Egon's kid. I'm not sure. Because there's a reference to, oh, my father did this, that, or the other thing, or my father told me about this, that, or the other thing, and they don't really say which Ghostbuster was this kid's father, but I'm assuming it's Egon. And then they're like basically transferring the legacy to the younger cast, and I'm sitting here going, I love my original Ghostbusters, but they made a seamless transition to the new characters, and that's all I ask, you know.
Mage
Like,
says Egon's
all I ask.
grandkids.
So, but my point though is that it's so easy to avoid that pitfall that so many fans hate.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. I need another drink of OJ.
Daprojnie, as they say in the old country. Oh my. No, I was just looking up for the heck of it, and the 1944 dollars to today's dollars, well, whatever today was, I assume it's pretty close to now, was a factor of 14.8. So, let's see. To do 1.1 million.
Yeah, Mage, I heard that the all-female Ghostbusters was bad for more than just the gender swapping. In fact, again, I'll reference Jim Jeffries, because I really find him hilarious. He does a whole routine on it, on how it wasn't bad because women were in it. It was just a bad movie. It was a misfire. He said, and he's like, I love the cast. I love the director. They're all great. This was just a badly made movie. So yeah, I mean, sure. I know I had no desire to see it. I don't like my nostalgia screwed with. And like you said, I kept hearing it was a bad movie too. And actually, Jim Jeffries made a great point. He's like, this movie could have been successful if women went to see it too. Like, men didn't go see it. Women didn't go see it. Obviously, it's going to do terrible.
Yeah.
So there's that. I don't know. I didn't care even that it was women in it. Like I said, there would be a really easy way to not screw with my nostalgia and have an all-female cast. I mean, hell, I would be pissed if it started with an all-female cast and they made it all men. It's not what the change was. It's the fact that it changed. Don't screw with my nostalgia, people. I'll hurt you. So, I've got one of these cans of watermelon Red Bull in front of me.
Moo.
Should I or shouldn't I?
I think that the definitive answer to that question would be Daprojnie.
I knew you were going to do something like that. Well, even if it wasn't specifically yes fermentation or whatever the fuck that was, I knew there was going to be a non-answer coming.
Oh man, I couldn't tell you, to be absolutely truthful about it. Because it sounds like you do not want to be kept up too late.
Mm-hmm. Or at least not against my will.
Yeah. Move beef. And I don't know, it's almost 7:30. So I mean, if the Red Bull keeps you going for 7 hours, that's 2 a.m.
It won't keep me going that long, and if I delay any longer, it'll be bad. So,
Okay.
Yes, Sender, you are indeed welcome on my lap. There you go. Oh, hey, buddy. How are you? Oh, you little cutie. Hey, buddy boy. One thing about Xander that he does not do that Columbia does, if I shift a little too much, he doesn't run away. Columbia doesn't like it if I I don't know, decide, ouch, this hurts my ankles, let me cross my legs the other way. She will often leave my lap if I move like that. Xander, on the other hand, just rolls with it.
Okay.
Columbia's awfully picky sometimes.
There's something to be said for either, I suppose.
Well, yeah, but just because there's something to be said doesn't mean that it's positive. No, Xander, you are not attacking your sister.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
you're taking
Well,
my fun away.
I could see him ready to pounce. And I was like, nope, 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 nope. Shutting that shit down. So, and now Columbia's looking at me like she doesn't know she gets to have lap sets.
Oh my.
She doesn't recognize an invitation to sit the way Xander does. Like, she almost has to be coaxed into it, except coaxing her doesn't work. What you actually have to do is ignore her, and then she will decide lap sets.
Okay then.
Cats are weirdos.
Yes, they are.
I mean, they're wonderful little people, but they're weird.
Like this one will clamor for the attention, and I give her the attention, she runs away. And then clamors for attention. And I give her the attention, and she runs away. And clamors for attention. It's like, this is a game, isn't it?
Well, I do wonder at the fickleness of kitties. Like, I guess I understand why some people prefer dogs, just because they are a little more predictable and their behavior's a little more malleable than a cat. But, you know, when a cat decides they really, really love you, there's an honesty to it. You can tell what they're trying to do, where with a dog, it just seems like slavish devotion. Mindless almost.
It is. It is.
I mean, I wonder, like, I'm sure if you look on the internet, you can find this answer, but I find myself wondering whether anybody has tested whether cats are more intelligent or if dogs are. If I had to place a bet, my money would go on cats. But I'm also super biased, so what do I know?
I wonder what metrics he would use.
Well, I think what you would actually end up doing is sitting them down and making them take the SATs.
Okay, that would work. Yes. Are the SATs even worth anything anymore?
I don't know. I mean, I saw a headline, didn't read the article, but saw a headline that said that they're like taking out some essay section of the SATs or something. I don't remember having an essay section when I took them.
I didn't. I did not have an essay section when I took the SATs. Of course, I took the SAT in 1973, so.
Wow.
Yeah.
I forget, what grade do they make them take, or make you take them? Isn't it like when you're a junior rather than a
Yes.
senior?
Well, when I took it, it was as a high school junior.
So that probably would have been about 91 or 92 for me. Let me see. Essay cancellation. Here we go. The College Board is eliminating the SAT, essay, and subject tests and reviving plans to offer the SAT online. Okay. I don't know what any of that means. What the hell's a subject test? Is that specific subjects in school, or is there some other context in which they're using subject? Like, do you have to take the SAT math and then the SAT science? Is that what that was?
Gee, I'm not sure. What I remember is that you took the SAT and then you also took, I believe they were called achievement tests. And you had your pick of two subjects. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I have that wrong. The tests I'm thinking of were the AP tests, the advanced placement tests.
Oh,
Um, now
well,
there were multiple tests that went along with the ACT, as far as I remember. Does the ACT even exist anymore?
dunno. For some reason, I thought ACT was associated with mouthwash some way, but I must be thinking of something else. Then again, so many three-letter acronyms have overlapped these days, so who knows?
Okay, they say ACT test dates 2020, so I guess it still exists. Um,
But anyway, like I said, I saw this headline, and I didn't really know what it meant because I do not remember an essay section on my SADs.
mm-hmm.
Let's see. So let's smarter than dogs. Yeah. Well, someone seems to claim dogs are smarter, but I don't buy it. Let's see. Of course, it probably also has to do with like breed. You know, I mean, I'm fairly certain one of those little like tiny ass yappy dogs that fits in a lady's purse are probably not nearly as intelligent as, say, a German Shepherd. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh, yeah.
Let's see. All right, well, there are some findings here, and it says there is no current case for canine exceptionalism. The findings include in associative learning, dogs do not exhibit any unusual advantages over other animals. Dogs do have an excellent sense of smell, but similar abilities have been found in other animals, including pigs, horses, and cats. Physical cognition in dogs is not unique, and their performance is about the same as wolves, cats, bottlenose dolphins, and horses. In spatial tasks, dogs are not more exceptional than other animals. One area where canines do outperform felines is taste, apparently, which I would not call intelligence. Unless they're talking about like your taste in clothing or your taste in art. Yeah, I'm kidding. Yeah. I don't know. It seems like the boat's still out on this one.
Now, one thing I found out recently was that the hunting styles of dogs and humans are the same. And dogs are. Did he say that they were the only animals or one of two or three? I think they were the only animals that had that hunting style. As you know, yeah, humans and dogs were the only two animals that had this particular hunting style, and that may be why dogs and humans are best friends. This was from the systematic classification of life.
Well, one of the articles I was looking at said that a lot of dogs, or a lot of people think dogs are smarter simply because they do more tasks for humans. Personally, I'd say that you're more intelligent if you say tasks. Me? Fuck off. But that's just me.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, they're more trainable, but does that imply greater intelligence? I don't know.
Implies to me, okay, the things I could say about what that implies would probably be kind of insulting to some people, but let's face it, the people that are more likely to obey are probably the people who are less intelligent overall. I mean, I'm not talking about people who are into like BDSM or some shit. I'm talking like look at the slavish devotion people have to our dear leader who's about to depart. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a lot of people out there, they're saying they're not even dedicated to the Republican Party. They're dedicated to Donald Trump.
Yes.
And those are the people who probably like dogs better than cats, I'm imagining, because they like the obedience. You know, I like cats. Well, A, because they're puntable. If they get violent, you can get rid of the fuckers. But two, they're very they're affectionate in different ways than dogs, and it's I don't know, cuter, more tender. I really like it. I don't know.
I mean,
They slobber on you less.
they seem to be more independent to me.
You know,
Um, and individualistic, if you will. Yeah,
sure.
it's to a dog, you're the pack leader. To a cat, you're that annoying cat at the other end of the place where the colony lives.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if you're engaging in hyperbole or not, but they actually have said in some of the sites I've looked at that cats look at humans as just really big dumb cats.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
the reason I think we're dumb is because we don't pick up on the social cues that cats do. Like a lot of humans don't know what the hell it means when a cat's tail is doing certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And this
Mm-hmm.
has often irritated our kitty friends because they're like, "What? I'm giving you all the signs here. What aren't you getting?" That's essentially what the article said. I mean,
Yeah.
it went into detail and didn't quite phrase it that way, but still, the essence is there.
And then there's this one over here who plays dog with her tail.
Well, that's the thing I don't get. Xander does that too. His tail hardly ever stops moving. Well, I could look at him across the room and his tail would be going like he's got epilepsy. And I can
Okay.
make that joke because I used to have it, damn it.
Oh my. Oh my.
That's one of the things that pissed me off about the thing that, like, Facebook decided I had to have a 7-day break because of that Dances with Karens meme. And the thing is, like, it's not even offensive because it was a Native American woman who came up with the joke name for that guy. You know, like, it's not even fucking racist. But apparently, Facebook decides that posting Mr. Chewbacca bikini and calling him Dances with Karens violates community standards. The fuck? I
Yeah, Mage, definitely. Cats leaving dead stuff for us is them trying to teach us how to hunt. Yeah.
Is it? I thought it was a gift.
Um, I think I think it can be, where they see you as a kitten that they have to take care of.
Hmm.
Because you see it happening with people who are a bit under the weather, and Kitty will leave them like 15 mouses.
I mean, I swear, like usually over the course of my life, I've heard people describe that behavior as, well, maybe not tribute exactly, but it was like, here's a gift for you. Is the way I've always understood it. I don't know. Like you are the one who feeds me. Let me feed you in return, kind of thing.
Okay, and then Travis says, "I heard it's an insult saying you're not providing well enough."
Huh. Well, I mean, this is probably easily looked up. Uh, why do
Or do they leave gifts?
this is difficult. Why do cats leave dead animals, please? Dead animals at the door. Okay, there it is. In the wild, cat mothers teach their young how to eat their food by bringing home dead or injured prey. By leaving a dead or injured animal on the back porch, your cat is acting out its natural role as mother and teacher. Okay, fair enough. Oh, but here's another one. Sometimes they may also be bringing you a gift so you're able to eat the good raw meat like they do. So, yes, we're both right.
Okay, then. Oh, here's an interesting little thing here. What to do when Kitty brings home a gift. Try to remain calm and not make a horrified face because cats can read body language. Thank your feline friend for the gift, and if he will let you, dispose of it. If the cat won't let you dispose of his gift, try to get him to take it outside. If the cat won't drop her prey, you can offer her an alternative. Oh my.
So, okay, I know this is just a cultural thing and everything, but I've always wondered why people insist on gendering animals based on species.
I
Why
don't
are
know.
people always saying dogs are he and cats are she? It makes no sense.
In my note to knowing, I just wonder sometimes, is it relative size? Where
Um,
most people think of something the size of a German Shepherd when they think of a dog, and when they think of a kittiness, it's maybe the size of Xander, that sort of thing. I mean, would they be inclined to call a tiger she, or a liger, or a
well, well,
what's the
here's I actually think it's not that. Actually, I think it's a little closer to snips and snails and puppy dog tails kind of thing. Where it's like, I guess people look at the behavior of dogs and the behavior of cats and see like the masculine aggressiveness in a dog versus the slightly aloof but affectionate kitty. They probably look at it as a really bad stereotype of masculine and feminine.
Okay, that has its point.
Yeah, I mean that's my guess. You might have a point, but I've never heard people refer to like tigers as he or she usually. Like they people usually seem to gender pets more than they do just animals in the wild, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, yeah, yeah, definite point.
I don't know. Then again, I've never heard anyone say it for like birds or fish,
I was
so
just
it
gonna
seems to
head
just
there.
be cats and dogs.
I don't know if anybody genders of ferrets or anything like that. So yeah.
Yeah. Strange, isn't it? I don't know. Sometimes I wonder where these little cultural weirdnesses come from.
Oh my. Well, do they even? Hmm. Why are cats called? Okay. Why are all animals automatically he's except for cats? Okay, this is from
Hmm.
Esquire. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Okay, when describing almost anything that is not an inanimate object, we use he as the default pronoun. If you meet
No, we
a
don't.
dog on the street, the tendency is to assume it's a dude dog, even though your odds of accuracy are about 50-50. Same goes for sharks, dolphins, bugs and insects of all types, elephants, dinosaurs, squirrels. All he's until we know better. This is what this author at Esquire is saying. We really only reflexively use she when addressing cows, chickens, some gorillas for very visual reasons, and cats. Could never wrap my head around the automatic assumption of cat womanhood or dog manhood. I've lived among several cats at various points in time. They all like to eat cat food, play with sundry objects found on the floor, go to the bathroom in a box, and take naps. None of these traits fall into any of our conventionally defined behaviors of typical men or women. So, what's going on here? Let's see what we can do. Oh, interesting. One idea
What?
is this is why we have so many quote unquote dog guys and crazy cat ladies, speculates Jackson Galaxy, world famous cat behaviorist and host of Animal Planet's My Cat from Hell, via phone in his office in Los Angeles. Dogs are masculine in that they are task oriented, they are action oriented. You tell them to do something, and we have trained them over time to do it. Plus, what makes them appealing to men is they do what you tell them for the most part. They can be conquered again for the most part. Cats are not that for the most part. Cats are elusive. Females, I have found, embrace mystery more than men do. They're okay with not having pat answers to everything in the world. So your speculation may have been pretty close to this particular. Yes, honey, what? I think she's telling me that she agrees with the assessment.
Guess. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it was really only a guess, but the whole snips and snails and puppy dogs tales thing seems to have, well, maybe not been borne out, but at least there's some more evidence that's close.
Moo.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, definite moo.
Well,
Well, that's a question that's been somewhat answered here on the open chat. Yay! And then no. Put those claws away, honey. They're sharp. Okay, please. Yay! You is the kiddiness. That's what is you is. So I make room for her on the lap and she runs away.
of course.
Of course. Oh, now she's back. And if I pick you up and I cuddle you, you will go, wow, and you will run away.
That is one thing that Columbia does not like. I mean, if she looks at me and she's like, I want to sit on your lap. She's not doing it, though. She's like really hesitant. So I pick her up. I put her there. She goes, no. And just fucks off.
Okay. And then, in contrast, Miranda would not stay away from my lap. I tell you, I had to make sure that everything was ready, that I had a very large cup of coffee, and my ashtray was all set. Back then I was a smoker.
Sure.
Because when I sat down, I was going to be sitting there for quite a while because instantly in my lap was a Miranda.
Well, maybe it's just me, though, but I think having a big thing of coffee and planning to be somewhere for hours, not the best idea in the world. It is, after all, a diuretic or whatever it is that makes you pee. Diuretic, that's the right word?
That's the right word.
Okay, I thought so.
Yay.
It's just been years since I've had to say it. So, yeah, maybe it was me, but coffee? I don't know.
Oh my. Yeah, I tell you, it got interesting when it came time to take a piss. Really did. Because it would be like, Miranda, I gotta go. I really do have to take a piss, Miranda. And then finally, it's like, okay, I'm just going to have to go right now, start to stand up, and those claws are just dug into the thighs. It's like, I'm going anyway.
Yeah, the cat's like that. Yeah.
Oh, that Prosnia. Oh, Travis says my German Shepherd is a girl.
I've never actually heard is a good female equivalent of like draining the lizard. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like I've never heard a good like slang for a woman taking a leak. It's just I've never heard one. I've never heard a good one. I'm sure I heard terrible ones when I was little, but
Oh my. Yeah. Cannot think of anything having heard that. Huh. What do you know?
it's not necessary by any stretch, but it's just one of those data points where it's like we have a cultural thing that's clearly gender based or at least sex based, wedding tackle based, and we don't have one for the other, and that's weird to me.
Oh my! For the longest time, also, over the road stuff was exclusively male. It was, if I remember correctly, only recently that you had the female version of the Motorman's Helper.
What on earth are you talking about? Over the road stuff?
Yeah, the over-the-road drivers, the truck drivers.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we call it that in my generation.
Okay, okay.
But you're talking about like one of those bathroom buddy type things.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I
I'm trying to
like
remember.
like an amateur catheter.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. It was.
I
It
can just
was.
see the TV ads. No doctor required. You know.
Oh man, I think it was only in the shuttle era that the female version of the Motorman's Helper made its appearance.
You know what? One of these days I ought to look that up to see how that works. Like the actual, let's just say nozzle, how
Uh-huh.
that could be shaped. I mean, because clearly with a guy he can insert something. You know what I mean? Like he can insert himself into something.
Yes.
Quite as convenient when you're a chick.
Just curious. Okay then.
Hmm.
Okay, here we go. Want to see what this looks like. Ah. Huh. Okay. Diakushe.
I'm picturing something vaguely funnel-esque.
And you've got it. Absolutely. You've got it. You've got it. Apollo 8 now in lunar orbit.
All right, I see it. Oh, I hate to think about if there's any splashback, though.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I mean, I have to admit, Lady Bits are a bit more high maintenance.
Yeah, just a bit. But okay, we can stop sharing. And then if we haven't sent everybody running away by now, I don't know that we ever will.
Challenge accepted.
Wait a minute. We have Travis saying IK exclamation point. What is that?
That's probably I know.
Oh, moof beef. Okay.
I mean, I'm used to seeing IKR, so I'm extrapolating from previous data, but I'm guessing IR or IK, I know. That's my guess. I can't think of anything else it might mean, except possibly inverse kinematics, which we use in animation, but somehow in context.
Okay, then. That's one thing I
Yeah.
just cannot get accustomed to, and I know I'm going to be called an old fart and, go away boomer or whatever the hell it is. But this thing of speaking in letters, in three-letter acronyms and stuff like that, I just can't get used to
Yeah,
it. Yeah.
well, the thing is, like, I will cheerfully, like, learn what people mean when they say it, but in general, I tend to spell things out. Like, gosh, it's probably been decades since I typed the letters OK instead of typing out OKAY when I
Yeah,
mean
right,
okay.
right. Mm-hmm.
And I definitely don't type things like lol and raffle anymore. And yes, that's the way I pronounce them. LOL just sounds dippity. But usually I'll put some asterisks around the word snork, like as to represent a guffaw.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean, I do like to spell things out, but I don't get on people's cases for not doing it unless they do it really stupidly.
Yeah, I mean, it'll take me a little time sometimes to get the brain in that mode to read the stuff, but I just don't write it.
Hmm. Well, what drives me nuts is when people come out with a new one and I'm not in the loop yet. And so I see it everywhere and I'm really confused. And I'm just grateful to Urban Dictionary for giving me a source for finding out what people mean without having to ask and look like a complete dork. Like, there's this one, it's actually kind of handy, is AITA, which stands for Am I the Asshole? So basically, people go AITA scenario. So they're basically saying, like, was I the one in the wrong or was the other one a dick?
Oh, I think I have seen that one. Okay.
It took me a while to figure that one out without Urban Dictionary because I'd never heard it before. Now that I have heard it, like I said, I find it useful, but still.
Yeah, Vonric, it gets even stranger when they speak it. Mm-hmm.
Hmm. To this day, I don't know what the hell yeet means.
I have no freaking idea. Greystow Plays does that one a hell of a lot. Everything is yeet.
Someone told me it's a verb, which is not where my brain would have went. Let's see, Urban Dictionary, uh, and then yeet. Come on, you can do it. To discard an item at high velocity. Alex finishes his soda and proceeds to yeet his empty can into a trash bin. Okay. Sure. And apparently it's something you can exclaim when you do it. So I find myself wondering, do people say yeet when they're like punting someone out of a chat room? Yeet!
Yes, am I to not to knowing at all.
I wish they had an origin thing here to describe where the frick it came from.
Yeah.
Let's say, well, there's I can keep scrolling. Still not seeing an origin. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, no origin here. Oh well, what you gonna do? It's probably some reference to a cartoon show I never watched, like fucking Powerpuff Girls or something. I don't know. And no, I never watched that. I had no interest in it whatsoever.
According to Wiktionary, we have originating and coined in the mid 2000s but popularized by a 2014 video uploaded on Vine. As an interjection, it is used to express excitement or approval. As a noun, a type of dance with flailing arm motions popularized by social media website Vine. As a verb, to move quickly or to throw an object a long distance or with a sudden and forceful motion.
But say why, like is it supposed to be a sound effect or is it just an exclamation from throwing or what? I mean, because my first thought when someone said like to throw with force could have been the sound of a bullet ricocheting.
Okay.
I don't know. First thing I thought, but that's just me and my first impression. I have no evidence for that. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know. And then there's this cat.
A
So do I
speaking cat, apparently.
do I yeet the cat and I'll put those claws away, will you?
Fur
Yeah.
coated razor blade, eh?
Uh-huh.
Forget where I got that from. I think it might have been either Mad Magazine or Dave Barry. I'm not sure. Actually, it could have been Bloom County for all I know. Oh,
my.
you know, I've been rereading Happy Trails, the last Bloom County book, and it's the one where they put Donald Trump's brain in Bill the
Yeah,
Cat.
huh? Yeah, I
Boy, is
have
it
that.
more relevant now.
Yeah, I actually have that book, and now you have me wanting to go back and reread it, for about the yointeenth time.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty funny, especially given recent like. I wonder if Burt Breathitt has gone back and like looked at it and gone, "Wow, was I not talking out of my butt?" You know,
Absolutely.
like, wow, I predicted the future a little bit, didn't I?
Boy, that happens so often with these social commentary things. I mean, how many times allegedly has The Simpsons done it and everything else? Um,
Hmm.
what are these people seeing that the average Joe or Josephine is not seeing? I don't know.
Sometimes I wonder. It's like it's not necessarily that they're not seeing it so much as they're just not making note of it. I mean, like, a lot of comedians will do those things. Like, hell, George Carlin did it. Where it's like, here's those things you never really think about, but we all have in common.
Oh, okay.
And I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who went, oh, Donald Trump, fill in the blank. And then later it kind of comes true, but they forgot about it because, it was 10 years ago and it was a minor thought they had for 30 seconds and then it was done. And, I mean, the real question is why some people write them down and others don't.
Mm.
At least for me, that's the real question.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of Don. Hmm?
Well, the sheer number of, say, cat memes and cat videos with cats doing wacky shit, the number of coincidences necessary for someone to be filming their cat at the same moment that their cat does X. Like how many of those moments do we miss because someone wasn't there with a camera?
Yeah, which leads me to wonder how many are staged.
I was thinking it, I wasn't going to say it.
Yeah, because it's just too convenient that you have cat um person owned by cat and camera at the ready, all at the same place.
Well, but the thing is, there are also a lot of vaguely similar in theme videos of, say, toddlers doing wacky shit.
Uh huh. Yeah.
I mean, you can't. I'm sure people aren't training their toddlers that way, or if they are, that's fucking sick. But I mean, like, seriously, I wonder how many wacky cat things we've. I know there have been times I've seen my cats doing things that I think would be great to put on YouTube, and I just get there too late with the camera. Or in Columbia's case, she sees a camera coming and knocks it the hell off, which is
Uh,
really frustrating.
yeah, which
But
is what Sylvia does. I mean, out of every 100 things she does that's photo worthy, I might catch one.
mm,
I was about to say on film, but you get the point.
I
At
do.
least I hope you do. And yeah, if she detects me reaching for a camera, she'll get up and go, or she'll knock it off, as you say, and very, very frustrating.
Well, I wonder, like, how many terms do we take for granted now, even though the origin of them is no longer relevant? Like calling video footage,
Yeah, yeah.
that sort of thing. I wonder how many of those there are. Um, you've got your like MP3 player and you hit rewind. Is it still rewind anymore?
Um,
Like, changed it.
the last time I looked at a player like that, yes, it was.
Let me see. I'll pull up Windows Media. Oh, I guess I have to actually have a song going or something. Let me see here. Uh, no, actually, it says previous.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. It just says previous, but on the forward it says next. Press and hold to fast forward. Can I press and hold back to or previous to rewind? No, apparently I can't.
Huh.
That is just messed up. Okay.
Move beef.
Well, now I wonder with my my video player. Let's pull up VLC Media Player and see what happens. And wow, I still have a copy of Winamp.
Holy
Okay.
shit! I remember Winamp.
Mousing over it seems to. Oh, here we go. Previous media in the playlist skip backward when held. I guess rewind has been deprecated.
Oh, jeez.
Huh. Interesting. But of course, we still dial a phone.
Yeah.
You know, there's little things like that. I don't know. I like the play with language, the history that we have with like terms that get added and removed from the language for one reason or another. I find that entertaining.
Well, I mean, one that just came to my mind is set sail still in use.
Okay.
And I don't know if it is or not. But
Now,
you would not see setting sail on an aircraft carrier, nuclear aircraft carrier, something like that.
well, okay. I mean, hell, I've heard people say let's set sail when we're going on a car trip. So, I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's. I'm not sure how. Well, I don't know. Whatever.
Ah, shatoshti, whatever that means.
Hmm. Actually, it's funny. There's an episode of How I Met Your Mother where Ted meets this German guy, and the like at one point the guy says Dankeschön or something, and then he goes, "Oh, that means thank you." And Ted's like, "I know that one." And he goes, "Oh, you speak German?" He starts blathering in German. And Ted's like, "No, no, no, just that." And at one point, like Gesundheit and kindergarten come up, and the German dude is like, "You know those two, but you don't know this one. You are maddeningly inconsistent," kind of thing. And I'm like, well, we do borrow a lot of foreign words.
That actually happened to me at one point.
Did
Um,
it?
I have a habit of, rather than saying thank you, I'll say, Danke schön or something like that. So I'm
Right.
at Squalmart and I'm going through a rather narrow aisle, and a man backs his cart out of the aisle so I can get through. Ah, Danke
Hmm.
schön. And it's you speak German, and immediately starts, and then we had a wonderful conversation auf Deutsch there at Walmart. Turned out he had lived in Sweden for 11 years.
Hmm.
Um, and he was just so overjoyed that you know, he didn't know for sure at first, but overjoyed that someone seemed to be seemed to know how to speak German. And the darn thing was, I understood more than I could speak.
Hmm.
I've lost my active vocabulary. I really need to get back, with
Well,
somebody who can speak the language.
that is a common symptom among people who are trying to speak a language that isn't their native tongue.
Right.
You know,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we understand more than we speak.
it's probably why you get a lot of foreign people who learn English. Or, well, this is a stereotype. I haven't really seen it happen in real life outside of television. But the stereotype is like they'll do the "how you say" thing in the middle of a sentence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
The "scusi," I was how you say walking. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. Of course, I sometimes wonder how much of it, like you'll hear a lot of pregnant pauses from people who are new to English, and sometimes I wonder if that's due to not knowing the word, or if it's simply because people in the U.S. apparently tend to speak very slowly compared to people in other countries. And it's true, you listen to a lot of languages from other countries, and it's very rapid fire. You know,
Oh my. Yeah, I
it's
mean,
what the hell, listen to someone talking in Japanese. Oh my gosh, I don't know how anyone like listens to all of it and catches all of it sometimes.
I was just thinking of Mexican Spanish.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's
Well,
like Gatling gun.
I have to admit, there are times when just people from the United States, especially folks in the South, I get road rage waiting for them to fucking finish a sentence. It's one of the reasons why I kind of talk like this, you know, because I want to actually get everything out and I want to not waste anyone's time. So I tend to talk a little bit on the rapid fire side.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
most Americans do not.
Uh-huh. Well,
I wonder if
everybody
that's
gives
how a
me,
lot of
not
the rest
only
of the world
you.
thinks we're stupid.
Say again?
Like seriously, I wonder if our slow talking is part of why the rest of the world thinks we're so stupid.
It's a could be. How you say could be that. Yes.
Hmm.
Oh my, but yeah, one thing I had thought of, when you were talking about the doing things and not knowing what the origins were. Let me see if I can get to the camera here. There we go. The thing people do when they're trying to enact shooting, right? It's this thing like so.
Finger guns.
Yeah, and
Uh-huh.
I finally figured out this originates with flintlocks, or perhaps even matchlocks, which
Does
are
it?
which are well, think of it when you look at a flintlock. Let me see if I can pull this up.
I don't know. I mean, just looking at the shape, I always pictured like, you know, an old West six shooter when people would do that. You know, like a revolver?
Okay. Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
I always pictured.
But when you have, okay, we can throw this up. We can present arms, and we can do this, and we can do that. Oh,
Ha,
come on.
you're really gonna present arms this time, aren't you?
I am.
I mean, I guess
And
I see it, but still,
especially
I
especially
always
here.
pictured the six shooter, like you know when you get those cowboy movies where instead of just pulling the trigger, they're thwacking their hand against the whatever it's called, the striking
Oh,
bit.
I believe that's called fanning.
Sure. Well, that's I always pictured like the bit that they're hitting as what your thumb is representing.
Okay, the hammer. Yeah.
Ah, yes, hammer. Thank you. I could not think of what the fuck that was called.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess I can see how that would work.
Well, and of course, you know, you're introduced to finger guns as a kid. I mean, you know, it's easy to decide that's what that is.
Okay, we'll get that out of the way. Moo. Moo, 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 moo. Oh my, and there we go. That's what I'm waiting for. The way these things catch on, like Yeet catches on, and what is it, Eta or whatever? Am I the? I'm waiting.
Am
For,
I?
I'm waiting for Moo to catch on.
Yeah, that actually already means something. Master of Orion. It's a video game system or series rather. Seriously, if you talk about Moo 2, you'll probably see a gamer come in their pants.
Oh,
I
okay.
mean, seriously, like that was one of the games that set the standard for that style of game. It's like old MS DOS, you know, like Conquer the Galaxy kind of thing.
Oh
And
my.
I'll still play it to this day. It's pretty fun. And you know, you have to use like DOSBox, you have to use an emulator to play it. But yeah, someone talks about Moo or Moo 2, because let's face it, Master of Orion 2 is way better than anything else in the series. Um, you know, as most internet people will know what the hell you mean, or at least gamers will.
Okay then.
Yeah.
But you don't have the use of moo as a term of assent or anything like that. You know, where it's like,
Not
oh
that I've
yeah,
heard.
definitely. It's moo.
I have a feeling it's gonna be hard to make that one catch on. I still don't know what the hell you like, why you came up with that one.
I don't
And
remember.
well, but the thing is, you didn't do it when I first met you. Is the thing. Somehow it became a new thing at some point.
Well, I don't remember why I dredged that back up, to tell you the
Back
absolute
up.
truth.
That was an old
Yes.
thing?
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Moo and I go back at least to 98, 99, something like that.
Hmm. Okay.
Because
Well,
I would be overjoyed on whatever day and time it was, when the show would come on and, oh, it's time for the Iron Moo! Yay! You know,
the Iron Moo?
yeah, meaning the Iron Chef.
Okay.
And my ex got me a birthday present one year of a mad cow, which would jump up and down and yell, moo, 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 moo. So it was an established thing at that time.
Well, I still think you're gonna have a hard time convincing other people to use moo as a yes. I just don't see that catching on.
And Harmonica Man says it's utterly ridiculous. Yes.
Yeah, that joke is so old that Joe Biden looks young by comparison.
Chapondia. Aye.
Yeah.
Oh my, I got to look on this thing to see what is the thing on the thing. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
one thing I don't ever want a cow to do with me is cuddle.
Here we are.
Yeah, well.
Oh my, the mailer is still up. Let me
I wonder, has there ever been a character like a cow cartoon character named like Mr. Holstein and he's Jewish?
The only cow character I can think of right immediately offhand is do you remember the cartoon Cow and Chicken?
I remember its existence. I have never watched it.
Okay, because yeah, it's quite what's the word I'm looking for? Ridiculous,
I thought
absurd.
you were going to be demented, but okay.
Well, demented works, yeah.
What little I have seen of it, almost entirely stills, and in fact, probably entirely stills, it had that sort of vaguely Ren and Stimpy-ish look.
Yes, yes. Um, and the personalities are kind of similar as well. Chicken being the Renish character, and Cow being the Stimpy-ish character.
I would really like to see some things shaken up in terms of our stereotypes. Like, before you even said it, I knew that chicken was the manic one, right? Like, that was way too easy. And the cow was the passive one. Um, I would really like to see a cartoon that's sort of Tom and Jerry esque or Sylvester and Tweety esque, where the cat is not the bad guy.
Okay, okay.
I would also really like to see a Starfleet captain on Star Trek who's like short, bald, and dumpy. I'm picturing Jason Alexander here.
Okay.
Or tall and awkward like Bert from The Big Bang Theory. I would really like to see an off-brand Starfleet captain. Actually, you know what I'd really like to see is a Star Trek show where the captain ain't human.
Okay. They haven't
Now,
done
I don't
that
know if
yet,
they'll
huh?
ever do it, but I'd like to see it.
Oh my, I would have thought they would have done that by now.
I mean, like the aliens are always underlings. I'm not even sure they've ever given a non-human a ship of their own. Now,
Wait,
I've
wait,
heard
no. If
I've heard a lot of people say that, oh, it's because Starfleet is primarily human, although it sure doesn't look like it. So I mean, I guess I get it, but even so, I would really, hell, a show about the one rare exception would be kind of cool too. I mean, if nothing else, you could handle like social commentary, prejudice against a non-human captain that they have to overcome. look at the challenges I had to go through to become a Starfleet captain when I'm not human. I think it would be a very interesting show.
Well, if I remember correctly, and I guess this would classify as non-human, I thought that Worf got his own ship.
I don't recall that, but then again, I mean, was he ever in anything past Deep Space Nine? Because I don't remember, and I didn't. I know a lot of people have this big hard on for Deep Space Nine. I don't get the appeal. I find it mildly annoying. I don't know. It's mostly the Ferengi. I hate the Ferengi.
Okay, I could do it.
I mean, let's put it this way: the Ferengi could have been cool if they weren't slapsticky, Jar Jar esque comic relief, and if they weren't all dipshits. Because let's face it, they are really stupid, most of them, and it seems so. I don't want to say childish, maybe cartoonish. It yanked me out of the universe. Let's just put it that way. They were too silly. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Suspension of disbelief was broken.
Indeed. Okay.
So, but that's just me. And I have to say, I don't like Klingons very much either. And part of it is just because their society makes no sense whatsoever. It's like, oh, we're all warriors and we all live on this code of honor and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, okay, so you guys don't have artists then? You don't have janitors? You don't have a dude who flips burgers? I mean, surely your society functions with people who aren't warriors somehow. Where's a Klingon scientist? Have you ever seen a Klingon scientist on Star Trek? I haven't.
I haven't.
Or at least, I mean, it makes no sense at all. And that bothers me too. Plus, they do have that stick up their ass. It's like there's never anyone who says more like, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. It's always, okay, let's scream at the sky and talk about honor and shit. It just seems like none of them have a good time. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to picture a Klingon with a smile on their face because they're genuinely happy. It's just they all seem like big old grouches. I don't know. It's a little thing, I guess. It's something that's always bothered me about Star Trek.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just strange
Oh,
when it comes to tastes.
it appears that Worf did get a command.
In
It would be, let's see, the CBS All Access sequel series to Next Generation.
that doesn't help. What's the title?
It doesn't say.
Oh. Well, whatever. I mean, I don't know.
The ship involved was the USS Enterprise E, if that helps.
Not even a little bit. I don't know the Enterprise past D, so. And it's weird that I know that.
Oh, Mage has seen a Klingon scientist. Okay.
I wonder, did the other Klingons make fun of them and call them Four Eyes and all that, or is it more of a respected position? Like, oh yeah, you're the ones who design our warships and make them better against our enemies, kind of thing, or is it more like, you're a dork, you don't do sports, and Klingon sports are killing, so I don't know. Now I'm trying to picture like a Klingon in shirt tie, pocket protector, and glasses, and complete Poindexter Klingon. I'm trying to picture that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, okay, so Worf managed to be in all the TNG movies. Moof. Beef.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I don't know. But yeah, or okay, well, you want to talk about off-brand Starfleet captains? I know I've mentioned this before. Andrew Dice Clay. You know, hey, fire the photon torpedoes over here, huh? You know, I'd love to see that. Like, name for me one Italian, obviously, unabashedly Italian character in Star Trek. I dare you. And when I say Italian, I don't mean from Italy. I mean from Brooklyn. You know what I mean? Queens. One of those Italians, an Italian American. Tell me one that's been in Star Trek at all. Not even necessarily in command, just one of them. I don't know. I can't name one at all. Not one.
Moo.
And I wonder if that's an oversight or by design. Because, like, you notice how many like I'm always mentioning, oh, we all listen to classical music, we all sip sherry with our finger in the fucking air and all of that, you know, and it's hard to picture one of those sort of bourgeoisie characters with, you know, a dude from Brooklyn. I can't picture it.
Okay, yeah.
So it seems to me like they would probably just go, well, they're not a cultural fit. But if that's true, that's kind of prejudicey. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I find myself wondering. Hell, do you
My-
think the mob even exists in Star Trek? I don't know. I mean, it's
don't-
gonna suck being an Italian American actor. Like all the roles you get, or at least 75% of them, will be gangsters.
Yeah.
It's gotta really suck.
Oh man, I'm trying to remember if Dean Martin played any gangster roles.
Probably not with the name Martin. I'm sure he got away with it. But if you look at, say, the cast of Goodfellas and the cast of The Sopranos and the crossover actors between the two, it's like a who's who of Italian American actors. It's kind of like it's crazy, it's funny, and it's also a little insulting. I don't know. But that's just me.
It's the fufu. There's another one that hasn't caught on.
What's that?
The fufu.
Oh, well, it's not. Okay.
It's essentially anything I want it to be.
Yeah. Maybe that's the problem. Like, if it meant something specific, it might have an easier time catching on.
Okay, okay.
Just saying. Yeah. Well, you know, it is kind of difficult sometimes to get a new word to catch on, a new expression.
Well, you should know
I mean,
about that one.
Well, yeah, the only reason Epistifus took off was because Aaron Ra got hold of it. So, I mean, you know, it helps to have an in with somebody who has more popularity than you. I wonder what it takes for a meme to go viral. Because honestly, I've created more than my fair share of memes, and I haven't seen them anywhere that I haven't posted them ever. You know, and I'd love to believe that the picture of lasagna Oreo would catch on because it's funny and gross and weird, but I have to be the one to post it everywhere. Or the one about how George Lucas is God. I'd love to think that one could catch on, but it never has. I mean, it's mildly frustrating, but
My guess is that it takes a great deal of luck.
possibly. Or a huge audience.
Yeah, and then well,
You
there's
know, I mean, if you got a couple million YouTube subscribers, something will catch on eventually.
well, like Aaron Ra's emu meme,
I
which
think I've missed that one.
which wasn't even intended to be an emu, if I remember correctly. He had a pet emu, took a picture of it. It
Mhm.
became the most widely circulated picture of an emu anywhere on the internet.
Really?
Let me find it. Um,
I wonder if there's a picture out there of an emu.
I don't know, because that would be the moo.
Let's,
Okay, wait a minute. Let me find the right one.
let's see. Google image search, emu. Yep, of course it exists.
Oh, okay then.
Wow, that's funny looking. Oh, and apparently there's a book called Emo the Emu for kids.
Ah,
Let's
there we
see.
go.
And hey, and emu. There's a bunch of them actually.
Oh, jeez.
I know, right? But oh my gosh, there's one. Is that? No, it's not Justin Bieber. Okay. I don't know who that is. Ooh, want to take it to the next level?
Moo.
Elmo the emu. Oh, dearie me.
Oh my. We have over here. Narkeportie.
That's
There.
it?
There's the emu. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. That reminds me of something. Like a scene in a movie, someone's lying flat on their back, maybe they've been shot or maybe they're about to be shot, and this face looking at them from that angle, it looks very familiar.
Okay then.
Hmm. Oh well.
Moo. Or emu. One of the two.
I do think it's funny that Dr. Dino there is right next to him.
Yeah. Best friends.
Eh,
Oh my.
Hovind, that's it. Kent Hovind. Wow, I was totally blank. I kept wanting to call him Frank Turek, and I'm like, I know that's not right. I know that's not him.
Oh, I think this may also be Aaron's bird. I'm not sure though.
So, okay, this is going to sound horrible and like a generalization, but why are so many right wingers physically repulsive?
I don't know.
I mean, I have to wonder, like, I would love for somebody to put a lineup of people. Some are like prominent right wingers that I don't know, but still prominent, or even just people really Republican or whatever. Put them in a lineup with people who aren't, and see if I can pick out who's who.
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, like I look at say a lot of the politicians, and like the guys are fat and dumpy, and the women have this weird almost wicked witch look to most of them, and it's weird because like some of them are even what Hollywood has deemed attractive, and yet they have this vibe, and
Yeah.
it's like, okay, what's the name of the politician? She wants to on day one file impeachment charges against Biden.
Oh. Damn it. Trying to remember.
Well, let's look it up.
Yeah.
Uh,
What one does, one doesn't know the
okay.
answer.
um, okay, and I don't see the name, damn it. Must include. Damn it, now I don't see it. let's see. Hold on. Let's try this. Um, what is it called? File orders of impeachment? What's the term? File
Article.
articles. Thank you. Impeachment on Biden.
Night, Randy.
All right. What?
I was telling Randy good night. He's taking off.
It says here Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah,
okay.
that's it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I mean, the thing is, she looks like a Fox News host. She looks like she'd be on that one show of theirs. But there's something just fucking creepy about her. She looks like Michelle Bachmann, like a young Michelle Bachmann.
Yeah, okay.
Who looks like a wicked witch.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no other way to say it. There's just something weird. And maybe it's just a regional thing. Maybe it's just, we're the descendants of the people who populated the flyover states and they just look ugly by association. I don't know. But look at that right there.
Yeah.
And then let's see, Michelle Bachmann. Just so I can pull up. Wait a minute, I'm not thinking of Michelle Bachmann. Who's the one? Or maybe I am. Well, what's the one I'm thinking of?
Or are you thinking of the one from Alaska?
Sarah Palin?
Yeah.
No. Well, okay, here's a good one, actually. This is where Michelle Bachmann has the crazy eyes. Now look at what's her face real quick, and then bam. Like, they don't look exactly the same, but they're projecting that same emotion, that same vibe. And Michelle Bachmann just plain looks crazy all the time.
I look at these two, and I know it's going to sound horrible, but when I look at I see an IQ of 53.
I know what you mean. But there's just some... well, okay, you know what? Some of them look just overly polished is part of the problem. Like lipstick on a pig with Ann Coulter here.
Yeah, okay.
But you can see the same vibe there, can't you?
Yeah.
There's like a common like theme, I guess, to the way they look, and it's like 1950s Stepford wife kind of bullshit. You know what I mean?
Which I suppose is why Dinesh D'Souza found her attractive.
Maybe. Or take Amy Coney Barrett.
Oh, man. She looks like she came out of the Donna Reed show, for fuck's sake.
They all look like they were made in a factory.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with ever so slight variations, but they all look... you know, and like I say, this sounds horrible to say it, but there's something about these right-wing women that's just off-kilter somehow.
Yeah. I has to see on the thing over to here. Oh, yeah, oh God, you want off-kilter.
Oh?
Yeah, I don't know. Well, for one, I don't know how anybody could find this attractive, but that's just me. Let's go over here. And...
Oh. Yeah. I mean, she looks a little more Hollywood than the others, but I do see it in her, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I just don't... She's... To my eyes, she's artificial.
Yes. Agreed. She does look a little plastic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's funny, there are some people who are so much more attractive without makeup.
Yeah, okay. I get that.
Like, I'm looking at her eyes and thinking you look like a raccoon. With all that, you know, with all of the,
God,
like, the eyeliner and the mascara and shit, she looks like, yeah.
Oh
And
my.
I should have brought up a picture of Sarah Palin because she's got it going on too.
Okay, okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I wonder if this is just something that right wingers prefer and really like, so they're just playing to their base, or if it's truly cultural in some other fashion. I don't know. But
Well,
it
okay,
just seems,
I
and
don't.
I wonder how many of them just have their faces twisted by hate. Because have you ever noticed sometimes the way someone lives their life or the way they think and feel seems to affect how they get old?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I wonder if maybe it's just they think themselves ugly.
It could damn well be. And then on the other hand, on the other side of the coin from, well, let's see. I'm gonna have to do this in a slightly different way here to get rid of some stuff that YouTube may not like. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you want to on the opposite side of the scale from Tommy Lahren. I mean, there's this absolute beauty that's on the internet, and just
Hmm.
nobody like her. I mean, really, when you come down to it, and you knew this was coming.
Oh, stop that. But seriously, okay, take for example. I mean, we've just been talking about the women. All the men seem to look like potatoes.
Oh God, Dinesh D'Souza.
Well, actually, he looks more like a lemon head. But no, I mean seriously, you look at the right wing men, and it's like if you didn't have um, as much money as you do, you would probably look like a Walmartian.
Oh my.
But I mean, you look at like people like Ted Cruz, for example, or oh, what the hell's that other guy? You remember that one dude? He appeared on a talk show with like a hat, a MAGA hat, and a suit. And he was like this old Southern dude, and he kept saying like, "Oh, if I found out my kids were gay, I'd take them camping and see if they could
Oh,
swim."
yes, 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 yes,
That guy,
yes. I cannot
you
remember
know,
his name, but yeah.
or Pat Robertson or Louis Gohmert or all of these people, they just look like the worst of the worst here. I don't know. Like did they just all decide to let themselves go at a certain point?
I mean, even the best of them don't look all that good. I mean, think of Dennis Prager.
Or Tucker Carlson?
Mm-hmm.
There seems to be so much. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I don't have the words for it, but there is a vibe, a common vibe to all of them. And it's not a pleasant thing.
Oh my. So I don't know which comes first, the right wing affiliation or the look.
Oh, well, the look came in 1989 on Roxette's album Look Sharp.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, come on, how was I not
I
going to
should
say
have
that?
I should have known
Oh,
that one was
oh,
going to be coming.
Rush Limbaugh and what's the other guy? Alex Jones. Those are prime examples of just ugly ass right wingers. I don't know
Mm-hmm.
what, like, maybe it's their diet. I don't know.
I mean, it certainly was in the case of Limbaugh and yeah, even Jones.
And both of them kind of look like Trump.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I mean, maybe it's just, that whole like corn fed steak eating thing. I don't know.
Moo.
But it's not like there aren't attractive people out there in like the rural Midwest. I don't know if they're all right wingers though. I mean, I don't know what the common thread is. It just seems like, because I mean, we can find ugly people on the left, but they're not all the same. You know what I mean? They're not all ugly in the same way where right
Yeah.
wingers are. And I think that's really weird. Oh, wow. I just found this horrible, horrible, horrible picture of these right wingers saying we want Trump, Trump 2020, the sequel, make the liberals cry again, it says. And they're holding up signs that say crack lives matter.
Oh, for the Jesus Christ.
I know. I don't even want to like share it on your feed because that's the kind of thing that can get I'll put a link in the chat or something.
Yeah,
but
that would be a good thing. Yeah, that's something
But I
that could
mean,
get you thrown
wow.
off the air for good. And
that is one of the worst things I've ever fucking seen.
well, you know the one you talk about the Trump supporters and the whole bit. The couple, I'm assuming they are husband and wife, and she's topless but body painted with some Trump leaning thing.
I have no idea what you're talking about at all.
Oh my. Let me see.
I thought you were going to mention like that one couple where they're out on their lawn with assault rifles trying to hold off protesters or some shit.
Oh, those two with the rifle and the Glock and the pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not that. I'm trying to think of which keywords to use.
Actually, you know what? You know what? I think the word I'm looking for is Aryan. The common thread is most of them look kind of Aryan.
Okay.
They give off a kind of Nazi vibe. I hate to say it, but
I guess I don't have the right keywords. And it would be difficult to find the right keywords for this one. Yeah.
the only pictures I can think of where someone's body painted, well, you know the ones.
Yeah. Oh my.
Yeah, in a weird way, I kind of feel dirty having this conversation just because I don't like picking on people for things they can't help. But at the same time, it is something I've observed. So what do you do with that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know. And when you talk about stuff like that, I have to admit that as much as I hate to admit it, I do tend to make judgments on the appearance of some of these people. The Wall Martians, I definitely make a judgment on their appearance. It's, the way they're presenting themselves makes me think they don't take decent care of themselves because they just don't care to. If that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, but for a lot of the people, like, as I said, Walmart is often frequented by people with a low budget. And eating on a low budget without getting tubby is difficult because most of what you can afford is very artificial and full of chemicals. So, in a way, it may not be their fault. You know what I mean? Then again, they could exercise more. But still, it's
they could
I can't put
occasionally.
all the blame on them because I know what eating on a budget can do to a person.
Oh, they could occasionally brush their teeth.
Okay.
Things like
But
that. It's that sort of thing.
One thing I should mention, just because I want to say that it's kind of, for me, was the reverse of what you said. Is for me, the common thread was looking at people on the right wing rather than looking at people and saying, based on your looks, you're in the right wing. I was like, look at all these right wingers. Wow, there's a common thread between them. Rather than look at all these people, the common thread between them. Oh, and they're Republicans. Like
Yes.
the right wing came before the they all look the same part. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, and that's, I guess, one of the things that I don't like about this thing that I do. That I have to admit that I do it, but at the same time, I understand that it's not exactly good or nice or anything like that.
Well, at least you're aware of it. I mean, that's the thing. If you know that you have that bias and you try to fight against it, to make sure that you're treating people fairly, I think that's the most anyone can do. I
Mm.
mean, I don't think anyone is without prejudice. It's just how you manage it that matters.
Okay then. Yeah.
Or maybe I'm talking out of my butt, but that seems reasonable to me. I mean, okay, I never really watched any Avenue Q, but apparently they have a song called Everyone's a Little Bit Racist.
Okay.
Well, and it's true. I mean, there's a lot of folks out there where, yeah, they have a bias against certain people. It's not rational. They didn't choose it, but it's there.
Oh, kind of like some people don't like Quebecois.
Yeah, them. Although, let's face it, they earned it. But still, no, I mean,
Not
like,
taking you
yeah,
anywhere near Montreal.
but seriously, I know a lot of people out there where they're like, I really hate this thing, but it's very cultural and it's tied up in a lot of people's identity. And it'd be like, I love Jamaican people, but I hate reggae music, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's
Okay
like,
then.
well, all right. But if you say you hate reggae music, some people might translate that into I hate Jamaican people.
Mm.
So it's a minefield, isn't it?
Oh yeah, indeed he does
Actually,
here.
there's a lot of reggae I do enjoy, but that's a different story. And I've never met a Jamaican that inspired me to hate them.
Uh huh. Okay.
I'm just saying, I got nothing against Jamaican people. Not a damn thing. All of the
Jesus.
ones I've met have been decently friendly folk.
Yeah, I am looking at the picture, and Jesus, damn,
Which picture?
Crack Lives Matter.
Oh, that picture, yeah. Oh, man, that's one of the worst things I've ever seen.
I see an Ohio State sticker, and I don't know if it's on a vehicle belonging to one of these guys or not.
Also, look at the, vacant look on the face of the guy on the left.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I've never seen someone so empty headed outside of the movie Clueless.
I don't know. I'm looking at the face. He almost looks extremely drunk or high to me.
Fair enough. I mean, I look at that shit eating grin and I think this is a guy who has not a thought in his head.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's just me. I don't know. And, okay, the funny thing is, if you took all of the slogans out of that, I mean, they seem like they could be decent folks, maybe. Which is like there was this one picture someone posted of a bunch of just sort of young, well groomed, smiling Nazi kids from World War II. And it was like, we're so trained to picture the extraordinarily evil dude from Raiders of the Lost Ark. And it's hard to imagine these people not realizing they're the bad guys. If you took all the logos and shit out of it, they could look like just a bunch of college kids having fun.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just this weird moment of, but our Nazis are supposed to look icky, you know?
Oh my.
I don't know. It was just a really strange moment of I don't want to empathize and humanize these people because they're terrible, terrible people. But look at that photo.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the show Cobra Kai, the extension of the Karate Kid show.
I know of it.
Well, there's this one character, like this horrible, horrible character, and they spent a large part of season 3 humanizing him. Trying to make the audience have some sympathy for him. And I'm like, I don't want this. He's supposed to be the bad guy. I don't want an ambiguous story right now.
That's it.
I want the black hats and the white hats to be clear and to have those lines well drawn. It'd be nice in my fiction because you don't get it in real life.
Oh my, yeah.
So it was that kind of moment looking at that picture.
Oh my, yeah. You talk about picture. If I can, I know I can't show it on air, but let's see if we can find it on the Twitter.
Hmm? What is it of?
It's a photoshopped picture of a female concentration camp guard with a familiar face pasted over the original face. And I see that, and I see how the pasted over face absolutely belongs in that uniform.
Dare I ask, is it Michelle Bachman?
No,
Amy Poehler?
it's the internet's favorite armchair apologist.
That could be anybody.
That could also be S.J. Thomason.
Oh, okay, sure. See, she's another one who got way too humanized for me. Like, you remember when I was on her show that one time?
Yes.
And she was extraordinarily nice to me.
Oh
and,
boy,
and,
yeah.
And yet, she's still a horrible person. That's just the worst thing to deal with, is when there's someone who's absolutely terrible and really nice to you.
Mm-hmm.
Smile to your face, knife to your back.
Yeah. And unfortunately, I don't remember. I don't remember Peter's account, so I'm having a hard time finding his account such that I can find the picture. But oh my word, it looks just so in character.
Yeah.
Uh,
See, the weird thing is, like, I saw a lot of people responding to S.J. Thomason on Twitter for a while, and like, the weird part is that she seems so deliberately clueless. Like, because she says completely wrong-headed things. The entire internet presents her with facts and reasons why she's wrong, and she learns nothing from any of it and just keeps on saying the same wrong-headed things. And it's like, at a certain point, that has to be on purpose.
oh, I was going to say the quintessential apologist who is not clueless, who is not uninformed. They know they're spouting bullshit and they do it anyway.
Yeah.
Oh my, I can't find him. Darn it. Because it's such a great picture. And oh well, what are you gonna do? And I'm talking about it only because it casts her in a bad light. Say again?
What keywords are you trying?
I'm looking for Peter DeTucker's YouTube channel.
That's not a keyword.
That's why I was looking for it under YouTube, but I wasn't going through a browser.
Have you tried just Google image search? I mean, I can't think of a way to search for that without putting, say, Nazi or concentration camp into it. Maybe S.J. Thomason Photoshop. I don't know. It's really difficult these days to look for something fraught without Google or whatever thinking you're interested.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Unfortunately.
Let's see. Wow, hardly anything came up when I typed in S.J. Thomason Photoshop. Ooh, football. Excuse me.
Move.
Yeah. Let's just put in S.J. Thomason camp. Well, I found a very interesting picture of her with this big old trigger warning. No, is that even her? I guess it must be, but it doesn't really look like her very much. Hold on. It's not the picture you're talking about. I promise you that. It's trigger warning.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, but maybe meme. Maybe it's not even a picture someone put up as a picture. You know what I mean? Like maybe
yeah,
it's
okay.
just on YouTube.
Yeah.
What's the name of the person that you're looking for? The name of the guy, the channel?
Okay, the person is Peter DeTucker. The channel is You Gotta Go For It.
Oh, wait a minute. I know that fella.
Yes, you
Does he
do.
vaguely look like oh wow, am I breaking my head here? Canadian. No, not Neil. Is it Neil? Come on. The 604 atheist. That's Neil, right?
Yeah, that's Neil.
Kind of, not quite.
You cut out for half a second there. Cow, what?
I said kind of looks a little bit like him, but not quite. Like in all of his thumbnails, I kept thinking that it was Neil in a really bad camera shot, but it's not.
Right. The picture I'm thinking of is, and it's an obviously photoshopped picture representation, but it's Albert Einstein in a cowboy hat. You know, he's got his face with Einstein's hair, and then the cowboy hat.
Okay. We are talking about the fella on the left.
This
there, right?
fellow on the left. That's Peter.
You can see why my brain said, "Wow, Neil's looking bad."
Okay, yeah.
You know, there was anyway. So that is the fella.
That's
Okay.
the guy who did the photoshopping. Yeah.
Okay. So I've got the right name. Let's see if I can find the picture. I don't see it. Still looking. Oh, hey, there's a picture of Natja.
Huh?
Well, no, I put the search terms in, and I got a whole bunch of YouTubers, and one of them is Natja.
Well, not a face reveal, right?
No, but it's like imagery from his YouTube channel, clearly.
Oh, Moof Beef. Okay, okay.
Well, let's put it this way: if it had been his face, I wouldn't have known it.
Well, that's the point. Is he does his best to keep that under wraps.
Yeah, which is why I wouldn't have known it. Never mind. I'll just be over here. Where is the picture? I'm trying to share a tab, and I'm having a hard time finding it now. Oh, there it is. No wonder the icon was weird. Okay, so right over here, if you can see a mouse pointer.
Yeah, that's the representation I know. Yeah.
But if you look up here, these are the search terms I used.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but you got Aaron over here, and you got Matt Delaconte there, and you got you know, whole bunches of Phosauruses right there, and you know, all these folks that I know from YouTube, but I don't see the picture you're talking about.
Well, the impression I get. Oh, you just scrolled. Where's the one that you there it is at the top on the right. In the center is Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew that part. I thought you were. I thought you had spotted the Photoshoppery.
Not too into. I suspect that the only place it exists is on
Is
the
it? Yeah.
Twitter photo catalog.
Oh, okay. Well, anywho,
Tayo Korostu.
yeah. But yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like if you put in a whole bunch of search, well, that was one of the things they mentioned in the alt right playbook is if you start putting in too many terms that are not what you're actually looking for, like not something you want all the time, but Google starts thinking you do just because you searched for it. You know, like they talked about how what's his face that the presenter dude, whatever his name is, sort of slowly morphed into a right winger simply because, like, he made one right wing joke and a lot of right wingers loved it, so he made a few more, and the next thing you know, it snowballs, and yeah.
Oh, okay. There we go. Found. Okay. Found him.
Oh, I thought you meant you had found the picture.
No, we're working on it.
right.
Now that I have found him, it shouldn't be that difficult. It's just a bunch of scrolling to do.
Uh-oh.
And we're just going
Oh.
scroll.
So that was weird. When you stopped talking for a second there, it sounded more like your audio had cut out. How strange.
Moo. Yeah, that's what happened with your audio at one point, just recently.
No, but I mean, you had literally stopped talking. It was just the way you stopped talking. It cut off so abruptly. I thought that you had literally dropped your connection somehow. It was weird.
Moof beef. Okay, I cannot remember which day it was that he put this up, and I can't remember if it was the head of a thread. That
Was it literally the Twitter feed and not a YouTube video?
Right, yeah.
Okay, I thought the picture was in a video.
Oh, no. I guess I wasn't clear about that one. It is the foofiness. Oh my, okay. That's an interesting little video that was up there. Oh, come on, you gotta be over here. And of course, I'm not going to find it, but that's another story entirely. What can I tell you? It gets worse.
Yeah?
Yep. Well, I always get worse.
Well, I'm not going to comment.
Aww.
Well, I mean, if you're going to be self-deprecating, I have no work to do I?
Right. Oh, man.
That's got to be a really shitty skill to be good at. I am amazing at self-deprecation. You know, like okay, I'm really bad at everything except for self-deprecation.
Oh man, I've been
practicing. I'm amazing at running myself down.
I've been practicing the art of self-deprecation for years. Oh yeah.
Which, like I say, leaves me with very little to do.
Okay, it may actually be
buried in the video.
It may be buried in a thread rather than be at the head. Darn it. Oh, wait a minute. What happens if... No, that's...
Yes.
Wait a minute. I did it wrong.
Well, here's a question, because you said this was a thread that started with a YouTube video?
Okay, now am I able to...
Take your vitamins today?
Your name? I can actually get into his picture catalog. So it
although unless he posted it, it might not show. Like if someone else posted it in the thread, in his thread, it might not show.
No, he actually posted it, but no, it's not showing. Darn it. Oh well. What can I tell you? I
Mm,
wish I could do better,
well,
but I'm
but
not
you
doing
said
better.
it was posted on a thread that started with a YouTube video, right? You did say that?
No, no, it didn't.
Oh,
No.
all right.
He was talking to Jen with one N, and I remember he posted the thing with, I found that picture I told you about.
Oh, all right.
A Costa Parodie. Oh well.
Oh well. I mean, it's not that important. It's
No, it's
just
not that
one bit of
important.
artwork
No.
that I can probably mentally picture anyway. So, and now my brain went somewhere quite horrible. You remember when I was working in video stores?
Oh,
There was this series that was not quite porn, but I mean, I never watched it. I only heard about it, but it was called Ilsa the Wicked Warden. And it was about this woman named Ilsa, obviously, who was like, she ran, I guess it was a Nazi prison camp or something. And it was like softcore porn, I guess.
oh, jeez.
And like there was at least one other in the series. I think the next one was Ilsa, She Wolf of the SS.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, and I mean, like those sat on the shelf in the video store, and everyone made fun of them. I don't know that anyone who worked there actually watched them. I'm not even sure I remember anyone renting it out. It was just sort of there and a running joke among the staff.
Oh man. Well, that's there. Of course, was the joke in the 1960s. A joke of a program. Even at the time, people were saying how horrible it was. Was the show called Hogan's Heroes?
I've heard of it, I've never seen it.
It was a comedy set in a Luftwaffe POW camp,
Hmm.
and it portrayed the people running the camp and other.
Wait a minute. Is this the one where Colonel Clink comes from?
Yes,
Okay.
it portrayed them as bumbling fools and everything else, but I can see where a lot of people, and well, I didn't like it all that much either. Saw that it was rather offensive
To Germans?
to those who were in the camps.
Oh. Hmm. I mean, like, I think people need to grow a sense of humor about themselves sometimes. Like, I mean, I'm quite willing to take epilepsy as a joke. I'm quite willing to take, having to save a girlfriend's life as a joke. I mean, I don't know. It's just weird to me when people look at something, they go, "I went through this, and now you're making fun of it, and that's not allowed," kind of stuff. I mean, like the people who say that the Big Bang Theory is basically just nerd blackface. I'm like, oh, fuck off. I mean, I recognize a lot of myself and my friends in those characters, and I don't care. It's still fucking funny. So, I mean, like I say, sometimes people just need to relax their grip a little. Now, are you familiar with a British comedy called Allo Allo, where it's a French town in the middle of World War II that's like occupied, and it's set in like, I want to say, a restaurant, and it's run by this Frenchman who kind of accidentally finds himself part of the resistance.
It sounds familiar.
It's like, I only saw a couple of episodes. It's really funny. And it also portrays the Germans as nitwits.
Okay then.
So, ah,
Oh wow, I didn't realize Hogan's Heroes ran that late.
hmm?
It says it ran from September 17th, 1965 to 4 April 1971.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I really should. Like, I think LOLO is still on Netflix. I should totally give it another go because I remember it being great. Ah, and I was actually also amused at how much I enjoyed the show Father Ted. And again, I only watched a couple of episodes, and you wouldn't think I'd enjoy a sitcom about priests, but it was pretty funny.
Okay, yeah, I know of that one.
Yeah. I don't know.
Trying to remember, did the mentoring priest have a drinking problem?
One of them did.
Oh, okay, okay. Thought
There was this really old fella who was very grouchy, and I got the impression he was a drinker.
okay. I mean, I've known quite a few alcoholic priests, but
Mm. All that communion wine, eh?
yeah, as a matter of fact,
Well, I was only half joking.
my cousin Gary was an altar boy and served mass with a priest who was being retired because he was so fucking alcoholic,
Mm.
and it really physically affected him and everything else. He tremors and everything else like that. Yeah.
Well, I suppose all those like eunuchs were altered boys, weren't they?
Yes.
Oh,
But we both knew a couple really decent priests as well. There was an um, itinerant monk who did both parishes. Uh, I never got to go on a foray to see Rosemary's Baby with Father Anselm, but still, Gary was talking about that, and it was something at the time I did not expect at all from a priest. But it's just the way it worked.
well, I don't know. Trying to think how we went down some of these rabbit holes now.
Okay.
Um, some Oh, well, I guess that was a couple of minutes ago. Some people seem to be saying they had lost the stream somehow, but someone else is clearly responding to stuff we said 3 minutes ago. So I guess it's all right.
So he's back. Okay. That is the good
Yeah.
thing. At least it does not go away and stay away. Or something like that. I don't know. I'm clueless.
Well, we knew that.
Mm-hmm. I'm good at that. Yeah, Titan Uranus says he had to reload the page. Moo. And then he has to look on this. Okay, so no, there is nothing new over there, so everything is good for you. Oh my. Yay.
So this is kind of strange. You know how when someone gets blocked on Facebook, well, maybe you don't, the appeal system has always been broken. When you try to submit an appeal for a block, it like you'd click on it, it'd say something went wrong. We can't process this now. And I always figured it was because, well, I'm blocked. So obviously I can't communicate. But by the time I'm unblocked, communicating is useless. Well, now they have this weird oversight board where you can appeal on Facebook, and they actually give you a couple of thousand like characters to work with to explain how they got the decision wrong.
Mhm.
And so I've used it. Hopefully they'll realize that this decision was crap. I don't know. But like they have these, how did Facebook get the decision wrong? And I was like, well, you're not making the distinction between humor and calling out dangerous or offensive people versus being in support of dangerous or offensive people. And I've got a whole bunch more. And then there's like, they said, why did you post this content? Because it was funny and no other reason. I mean, come on, the wacky dude dressed in the Chewbacca bikini, blah, 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 blah. And like all of this stuff, does it involve important social issues? They ask. I'm like, I mean, it addresses current events, but it's not about current events or only peripherally. It was a movie reference and a pun that made a goofy looking guy seem even more goofy. No, it was not even political commentary. It wasn't meant to inform. Sure, sometimes jokes don't work, but I think we can all agree that this one did, except for your lunatic system that decides crap is offensive when it's not. Things like that. Is there anything else you think the board should know? Blah, 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 blah. I mean, this is actually a lot more detailed, and there's actually a case report this time. So maybe something will get done?
Maybe. If you're really lucky.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh my.
Just such a pain in the ass, this shit.
Everything is the pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass from the time you wake up to the time you go beddy bye, and then even in the dreams.
Let's see, there's something here that says meet the board. Who are these people that are judging this shit? Well, there's our commitment, it says. Social media platforms allow people around the world to connect. While this creates many opportunities to unite, it also allows us to see things that divide. And as outside experts and civic leaders, we embrace our responsibility to answer some of the most difficult questions around freedom of expression online, what to take down, what to leave up, and why. While we come from different backgrounds and cultures and have different opinions and beliefs, this diversity lies at the core of this important endeavor. We are committed to making principled, independent decisions that are binding on Facebook about important pieces of content and by issuing advisory opinions on Facebook's content policies. All right. And then they have this list of people. Do I recognize any of you? I do not. Oh, wait, but there's a see all. All right. Do I recognize? Well, they're definitely pretty ethnically diverse, and it looks like from all around the country, or all around the world, rather. Because we got people Australia, Israel, India, Cameroon, and France, US, Yemen, Colombia, Kenya, Denmark, US, Taiwan, Brazil, US, Pakistan, Hungary, Senegal, and Ghana, United States, Indonesia, UK, United States. But I do not recognize any of these names. I do recognize this, John Samples, Vice President, Cato Institute. I've heard of the Cato Institute. This Jamal Green fella, professor, Columbia Law School. All right. Couple of these others. Wow, can I not pronounce her name? She's from West Africa, but program manager, Open Society Initiative for West Africa, apparently. Seriously, her name, Afia Asantewa Asare Kie. Yeah, see, I'm never getting that one right. But yeah, Catherine Chen from Taiwan, professor, National Chengchi University, I guess that's pronounced. I don't know. So, hopefully, I mean, I don't even know who these people even are. How they do they really have oversight over Facebook? Okay,
Whoa.
so free expression is paramount, but there are times when speech can be at odds with authenticity, safety, privacy, and dignity. Some expression can endanger other people's ability to express themselves freely. Therefore, it must be balanced against these considerations. In light of this balance, internet services have a responsibility to set standards for what is and is not acceptable to share on their platforms. These standards should protect people and their expression, and any limits should be based on specific values that companies have the responsibility to articulate. To ensure fair decision making based on standards and values, internet services can establish bodies designed to oversee important matters of expression and to make independent final decisions. I'm not seeing how they have any. Oh, wait a minute. The board will operate transparently, and its reasoning will be explained clearly to the public while respecting the privacy and confidentiality of the people who use Facebook Incorporated services, including Instagram, collectively referred to as Facebook. It will provide an accessible opportunity for people to request its review and be heard. You know, I have a feeling these people won't bother with the meme that got me punted. It sounds to me like they don't. It won't be severe enough for them. Because there was something, where was it? Appeals process, maybe that was it, where it said they choose which ones to look at and which ones not. Yeah, the oversight board staff will evaluate submitted cases, and the board will consider eligible cases from those submissions as it determines which to review in depth. So I have a feeling getting punted for a meme ain't going to be enough for these fuckers.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well. But it doesn't sound like there's any risk to doing this. You know, it doesn't sound like, okay, you can ask for oversight, but if we really do decide that it was beyond the pale, well, you're getting an extra month in the Hooskow. It doesn't say that. Like, okay, content decisions must be eligible for appeal. The board is committed to keeping users safe and abides by country-specific laws. Because of this, not all content decisions are eligible for appeal. When a decision is eligible, the update from Facebook or Instagram will include a reference ID that can be used to submit an appeal. Well, I did get a reference ID. Maybe they are going to appeal it. Oh, wait, here we go. This is steps in the appeals process. The appeal. A person submits an appeal to the board stating why the board should hear the case and why Facebook or Instagram's content decision was wrong. The selection. The oversight board staff evaluates submitted cases, and the board considers eligible cases from those submissions as it determines which to review in depth. The board prioritizes cases based on the criteria set forth in the bylaws, which are not fucking listed. Not all cases will be taken up by the board. So, who knows? But I can look at a case's status. So, well, I guess we'll see.
I guess, yeah,
Oh, there is
not
a
knowing.
That's it. Well, apparently the decisions this board makes are binding on Facebook. Members of the board do not include current or former employees or contingent workers of the Facebook company. That's good. Who can appeal a decision? In order to submit an appeal, individuals must have an active account on the service. Okay, fine. What is the likelihood my case will be reviewed? The oversight board will select which cases to review based on complexity and global significance. Fucking hell. Due to volume, only a small number of submitted cases. I'm not getting heard. I know I'm not.
And this is what, a 30-day?
15. Well, 15 to submit, but it started today, so I'm well within that limit.
I mean, no, the length of the, shall we say, retirement?
No, 7.
Oh, okay. Why did I think it was a month?
Oh,
I have no
what
idea.
happens if I believe that my content was taken out of context? People whose content is selected for review by the board have the opportunity to tell the board more about the context of their content. Well, okay, so I still have to have my case selected. Fuck. All right.
And I take it that the suspension or whatever it is will be done by the time any of this happens, right?
I have no idea they don't give a time frame.
Esto loca.
Ugh. Well, I mean, seriously though, like Facebook desperately needs to relax their grip.
Yeah, okay, definite.
Hmm.
Oh well. I don't know if I had any idea of how to expedite the process, but I don't. Damn it.
Oh, jeepers. I'm looking here at this one website. More than 20,000 users submit cases to Facebook Oversight Board. That's on December 1st of 2020. Fuck.
Well, I guess when you've got some odd million accounts that you're servicing, yeah.
Why it matters. The number of submissions speaks to the multitude of people who feel the platform's moderation of their content has wronged them. The tiny number of cases getting reviewed speaks to the limits of human oversight on a platform the size of Facebook, as well as to the novelty of the board's process and the complex nature of the cases chosen. Let's see. 3 of the 6 cases, apparently they reviewed 6 cases, each from a different country. What? Okay, 3 of the 6 cases address hate speech violations, which Facebook says is one of the most prevalent forms of content removed on its platform aside from nudity. Now, they've dinged me for hate speech that wasn't fucking hate speech. Like, there was this thing about how hard it is to date anyone, and I just said, yeah, because boys are icky and girls are psycho. Hate speech. Apparently. What the fuck, Facebook? Let's see. The challenge for the Oversight Board will be discerning whether users are posting these arguments in good faith or trying to make end runs around Facebook's rules. Oh, they list the cases here. In one case, Facebook removed a user's post quoting violent rhetoric from former Malaysian Prime Minister Muhammad Mohamad. I cannot fucking pronounce that. But the user says the post was intended to spread awareness of the horrible words. Another case involves a user's posting an argument about differing treatment of churches and mosques in Armenia and Azerbaijan. A user in Brazil posted photos depicting breast cancer to raise awareness, but Facebook took them down because nipples were showing. A quote from Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, why do people say Goebbels? There's no R in there. Appeared in a post by a U.S. user who said he intended it to underscore a slide toward fascism in America. Facebook removed the post under its dangerous individuals and organizations policy. The only case that was referred to the board by Facebook itself, rather than the users, involves the removal of COVID-19 misinformation. So, yeah, our thought bubble. The pattern here is users are trying to make complex points about thorny issues, and Facebook keeps applying literal-minded bans. Yes, they fucking do. The challenge for the Oversight Board will be discerning whether users are posting these arguments in good faith or trying to make end runs around Facebook's rules. Yeah, so have they really only taken on 6 cases? Ugh, man.
Eek.
But yeah, Facebook is being way the hell too literal-minded with their bans. That's a good way to describe it. They're making no distinction between support and criticism.
And they're erring on the side of caution. I mean,
Yeah.
way too far on the side of caution.
And you know, in that appeal, I mentioned the time when I posted that picture of Burt Reynolds, where sure he was naked, but you can't see a damn thing, because people were posting those pictures of like '80s record albums where they're lying in that same pose he was, with like their head on an elbow that was on the floor, kind of thing, and they're laid out sideways. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
And
I know the picture with. Didn't he have a cowboy hat over his crotch or something?
no, he had his hand over it, but
Okay.
and it's in shadow. But they were like Michael Jackson had an album cover where he's in the same pose, but of course he's wearing stuff, and a couple others. And so I posted that picture, and they decided, oh, this goes against our community standards of nudity, and then they reversed the decision, but didn't reverse the ban. Like they said, oh no, this is fine, it's okay, it doesn't actually violate, but you're still in the Who Scout for 30 days. What the fuck, Facebook?
Yeah, so I guess it's kind of nice that I'm not using them really, but
But there's no other alternative. That's the problem. There isn't anything that's like Facebook that isn't Facebook.
yeah, and unfortunately, as established as Facebook is, it's hard to break something else in.
Mm-hmm. Same thing with YouTube. I mean, YouTube has gotten pretty obnoxiously draconian too, on occasion, but finding another platform, I mean, there's a few of them out there. No one gives a shit about them. Like, how many people here, hands up if you go to Daily Motion more than once a year? You know what I mean?
There you go. Well, yeah, so many have actually said in my presence or to me, as far as going somewhere else, I'm not going to learn another platform.
Mm,
Yeah, so there's that refusal of novelty.
well, there is that.
I mean, I admit to not so much a resistance, but not comfortable. To where something's new. Okay, you're tippy toeing in. You're not jumping in all elbows and assholes.
Well, I mean, there have been a couple of times I've tried to dive right into some things, but they were so weird and fucked up, and there was no tutorial that I said, screw this. I'm looking at you, Discord. Discord's impossible to use. It makes no sense at all, and there's no tutorial on how to use it. Like, where did that beep come from? Who's trying to say something to me? I don't know where it is. I need help finding it. What are you telling me? There's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I wish that Mom NATO would at least be on Twitter for notifications, because then I wouldn't be on Discord at all, really.
I mean, like, once you find out where you're supposed to be on Discord, it's not that bad. But, you look at some people's Discord pages and they have like 1,000 different sub pages, each one for something ever so slightly different from the others. And it's like, there's 100 of people just like you. So that's like, a couple thousand different sub forums they've got. How do you keep up with it all?
Yeah.
I mean, I want to do this, but they need to explain it better. Because maybe it's easy as fuck to use. It's just kind of, I don't know, esoteric or something. Oh, who's my little kitty? Thing is, Columbia, you're looking at me like you want a lot of attention, but you're unwilling to do what it takes to make it easier on both of us. I know that you like lap sets.
Here. Moo.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Columbia. Hmm.
Oh my.
She seems quite unwilling to do the lap sits thing.
Some people's kitties.
Yeah. She doesn't seem to realize that if she wants real pettings, all she has to do is get Ow! Why would you bite me? That wasn't nice. Or at least it didn't feel pleasant. Hmm. Wow, it's almost 10. Which means it's got to be really late for you.
It's 1:45 a.m. Yeah, tomorrow to you.
Yeah. So, today was the last full day of the Trumpster fire.
Right. There's
And
less than
what time
12.
does the inauguration happen tomorrow? Is it like noon or some shit?
Yeah. The term of office ends at noon, just as the inauguration occurs at noon. Yeah, so you have uninterrupted. What's the word I'm looking for? The power structure is
Continuity?
uninterrupted.
Continuity.
Yeah, there's the word. Thank you. Chamatraista.
Hmm. So, okay. Now I know when to turn on the live stream if there is one. I'm sure there will be.
My I is going to look just for the heck of it. Let's see. In Og Eurasian.
Myration?
Yeah, it's in. Oops. It's the in Og Eurasian. So yeah, the Eurasian must be within the Og or something like that. I have no idea. Oh, there we go. All right. We have a YouTube link here.
Yeah.
Move beef. Okay, the inauguration of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, or Kamala Harris, is it?
It's Kamala. Like an Oxford Kamala
Okay.
Harris. Apparently, I had to ask. It took forever for someone to give a straight answer.
This coverage begins at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Hmm.
So,
On?
on YouTube.
Okay. Well, it was, man, it was so weird. I was trying to ask people, okay, how is Kamala pronounced? And someone said, well, it depends who you ask. Not everyone pronounces the same way. I'm like, excuse me, fucker. How does she pronounce it?
Move
How does
beef.
she pronounce her own damn name? It was just so weird. They tried to have this bizarre philosophical existential argument with me, and I'm like, dude, I just want to know how the vice president elect pronounces her own damn name, and you know that's what I meant. I'm sure you must. I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, we have in the in the side chitty chat the link that I plucked from YouTube.
Yes.
And let's see. There's a whole playlist here. You also have on that playlist from ABC, from C-SPAN, from CBS, from Fox, NBC.
God, I can only
And
imagine the Fox coverage.
yeah, and then PBS NewsHour is carrying as well. So yeah, you've got 7 of these things, and what I had put up was the link from the Biden inaugural committee.
I'd rather try to watch some less biased coverage, to be honest.
Okay. Name
Well,
your
let's
point.
face it, Biden's committee is going to present Biden as awesome.
Oh
And
yeah.
I'd rather see people a little more objective. Personally, I'm going to try to see if The Hill has a stream.
Moo. Okay.
So, not uploads. I don't want to look at uploads. Upcoming live streams. Yes, there it is. They do indeed have one.
Oh, Moo.
And there's already 10 people waiting.
Okay
Hey, look,
then.
it's still 7:30 a.m. my time. So, I'm sure there's someone out there who's completely offended by that accent. Well, that attempt at an accent. But whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah. What do you have over here?
It's weird, like the one of the hosts on Rising on the Hill, Crystal Ball. Like she's kind of attractive in that Hollywood way, but she does not pause well. Like every time I've hit pause while watching her in a video, like she makes this bizarre sort of twisted troll face every time I pause her, and I'm like, you do not look like that when you're in motion. What happened? It's just weird.
Okay then. Oh, I see that C-SPAN is picking this up right at noon.
Okay.
So that's a little too late for me. How about the Poops News Hour here? Live in 6 hours. Okay, so that yeah, they're gonna be going all day with this. Okay.
Yes. Never been the biggest fan of PBS. The only reason I ever watched it was because they carried a lot of British comedy and sci-fi. Like it was on PBS that I first encountered Doctor Who and Red Dwarf, for
Apu.
example, and Faulty Towers and Monty Python. You know, so that was pretty much the only reason I ever watched PBS.
Okay then. Oh my. Yeah, you start your coverage at 7 a.m. for a noon swearing in. Yeah, all right.
Well, I mean, hell, that's more coverage than the Super Bowl pregame.
Mm-hmm.
And that's usually something I wonder about because apparently there is still a Super Bowl this year, but I wonder how many other people's dreams are being just cut off at the knees because of the pandemic. Like, how many Olympic athletes have been training for this their whole lives and now, I mean, are they having the Olympics? I doubt it.
I don't think they are. I think they've been
So,
put
I mean,
off
how many
again.
people's careers are fucked that way just because of bad timing? I feel bad for those people.
I really do as well. I mean, I think back to the 1980 Olympics, where a lot of
Oh, the ones that Reagan, like, didn't
yeah.
Reagan decide not to? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's still so weird that, like, what was it, the 1936 Olympics, I want to say, were opened by Hitler?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's just fucked up. You know? But, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
And his Aryans got put in their place, basically.
Well, didn't he lose his crap over the one dude? Was it Jesse Owens?
Yes,
The one
absolutely.
back runner guy, where it was like, oh, who's the superior race now, bitch?
Yep.
You know, that's the best way to take someone down is just to be better than them when they claim to be superior.
Oh my. Moo.
Yeah. I do not know what the hell's going on at CD Projekt Red. They're the people who made Cyberpunk 2077. It's like they're in full-on ass-covering mode for this disastrous, botched rollout of the game. and no one knows what's about to happen. The Polish government is suing them for like misleading advertising, and like the PlayStation Store has pulled the game entirely from their website, and people are saying the only way they may be able to pull their nuts out of the fire is to let someone else buy the company. It's crazy what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. A lot of people are saying, look, yeah, the bugs are bad, but we want the game you promised us instead of the game we got.
Yeah, okay. I can see how that would work.
Because the hype was crazy. All the things they kept saying about what the game would be and what it could do, and they never walked it back prior to release. And so a lot of people feel very lied to.
I can see how that would work.
I don't know. I'm hoping that because they said, okay, we're coming out with a huge patch in the next couple of days, and then we're going to start releasing DLC. And I'm like, really? DLC now? Because unless that DLC adds in all the shit that you promised and we didn't get, what's the point? The game is still bare bones and half baked.
Hmm. That doesn't sound like a very nourishing meal to me.
And it's not. I mean, like, so many just little staples of what we've come to expect from video games in the last, I don't know, 2 decades or more are not present in the game. Like just little things. Like for example, when you're driving around in say Grand Theft Auto, the mini map that shows you where you are will zoom in and out based on your speed to help you anticipate turns. This does not happen in Cyberpunk 2077. So you might be going like 80 miles an hour down a road, and all of a sudden that turn you were supposed to take whips right past you, and you never knew it was coming. There's little things like that are just missing from the game, and it's bizarre. And nobody likes it.
Oh my.
Ow. So,
Oh my. I was just looking at my Twitter feed while we were at it. Somebody after my own heart here.
hmm.
Eric
Oh,
Alper.
please tell me you didn't post a picture of me.
I didn't. No,
There.
Eric Alper asks, "What was the best year ever in music?" Dr. Schrodinger's kitty, Nation of Meow, answers 1749.
Okay.
Oh, my 1749. First thing that
I,
comes to my mind is Mozart.
okay. I thought there was a Schrodinger joke in there somewhere. When was Schrodinger's cat come up with the concept?
Oh, that was in the early 20th century. I'm trying to remember if it was the 20s or the 30s.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point is, it wasn't when whatever that user person's name was said. Was
No,
the point?
the person's Twitter name is Schrodinger's cat.
Right. I thought there might have been a reference to Schrodinger in the date they gave. That's why I
Oh,
asked.
moof, 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 moo, moo.
But I guess not. I don't know.
No.
Clearly, my answer would be somewhere in the 80s, but that's just me. The 1980s. Don't
Yeah.
get me started. Yeah.
Mr. Perrodier. I has to just
I
for the
remember
heck of it. Hmm?
there was this kind of meme going around where some teacher was saying that a student had submitted a paper that started with back in the late 20th century, and she had to do a double take and realize, yeah, that is a thing, isn't it?
Mm. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's cat comes from 1935.
Okay.
And yeah, surprisingly, it predates me.
Yeah. And I'm trying to remember what it is. There's a comedy bit about Schrodinger's douchebag. Oh, that's right. It was on the alt-right playbook. Was the Schrodinger's douchebag? Was the one who like claims to be kidding if people take them the wrong way, claim to be serious if people are in support?
Oh yeah, okay.
That was it. Yeah, for some reason I thought it came from How I Met Your Mother because I know they make reference to Schrodinger in that one, but it could have been The Big Bang Theory because they also make reference to Schrodinger in that one. So,
Oh my! I bought years ago a T-shirt, and unfortunately, the edges are fraying a little bit. Not well made, but I can't find a replacement. On the front is stenciled Schrodinger's cat is dead, and on the back is stenciled Schrodinger's cat is not dead. You get some double takes when somebody gets sees both sides of you. And actually had a couple people express their gratitude that I was wearing that darn thing.
well, a lot of people have like the this shirt is red if you, or this shirt is blue if you run fast enough joke.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
But to what Robert X said, sure, they can add something even after years. But the thing is, okay, if you make a game and it's a shit game, but you promised a much better game, and then you put out DLC that makes the shit game into the better game, well, I wanted the game they promised and then DLC for that. So it still feels like being cheated because if there was going to be DLC on a good game, then it would have been something extra. But now they're giving us DLC on a crap game that just makes it into the game we should have been getting all along.
Moo.
You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
So that's where the problem comes in. I still feel a little bit cheated. Honestly, I really do.
I do not knowing. But
I don't know.
I
I mean, don't get me wrong. I've had fun playing the game. It's just not very good. I don't know. It definitely has some very like touching human moments. There have been a couple of choked back tears, like when, and this is not a spoiler, you see it in the trailers, when Jackie dies, that one hits you pretty hard.
Okay.
Just saying. I mean, because he's not even a major character, but he manages to endear himself to you really fast. Jackie does. He's. I mean, a lot of people have said that they're like, man, it felt like losing a real friend when he died. It's weird, but it's true.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people think of video games as very shallow experiences, but in this particular case, I mean, Cyberpunk 2077 does manage to hit you in the feels from time to time, but most people would not expect that from a game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Moo.
I mean, I was raised with Atari and Nintendo, where everyone said, "Oh, go outside and play," instead of that shallow nonsense kind of thing. I don't know.
Oh my. I always wanted to get an Atari, but never could fit it into my wallet.
Why do I feel like you're trying to make a joke that doesn't make any sense?
No, I could never have quite enough cash to buy one.
Oh, so you're just phrasing things funky.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't convince my hippie parents to let me have a video game system for the longest time because violence bad. So.
Oh my. I'm trying to remember how much.
I've never had a video game make me violent. I have, on the other hand, not been violent because I had access to a video game that got all the frustration out.
Uh-huh.
It was kind of like I was on Facebook this morning, or actually, I guess it was last night, and a friend of mine was saying like, we should have personal wellness classes in school where kids are taught like coping techniques and meditation, and I'm like, are you kidding me? Do you have any idea the hell someone with ADHD goes through when they're forced to meditate? Like they wanted a one size fits all solution, and I was like, there's no such animal.
Okay then. Oh yeah. Okay, this is why I wasn't able to fit it. According to, I'm trying to. Was it the 2600 that you called this Atari game system?
Yeah,
Yeah. Released to the general public at the retail price of $200. Yeah. No.
jeepers.
No man. And that was 77.
Hmm.
So what do they say? They say $757.32 in today's dollars.
Wow. Mind you, I wanted an Atari in the early 80s. The price was probably lower.
Okay. The price, okay, between 77 and 80, it appears to have been the same price.
Okay. But what about, say, even further into the 80s? Like, say, no later than 85?
Oh, let's see if we can find it. Um, oh, come on, you don't want that. Let's see.
Uh,
Okay, I'm not seeing it yet.
let's see. Wow, it says lifespan 1992. Were they really making games in 19 or still making it in 92?
Sounds like it, yeah, because I did see that.
128 bytes of RAM. Wow. Bytes. Just bytes.
Yep. How much did Atari 2600 games cost? No. How much did the 2600 cost? Give me, no, they don't give me 85. They gave me the introductory price.
Let's see. I'm trying to find here. They have decline and redesign. I don't see anything about price though. Um. Hmm. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, it couldn't possibly have stayed the same price for that long. Oh well. Took me a really long time. Like, I think I was midway through my 20s before I found out what Atari even means.
I forget what it means.
It's essentially the same as check in chess. Like on a Go board,
yeah.
if a piece is in imminent danger of being taken, it's in Atari.
Yeah, and when I learned to play Go, you were supposed to announce Atari.
We never played it that way.
Okay, okay.
But that's just me. Now,
Yeah, I would have liked to have had something that would play Donkey Kong, which I loved the original Donkey Kong.
well, one thing that always bothered me about old home systems is that for some reason, the version of the game in the arcade versus the version of the game at home were not the same thing.
Right.
They always look shittier at home. Like Pac-Man on like an Atari system or whatever looked nothing like the version in the arcade, and that always pissed me off. I never knew why they did that.
hell, did they not think that the home market was all that worthwhile? They didn't think it would catch on? I don't know.
Oh, maybe it was just the hardware was more expensive for the console version or the cabinet versions. I don't know. Wow, 5 rare Atari video games worth more than your car. Crazy.
Okay.
And I think the only one I even remotely remember is Gamma Attack.
I'm not sure I remember that one.
I'm not sure I do either. But it sounds familiar. That's the thing. The title sounds really familiar. Let me see if I can. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, apparently, if you have a cartridge, one of these Gamma Attack cartridges, it's worth 50 grand.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What, are there like 3 left or something?
I don't know. Hmm.
Gamma Attack for sale online, eBay.
Oh, wow. Okay, it says here, short-lived video game publisher Gamation released this title for the 2600, and there's only one known copy in existence, which is in the hands of a private collector. He did try to sell it on eBay in 2008 with a $500,000 buy it now price. Today, it's valued at somewhere in the 50 grand range. Legitimate fans of Gamma Attack can play the PC emulator version. However, without the knowledge that you're paying more than you would for a brand new Land Rover, where's the fun in that?
Yeah, okay.
And there's a couple of Birthday Mania, Red Sea Crossing, Ultravision Karate, and Eli's Ladder. Ooh, football. Excuse me. I want to say Eli's Ladder sounds familiar, but I'm probably thinking of Jacob's Ladder, which is something else entirely.
Entirely. Yeah.
And looking at footage of the game, it does not look familiar, so... And a bunch of Jacob's Ladder stuff comes up. That's the problem with search engines, is they try to anticipate what you mean when, seriously, no, I meant this. Like try looking for imagery of a starship bridge that isn't from Star Trek. I dare you. Or rather, try to cut out all of the Star Trek stuff so you can find stuff from other things. You'll get 6 pictures. It's very frustrating. But, yeah.
Moo.
I don't know. I still have an old NES cartridge kicking around somewhere. It's probably worth nothing. Let's see. No, I don't want a video. Let's try putting value or price or worth or something, price on there. Yeah, $6. It's not worth a damn thing. Never is. I found a bunch of old vintage toys kicking around, and I was like, oh, are these worth something? And it turns out no, because I got the re-release version of that Beanie Baby or Tamagotchi or Furby. You know, it's like, oh, well, what you gonna do?
Moo.
It's worth nothing. I did just send a shit ton of video games to Purple Rhymes with Orange, like old Xbox games and Xbox 360 games. I was done with them. I figured, what the hell?
Oh, okay then. So
They're not worth anything. Like 1 or 2 were worth $5. The rest were worth pennies.
Okay, so that's the gift you were speaking of. Okay.
Yeah. I don't even remember where he and I got started talking about that. Might have been on your show, but I did promise to send him the stuff, and I figured, what the hell? I'm not using them. Give them to someone who will just fucking enjoy them that I won't do. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh my. Yeah, Robert X, you're out of luck, unfortunately. Yeah, there's only one copy of that game out there.
Hmm? Oh, the one that I mentioned?
Yeah, it sounds like he's
Yeah.
responding to that. He says, I have to check my old
That-
Atari game box for that.
Yeah. Yeah. But I always did want one of those when I was younger. Of course, I also wanted Intellivision. Completely different system, but it had some really neat games, like Lock and Chase, for example, was a lot of fun. I remember that.
I remember in television.
Yeah. Yeah. I wonder whatever happened to, like, I don't even know what company put it out. I think it was maybe Coleco. I want to say Coleco. No, I guess Mattel.
That's what I thought.
Huh. And which one is the Coleco? I swear there was a Coleco console system.
I see a reference to ColecoVision.
Maybe that's it. Well, oh, apparently Coleco made games for Intellivision? Huh. Well, let's see. Coleco console. Alright. Well, I guess it's ColecoVision. I don't know. For some reason I thought, I don't know, I guess not. I do recognize that controller, though. Man, we have come a long way, haven't we?
Mm-hmm.
Coleco Atom! That's the one I'm thinking of, maybe. Except it's a computer. But I know that name, the Coleco Atom. Huh. Man, some of these old computers. Wow, Zaxxon. It's been a while.
Oh my, I remember Zaxxon.
I never liked it. I had a hard time telling where I actually was. Like there was no shadow for the ship, so it was like, which square am I actually over? Am I about to hit something or not?
Okay.
That was always difficult. Hmm.
Wait a minute here. Okay, when I click on how much is a Intellivision worth, okay, I get the Intellivision system, I get the Intellivision 2 system, then I get some names that look like they were names of games. And there's something called Spiker Super Pro Volleyball. CIB price, what is that, complete in box?
I guess so. I would have thought. I mean, most people talk about mint inbox, but I guess complete inbox, what? Opened but still in good condition? I don't know.
Anyway, the price on it is $11.32 and 50 cents.
11.32 and 50 cents. So 1,000.
Yeah, $1,132.50.
Okay, thank you. You always got to say things in a really difficult fashion, don't you?
Well, be happy I didn't say 1132.50. Now this one, yeah, okay, and then they have a new price, so I guess that would be mint or something. That was $22.49.
What? But we're only in the it's only 2021 right now. How is this time travel? What?
Yes, that is. It is indeed time travel. Yep.
Okay.
Oh my, oh my. The money you can spend on this stuff.
In a weird way, I'm almost sorry that Cyberpunk 2077 runs as well on my system as it does, because I've been looking at the people who are getting bugs at the yin yang, right? And some of them are absolutely hilarious. The things that happen. But like someone will be just driving around in their car and all of a sudden it's flung up into the sky, like nearly a half mile up into the sky. And it's like, what the hell just happened? There was one guy who had a random NPC named Huangbo who somehow ended up following him everywhere for the rest of his games. Like he could save the game and try to quit out or just quit out, and the Huangbo guy would still be there. And it was just like really silly and it was pretty funny.
Okay,
I don't know. So in a weird way, because it is a lackluster game, I have to admit, it would have been almost more fun to have these weird, just wild, wacky bugs. Like the closest thing I got is once you get your hands on this Porsche, like this way from long ago Porsche, and sometimes it spawns halfway in the ground with its nose pointed upward,
Okay.
and then it explodes after a couple of seconds.
Oh no.
Yeah. So, little things like that. I mean, they're actually kind of funny, I think.
That would be kind of interesting if somebody wrote a game with bugs written into it like that.
Like specifically the game is intentionally buggy.
Yeah.
That could be amusing.
That would be, yeah, definite. And speaking of intentionally buggy, where is Sylvia?
Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to find some examples of these just so the problem is that some of them involve the nudity filter, so I don't want to get anyone in any trouble.
Moo, that's all.
But some of them are pretty funny. A lot of them are just like silly glitches, like characters ending up in T poses or characters sliding around, without actually walking, kind of thing.
Okay.
So let's see. Yeah, here we go. All right, and I've got the sound off just in case. So the car just drove underground. Okay, what's about to happen?
Alrighty then.
What on earth is going on? Wait a minute, is that Misty's shop? That looks like Misty's Esoterica a little bit. And the guy did okay. Oh, this must be one of the car flings. Yeah. Actually, if this is the video I think it is, the commentary is actually hilarious, but I don't want to turn it on just because it could be problematic.
Move beef.
Yeah. You got the one guy there, just like, okay. That guy just popped in out of nowhere, and then he slides away. This is probably another car fling. Sometimes people just end up getting flung all the way through the world. So they end up going straight through the ground, and the next thing you know, you see the map falling away in this really creepy game breaking fashion. I don't know. Oh yeah, like this. This is actually a scene from inside of another building. And this is what happens when you're somewhere you're not supposed to go. Because all of those vehicles are on the road right now, but you can't see the road because of some clipping glitches. What's Rogue about to do? Oh, she's trying to draw her gun and can't. There's one where, like, and it's been going around the internet like you wouldn't believe, where Jackie is supposed to take this chip out of his head and put it in yours, because that's like part of the plot of the game. But what he ends up doing, like somehow the chip and his gun get mixed up. And so he's got a gun straight through his head, and he takes it out and tries to put it into your head.
All right then.
Yeah. Ah! That happens a lot where people are just walking around, and next thing you know, they get flung backward for no good reason. And now you're swimming. I don't know what the hell's happening here. Like the car or the player is upside down. I have no idea what's going on. I guess it's the player that's upside down. I don't know how you even do that. That's the thing, is like this game is running so well on my system. I don't get these glitches. Oh, see, this is where you fall through the world. This person got actually flung upward. And that's Night City. The entirety of Night City just falling away. And that's obviously the skybox with the map there. And I don't know why they put, what is that, Edward Norton on top of it? But yeah, that's one hell of a game-breaking bug right there. You have to admit.
Mm.
And this is really early in the game based on the quest marker there. Okay, what's about to happen? Choosing a weapon. Oh, apparently this person's trying to put their gun out there and it's an empty hand. Oh, and there goes their mantis blades. Whoa. Yeah, that's looking a little iffy. Someone's cowering in fear way the heck up in the air. That's actually something that happens with the non-player characters a lot, is they'll be cowering in fear for no good reason. What's going on? Oh, they're summoning a vehicle. Vehicles can self-drive up to you. So there's your vehicle, and it just fell through the world. And it did. You can see it keep going. Oh, this is some funny shit. Okay, well, the motorcycle's driving away without you. Come back. Oh, I love this stuff. That's your vehicle doing donuts? It really shouldn't be doing that. Uh-oh. And where did it go? You know what's weird is more than anyone else in the game, that tubby fella is usually checking his cell phone, because they reuse a lot of models. They just reskin them. And for some reason, the more often than not, that fella's looking at his cell phone. I don't know why. That's, oh, dear gods. Dude with have his head blown off is talking to you. Okay, is this another world fling? Yeah, I guess it is. Oh, and it killed you. All right. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, that's the kind of thing. Ooh, egad. That's a little glitchy. The dude on the right there, that's Johnny Silverhand. He's the guy who sort of lives in your head and you're trying to get rid of him. And someone tossed a grenade. What did, whoa. What on earth? I just, okay. But anyway,
Moo.
so yeah, lots of glitching. And I don't get to see any of it because it runs well on my machine. I feel cheated. But yeah, there's hours and hours of glitches and bugs. I mean, you could set this stuff to yakety sax and it would totally work. All right, I did not go have dinner, and I did receive something with the energy. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go.
Oh, okay. Well, bon appetit or something like that, and if not before then, I guess I'll see you Sunday with luck.
In all likelihood,
Yes.
I mean, hell, it might even be fun to do a stream of the inauguration, but
It
I
mi-
don't think I'll be. I don't think I'll be in the mood or have the energy. So
Okay. As I said, yeah, one of the people's this sounded like he was saying he was wanting to do one tomorrow. I don't know how he's
right.
doing it. I thought all this was under copyright protection, but you never know.
Mm,
Um,
well, I mean, an argument could be made for fair use, but
okay, sort of, kind of.
well, commentary, criticism,
Yeah.
you know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wonder if there's just a straight up feed of the inauguration without commentary from hosts.
I don't know. I'll have to go looking.
Like, isn't there like a White House TV channel or something?
The closest I know of to something like that is C-SPAN, but then again, you have the commentary on the C-SPAN feeds, and it looks
Hey,
like
here we go. Whitehouse.gov live.
oh,
I mean, it says right here there are no live streaming events, but that's just for today. Or no, actually, it says January 20. Well, but they're probably on the East Coast, or using East Coast time rather, because it is Washington.
mm,
I wonder if there's a schedule. Let's see. Briefings and statement, White House. It doesn't say, but but the thing is, whitehouse.gov, that means this would not be copyright covered by copyright. So if
right.
you live streamed this, then yeah, maybe.
Okay, now they have the
Okay,
inaugural.
Xander, stop that. Oh,
Oh,
hey, they have a YouTube channel.
oh, moo.
YouTube.com/White House is right there. Oh, shut up, Trump. Let's see. Video. Xander, your tail is right in my way. No, not uploads. Where's live streams? Oh, wow. They have the farewell address from Trump apparently 9 hours ago. Um, dude, shut up, Trump. Um, I did my damnedest to never refer to him as president for a good long time.
Okay.
Uh, I don't see anything that just says live streams, but who knows?
Yeah, I know
And
they
maybe this
have.
doesn't have a live stream feed, or maybe it will have one tomorrow. I don't know, but it seems like there are avenues to watch this without copyright problems.
Moo. Okay.
Anyway, it's good to know, and I will keep this in mind for tomorrow. Hell, I'll keep the tab open for tomorrow. But like I said, I'm very hungry, so I will catch you later. Have fun.
Well, we will try, and you be good, or something like that.
I just won't get caught.
Okay.
Laters.
Okay, and I'll tell you what, I'm running out of steam, kids. I really am, and I'm so sorry that I am. But yeah, I'll have to think about something tomorrow. If Kate comes up with something, maybe I'll beg and plead to be allowed on, or if I find something, then maybe, yeah, we'll have something like that going, and I'll look into it if I wake up in time. Well, my alarm is supposed to go off at 9 a.m., so we'll see what happens. Anyway, I want to thank everybody who's here, and I want to thank everybody who's not here. You guys are amazing. You really, really, really are. Keeps me coming back every time. As long as you keep liking it, I'll keep doing it. So, makes me feel appreciated. Really does. And, okay then. Yeah, I'll let all 9 of you get some sleep, and I'll get a little bit myself. So, let's see what we've got over here. There we are. And I'm going to say to everybody, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.